Hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out, showroom, Bracy in the waters. Wake up, morning show, salute, big dog, shout out to the lure. PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution-based gang.
Let's go. Why are you laughing at me? Oh, my baby girl laughing at me. Oh, man, she funny. She is funny. Good day, everyone. How are we doing today? Yesterday was a wild stream. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to y'all, man. We made it a really good show, really good thoughts, really good perspective. We got down to the nitty gritty yesterday. It was awesome. We had a fight. We had a censorship fight. You know, and usually when somebody loses that fight, they try to act like somebody was scamming them. But I think we got down to it. And my brother don't think that I was trying to scam him. Which is kind of crazy. But I can understand the sentiment. And I appreciate every last person that showed love yesterday. Hit that like, hit that share button, sent the Cash App, sent the super chat. Shout out to Brownsville, New York, one of the sponsors of the show. Shout out to Creator, another sponsor of the show. Salute. Yes, that's how we like to start our day, God damn it. When I say good day to you, just like Mr. Center of the world, say good day back because I could feel that great, productive energy. Thank you so much. What up, Keon? I feel you on that. What up, Savage? Good day to you, sir. You know what I'm saying? Good day to y'all. Appreciate y'all. So, you know, that's how we like to build our first day. We have a nor'easter, something of that in the East Coast is wild. Schools is being shut down. Today is going to be one of the coldest weeks out here in a long time. A lot of snow, a lot of wind. Ugh, disgusting. Yay. 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 Ugh. Ugh. I guess it makes sense. And so, you know, today, what we're going to talk about, we are going to talk about standards and red flags. Savage said he's ready. You better. I hope you've been writing it down. We are talking about standards and red flags. That's what we're going to have a conversation about. Because if you ever notice, men act like they got all these standards for women. They say, I want a woman who's smart, funny, kind, loyal. But the truth is, they only got one real standard. They only got one real standard. Look at this person. What is this? They starting early. They start early with the nonsense. This is what I would do for you, sir. We're going to put you in timeout. Don't play with me. It's only one standard men have. Cody, what's the standard that men have for women? It's only one. They act like they have all these standards, but it's only one. Let me see what my fellas say. I need some answers. What is the only one standard men have for women? Y'all say it all the time. It doesn't matter if you're a married man, a single man, an incel man. What is it? I'll tell you. What up, Uda? I'll tell you what it is, Uda. The only standard men have for women is she fine. That's it. Good day, Angel. That is the only standard they have. Is she fine? That's it. Everything else is negotiable. She could be late every day, lie about everything, steal your car, burn your house down. If she fine, dudes would be like, well, she's just passionate. That's what they would say, Savage. She's just passionate. Let her be fine. I told you that's all Savage care about. See, look at his comment. You could sum all that up to one word. She fine. That's it. They like, man, she just passed. No, bro, that was arson. That's what that was. That was arson. That's what she did. They would ignore every character flaw if the attraction is strong enough. She could be rude to waiters. She could disrespect family. Never pay her bills. But if she looks good in that sundress, whoo! Woo! That's it. Make sure y'all hitting that like and that shit, but come on, stop playing with me. Stop playing with that like. Stop playing with this. Do y'all know out of how many did we get this out of like almost 100,000 views? You know, I only got 34 shares. That is insane. The likes and the shares are not adding up to the viewership. What is going on? Bubba, exactly. They used to say that about Left Eye all the time. She was just real passionate. She's an arsonist. That's what it is. What up, Wrong Class? Wrong Class will tell you quick, fast, and a heartbeat. He'll be angry at women as soon as she smile and he found out she got some kind of shape. That's it. He already talking about how he gonna put his face all up in it. Right away. As soon as he found out she got something that he likes, Wrong Class will have his face all up under that woman's skirt, quick, fast, and in a hurry. That's just not true, Keon. We're going to deal in that too. What up, Black Proud? Good day, sir. Good to see you. You know what I mean? Long as she looks good in that sundress. See, look, he said, I don't have no problem with it. And suddenly, all those flaws, they just become the quirks. Like, you know how Bubba just said it with Left Eye. Men will call it mystique. That's what they would do. And that's the real dysfunction. And here's the funny part. Men would clown other men for dating someone who isn't convenient, somebody that's not, the conventionally attractive. They would clown you, bro. They would look at you like, what are you doing? That's what they would do. But if she's gorgeous, they ignore the fact that she just cursed out his mom at Thanksgiving. They be like, hey, man, at least she's hot. That's the bar. That's the bar most men have. Yo, she is out. They even start talking like women. They start using words like baddie. Like, what? Don't man. They like, yeah, she a baddie, though. Hey, that's what you know he is hooked. They start using those female words. I don't know if anybody said it in the chat yet. I know none of my fellas said the word baddie yet in the chat. I know it. Ain't no way. I know it. They call it spicy. Exactly, Kim. Exactly. They don't care how many times she did it to somebody else. I know none of my fellas in the chat using that word baddie. I know it. And that is really the bar. And that's the whole standard. It's like men are running, like if they was running a hiring process where they only qualification will be headshots. That would be the only qualification. Forget the resume. Forget reference. Just the photo. Oh, she fine? You're hired. That would be Apex. That would be it. Pretty Privilege LLC. Exactly. That's it. You're hired. And then 6 months later, they shocked when the company goes down and go bankrupt. The hypocrisy is wild. So like men will say, I want a woman with good morals. But if she's fine, suddenly morals don't matter. She cheated. Well, he'll say something like, people, they make mistakes, yeah. But if she wasn't fine, you know how we know? Because we even remember, y'all remember that song Party Up in Here? You remember what DMX said? You remember what DMX said in Party Up in Here? It was a song, babe, of DMX, right? Party Up in Here. That song was actually a diss record, babe. Yes, he was actually talking about another rapper. His name is Corrupt. They'll fight tooth and nail for that good box. Oh man, tooth and nail. So we know what that song was talking about. He said, even your old man said you stupid. You be like, so I love my baby mama. I never let her go. That's what happened. Because they don't care. If she fine, they be like, oh, she just made a mistake. You don't really make mistakes like that. Your leg don't just accidentally spread like mustard and a man just trips and fall inside the bedroom and continue to fall up and down. It was just too slippery. I can't get out. I just keep slipping. I keep falling in and out of the damn thing. Sorry, I'm having a good time. I'm just having a good time, y'all. You know what I'm saying? What was on the morning radio, Dawn? You know what I'm saying? But the thing, if she wasn't fine, right? You'd be calling her the devil. That is the trick. If she wasn't fine, she would be everything under the sun. That is negative. You'd be calling her the devil. And women know this, right? So that's why they laugh at men's so-called standard, because they see the pattern. They know men will put up with anything if their attraction is strong. Strong enough that it's not about compatibility. We know that for a fact. It's about majority of these men, they the ones that are talking about this goddamn chemistry. And guess what? Chemistry don't pay no damn rent.
Eventually, let's see what she's about. Doesn't matter.
Right. So yeah, like that's when she becomes the devil. That's when all of a sudden she is the worst human being that ever breathed oxygen. I heard men say it. I heard men literally say this about their wives after they got divorced. Of course. Crazy. Now all of a sudden she's the worst thing ever. Now you could point out every last character flaw she has. Every last one. So yeah, men really only got one standard, and that one standard is sexual attraction. Everything else is optional. Who's going to tell me I'm wrong? Who's going to tell me I'm wrong? This is the issue that we having. And this is why over here we keep saying, hey, You need to recalibrate your value system. You need to take lust and degeneracy from the top of your value system and replace that with God. Add some integrity in there. Add some loyalty in there. I don't have that issue. I don't, Savage. So wrong class is talking about I'm wrong. I think that is rich coming from somebody with their name wrong class. So he's saying I'm wrong, but I bet he won't hit that. You can hit the link. Bubba said, are you speaking about my ex-wife? Is she the devil? I told y'all. She become the devil after a while. See, he said she's still finding her 50s, even though she the devil. He's still tearing that thing down. So like we'll open it up in shortly, and that's why relationships get messy, because you can't build a future on looks alone. Looks will fade, but character flaws, those stick around. And when the beauty wears off, all you're left with is the chaos you ignored. But for some reason, men don't learn. They do it again. They do it again. Because the standard never changes. It's like a broken record. She's fine, though. That's the anthem. We need to come up. We're going to figure it out. That's going to be the anthem. We're going to come up with a song, and that's going to be the anthem. She fine, though. That's the motto. That's the only requirement. And that's why men keep failing the relationship exam, because they only studied one subject. That's why. They only study one subject. Man, I be cooking up. I ain't gonna lie. It's raining, it's nasty, disgusting outside. Lord. It's disgusting. Mm-hmm. That's right. Ain't no such thing as bad weather, right? We need it for whatever reason we need it for, right? So now let's talk about, we could talk about the ladies, because y'all, you know, we had a man come here yesterday talking about how Sharon is not balanced. Right? They'll say things like Sharon is not balanced. What question you got, Sarah? Did I miss the question? I missed the questions. Answer that. Answer with a $2 super chat. What's the question? God damn it! Because I'm definitely going to hit that. We're going to hit that link. What's the question? Let me see if I can find the question. Where the question at? I don't see the question. What up, academics? Work academics. Good day, sir. How you feeling today? What's the question, Savage? Damn, it's raining in Georgia as well? Shit. Yeah, it's nasty. The weather's horrible. All right, so while Savage gets question, because I missed the question. I was too busy cooking. I'm sorry. Ask me the question. Okay. Did I choose my girl for looks? No, I did not choose my girl for looks. I'm attracted. And so I think that's where the tricky part comes, right? Is that so majority of men act as if any woman that you talk to, you're already physically attracted to. So I don't even really look at it that way. So any woman that I communicate with, I'm already physically attracted to her. So, but I don't make my judgment on strictly her looks. I make my judgment on her character. That's why I referenced it. Majority men standard is only she fine though. That's the anthem. She was fine though. That's the problem. Majority men is like, she fine though. That's it. They ignore everything else. I'm not with that. Yes, her personality is gorgeous, sir. Yes. Yes. Oh man, I can't wait to open up the panel. We're gonna have a good conversation today. This is gonna be a great discussion because I know Savage is gonna cam up and we're gonna discuss it today. All my fellas that's out there, make sure you cam up. Let's discuss it. I'm gonna talk about the ladies too. Because guess what? Women see red flags as well. And here's the problem. Women see red flags before the first appetizer even hits the damn table. And that's the issue that they be having. Good day, Renee. Before the appetizer hits the table, the women, see, the problem is that men don't understand that for women to date us men, they have to see the red flags and kind of ignore them. Give us some grace. Because if we go by Divas list, none of us men, if we go by PH Divas list that do not miss, no man, none of us men would be dateable at all. I'm a walking red flag. Savage is a walking red flag. World class, he got all of the red flags. We can keep going down the list. All of us men have the red flags. Neon red flags. But women give us grace all the time. If it wasn't for women giving us grace, wrong class got out of, if we had 10 red flags that we went through right now, wrong class got about 8. And before she goes on the first day, before the appetizers hit the goddamn table, it's already red flags being shown. And she's sitting there she's sitting there on date 1. Dude, right? Dude shows up late, shirt wrinkled, phone buzzing every 5 minutes, and she's thinking, maybe he's just nervous. No, that's not nerves. That's a preview, is what you're saying. And women do have these spider senses for red flags. Don't get it twisted. They have spidey senses for red flags. They see them early, but instead of running, what do? They start negotiating with themselves. That is the issue that women have. And luckily for some of you, for majority of you men, you lucky that women do this thing. Y'all seen the video that we was breaking down the other day? How she seen all those goddamn red flags and she kept on pursuing it anyway. Until the red flags just became like, oh, I don't want to date wrong class. Like, clearly that was wrong class she was probably on a date with. But instead of running, they start negotiating with themselves. Well, he did say his ex was crazy. Maybe that's why he's texting her at midnight. No, it's not a reason. Wrong class is just trying to get him a booty call. It's not a reason. What other side? It's true, Black Proud. Women give men, like, if it wasn't for women, men ignoring red flags, majority of us men would not be dateable. It is what it is. We're just gonna have to concede to that. It is what it is. Shout out to all the women that give us a chance, because we be effing up. That's not a reason. That's a red flag. It's a red flag with neon lights. And here's the thing. If women stopped ignoring red flags, most dudes wouldn't make it past date 3. Date 1, let's go. Date 1, he talks about his ex too much. Date 2, he forgets his wallet. Date 3, he says, I don't believe in labels. Boom! Game over. What are we talking about? But women give chances. They give chances like Oprah gives cars. You get a second chance. You get a second chance. You get a second chance. Everybody get a second chance. Don't be worrying about my pocket. Don't be worrying about my pocket. Don't worry. Anybody will be. You need something. We're going to have a conversation today. Make sure you hit that guy that link cam up and let's converse with each other. Let's have a discussion. Meanwhile, men don't give chances like that. They don't. If a woman shows up late once, he is texting his homeboys like, she don't respect me, bro. But women will forgive lateness. They will forgive lying. They will forgive bad hygiene. They will forgive bad credit. They will forgive bad manners because they believe in potential. Potential is the biggest scam in dating history. Exactly, Barry Turner. Because of potential. Women would say, he's not perfect, but I see what he could be. Yeah, but what he could be is unemployed forever. What he could be is toxic with a nice smile. That's what he could be. Potential don't pay rent. And the funniest part, women would ignore red flags, then act, they act shocked when it blows up. I can't believe he really cheated. He told you on date 1, he doesn't believe in monogamy. That wasn't a red flag. That was a billboard. That was a billboard. Well, Smitty, let me drink. You're right. Let me drink some water. Don't worry, Keon. You better come up on this panel. We're gonna answer everything today. We're gonna dive deep. I'm about to dive in. And see, a lot of these men, they know this too. That's why they keep getting chances. They know women will rationalize. Dude could say, I don't like dogs, kids, or commitment. And she'd be like, well, at least he's honest. Honest? What's up, Cuevadoches? Cuevadoches in the building. What up? He just told you he's a villain. He ain't honest. So yeah, if women stop ignoring red flags, most men wouldn't make it past the first 3 dates. It's a fact. It is what it is. And maybe that's the point, because red flags aren't worrying. They are previews. They are not just one. That's a preview of what you're going to have to deal with. In my damn pocket alone. And if you don't walk out during the trailer, you can't act surprised when the movie sucks. Simple as that. Simple as that. Let me see how y'all doing with the goddamn life. All right, Quiver Doches. Let me see how we doing with the likes and all that. Let me see. Because for some reason, y'all don't enjoy hitting the like button. Why? I have no idea. I don't know why we have an issue with that. So, ladies and gentlemen, please cam up and hit the link. Let's have a discussion about it. What you agree with, what you disagree with it. I'm going to enjoy this today. I want to know. It's raining, it's snow, it's nasty outside. Thank you. Shout out to Miss Jalen. I appreciate you. All right. I'll be here. Let me drink some of these tears. Any questions, comments, concerns, hit the link and we can go through it. Nice and salty. But maybe y'all don't have no disagreement with the words I said today. Maybe you have agreements with the words I said today. You got to email HR? Maybe somebody needs some advice. You can also hit the link for that as well. We can have some conversation. We could converse. Because I've seen some weird things. Man, I've seen some weird things. And it's just like, that video that we seen when we was breaking down the young lady trying to go on a date. She was ignoring the red flags. Not ignoring, but women are willing. You agree on this? Shout out to Burrow. You know what I'm saying? Women are willing to give us shots and chances all the time. Look at my brother out there grinding in that cold. Welcome to the show with the shiesty on. Good day, sir. How you doing today?
Some of y'all don't go to church.
What up, cuz?
I'm doing good. What's good with you?
Hey, man. Let me in, man. Let me in. I just did it, bro. I need a cover, man. Let me in. I'm the door. I'm the door. It's a good day, man. It's good morning, man. I get to live through another season. You know what I mean? To see snow and leaves. And it's here in a minute. We get to see snow and shorts and toes again. But this is kind of part of it, right? It's part of it, man. Living through these seasons.
So, what do you have any agreements or disagreements with the two monologues that I just presented today? Men only have one standard, which is she's fine though, and women they ignore the red flags, which really is just a preview to what they all have to endure in that man. And if women did not ignore red flags, majority of us men wouldn't even have a chance with women.
Yeah, a lot of times, man, we cut a lot of passes in relationship for whatever reason, for lack thereof. It'd be a whole lot of lack thereof. And maybe for that reason, Sharon, and again, we can't pinpoint everything, but just to kind of get it started, we as men, if we held the standard that the women, that unrealistic standard that a lot of women hold, bro, it wouldn't be no babies born. You know what I'm saying? Because we really petty. We really petty. You understand? We can be. She got to be a certain height. Her toes got to be a certain, you know what I mean? Some, them lips need to look cool. Them teeth need to be straight. Them eyes need to work properly. You understand? You know what I'm saying? Them ears can't be as big as mine. You know what I mean? I mean, we really could be seriously petty, right? We like childbearing. Some men like childbearing hips. You know what I'm saying? That is a thing, believe it or not. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
We call that the diamond gap. I think my player man know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
You know, you can see that back from the front type situation. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole lot of ways we can be real super petty around this thing. But you know what? Because we love women, man. Boy, if we sat around and was really as nitpicky as we want to be, boy, we had no fun.
Interesting. That's an interesting thought. I like it. But so far, Creator agrees that men only have one standard, and that one standard is she fine though. KW Keon, what is the deal? What is your thoughts?
What's good, Sharon? Glad to see you back, brother. Well, not back, but just up again today. Man, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Like I ain't saying, I'm not gonna sit up here and say that you wrong, right? Per se. I just think that who you putting that characteristic towards is what's wrong. Like, cause it's not just men, you know what I mean? Like I said in the comments, women will literally throw away all that. He gotta be this certain height, he gotta be able to protect me and all this other goofy stuff. If the nigga is rich, like if he's rich, like girls is probably gonna go for way more than what they usually would probably go for, just because he's able to provide for her. You know what I mean? So that's the only thing that I think is wrong in what you're saying. Because then once you start talking about the women, you start sitting up here saying like, oh well, all they do wrong is ignore the red flags, while we just accept the red flags. Like, come on, brother, that's kind of the strange part about it.
So the thing is that majority of women don't want a rich man, and they don't go after them. They usually date regular men on the daily. And the reason why we know is because majority of us men, we wouldn't even have a chance in hell if women actually follow this manosphere standard that they be talking about. Women give men chances all the time. And this is what I'm saying. By the third date, if the things that we believe in women, none of us would be dateable.
So why are we dateable then? Why do you have a woman? If that was the case, why do you have a woman you're married, Sharon?
That's right, because women do not actually care about that money. They care about how you make them feel and how you treat them. If you treat them properly and you move along with how your person is, and you treat them as a human being, that woman's gonna rock with you. That's the truth of the matter.
Okay. So let's not say
they only operate on is she fine though.
Okay, then let's not say that women do it with money. Let's just say that women do it with men that treat them right. As long as you treat them right, you can be as broke as you want to be, short as you want to be, ugly as you want to be. A woman will accept you as long as you treat them right then, right?
Absolutely, but men do not treat women correctly. That's the issue. Men treat women like how the manosphere tell them to treat them. They want to be mysterious. They want to lie. They want to put their peen in everything. They want to tell them. They want to just be dishonest. They want to be with other men. There's all types of crazy shit going on. We see what's going on in Atlanta. If we see what's going on out there, we be trying to, and I get it. Majority of us men, we, especially us heterosexual men, right? We try to act like we don't understand that there's some dudes out there that look like us, act like us, but we be seeing their movements and we be like, yeah, bro, that a heterosexual man don't do that. You know what I'm saying? That, like we see you got all of the, the clothes right, you got the talking points right, but certain little things that you say about women, bro, is a little suspect, sir.
No, I feel that. I definitely feel that. That's why I said you ain't all the way wrong, because there are, like you said, there is niggas that just only think about, that ass or whatever the case may be. But I mean, again, like I say, I know a lot of women who will ignore what they really want in life, all because they have a man has more of something else that they find more important, such as having money or looking good or whatever the case may be. Like I think that's just a human thing more than it is a man-woman thing.
So, but this is how we know that it's not because rich men, right? We know that they only going after a certain type of woman. Like this whole idea, even though I know that we say it, right? But men do not that are rich do not date the woman that's in Foot Locker. He ain't dating her. Right, majority of those men they ain't dating that, and we know that that's just a true statement. When you start getting certain levels of money, you start treating human beings a little differently. It's just what it is. But for the majority of men, when we just talking about the regular man, the man that's making 50 to 60,000 a year, only thing he care about is that booty. That's it. That's his only standard. Like Lisa Left Eye. Men was like, man, but she looked fine though. She burnt that man house down. That was awesome, bro. Ain't nothing fine about that. Men would literally date T woman. Why? Because they're like, hey, she got this down the third in his eyes.
Yeah, my apologies, man. This phone is trash.
They like, oh, but she's fine though. You gotta stay on camera if you can, Smitty, please, and I appreciate you. Thank you, my brother. You know what I'm saying? Is she fine though? This is the problem, and men got to get past that. Once men start treating women like human beings, we can move this relationship situation forward properly because men put that lust and degeneracy on top of their value system for way too long. And women been giving us grace for many years. Like we run down the list of things that a woman shouldn't date. When I was dateable, I'm not on that list. I would be knocked off first date. It's no way any woman would date me. We just go by the list of things that is negative about a man. I'm not dateable. And it's okay.
But don't you think that that's kind of shallow though? Like it seems like you have no problem with that. Why? Like out of all the, Sharon, you don't seem like a bad guy. Like no homo, but you just don't seem like a bad guy. So are you saying that it's okay that people will find you non-dateable all because you don't meet certain standards, even though you're a married man? Like, you know what I mean?
Absolutely, because it took me a long time. It took me 44 years to get to this point. Maybe not say 44. I say it took me 40 years to get to this point.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like I was not an approachable human being when I was young. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? It took me a long time to build this human being that I am today, and I had to do a lot of self-reflection because the way how I had a vision of the world was completely different than what it is today.
That makes sense.
You know what I'm saying? So I know everybody see this happy-go-lucky person. It took a lot of work to be this happy. I wasn't always like that. You know what I mean? So and so I shall thank you for receiving my new dimensions of all of my melanin that is growing. Yeah. Welcome to the show. Yeah, that's me. Good day, sir. What's your thoughts? Men would not be dateable if women actually paid attention to the red flags and realized that is a preview and that's all that man is going to be. What's your thoughts?
What I could say is this, and shout out Sharon, shout out to the panel, top of the morning, fellas. All right, so I've noticed that there have been relationships that I've been in myself, and it didn't work because that person kept on trying to find what was wrong or what could be wrong. The entire optics of how she looked at it was just all like I gotta find something wrong. And you know what? Even when there was nothing wrong at all, her mind told her it was. And her mind allowed that to, how women would say, manifest into what she thought was reality. Whole T, man, everything was just fine. She just didn't have patience to learn that, man. So when you say that, bruh, it's all about the optics, is my point. If you go into anything, if you go into a job, if you go onto the basketball court before the game and you keep thinking, I'm going to lose, I'm going to lose, I'm going to fumble, everything else, you probably will do that because you spoke it into existence. I'm a firm believer in speaking into existence. What you continuously say is what you will wound up seeing and being. But I digress. My mic is muted. So I do agree. yes, that man will have a hard time if that's how she goes into the relationship. Yes, absolutely. And it'll never work. It'll never work. It'll always be temporary. I digress. Respect.
So my thing is, what I really see is that people, especially women, they have just different standards. So what will work for one woman is not going to work for another woman. So you know, the woman that you with now could either have lower standards than the previous woman or higher standards than the previous woman, right? So I think
But what is really
the standard
lower? What is
difference.
really lower?
What
What
I'm saying,
like really when we think about that? Because do you think that woman that has a standard for the man she's with now, and you said, well, I mean, you just settled. What if she told you, no, I actually found exactly what I'm looking for? So is it really lower standards, or is it that my standard is mine, yours is yours, and it is what it is? That's why we can't put no one size fits all on this relationship stuff. Bro, it's going to be case by case, just like how we try to raise children and any and everything else. Don't no doctor treat each patient the same way. I come in with a concussion, you come in with a sprained ankle, and he trying to give both, and then Keon come in with a sore throat, and he trying to give all of us Robitussin. Nigga, I got a concussion. Okay, Sharon has a sprained ankle, and you trying to treat us all the same. That shit ain't gonna work. You only treating Keon. But I digress. My mic is me to respect to the family.
yeah. So the thing is that, like, even though he's going to treat all of us different after he analyzed each person's problem, he still have a base that he starts off with. He say, hey, let me check this. Let me check your knee. Let me check this. Let me check your heartbeat. Whatever that base is. And so that's the thing that I'm talking about with the standards. Each person that we are with, we try to act as if the person before we was dating had a problem, but really it could be a standard problem where it was higher or lower. It doesn't matter. But that woman, the woman that we are with, she can absolutely choose that, hey, you are good for me, but for another human being, you just not good because her standard is too high or too low. Some men have that issue with discerning that, hey, if I am a productive man and I go to work every day, I don't cause no drama, and she might be looking for a super thug, guess what? Her standard is lower than what you are. You are above her standard. So that standard for her might seem as boring or like you're not fun, right? So your standard of who you are as a human being is way too high for that woman that you are with. Just because
No,
you look at
no.
her,
It's just
because that
different,
man
and we
looks
don't
at. Why
connect.
you cutting me off? What happened?
No, it's just different, and we don't connect. That's all it is.
No.
That's it. It's not better. It's not an up or down. It's
Yes,
a
it
left
is.
or a right.
Absolutely.
It's are we going in the same direction?
No, absolutely
Okay,
not.
go ahead. Go ahead, Sharon. Go ahead, Sharon.
Absolutely not. No, we gotta be honest as men. Human beings have different standards for other human beings. It is what it is. So it's a woman that is a higher caliber than another woman. And it's okay for us to be honest about that. And it is a man that is better
I
than
do
us,
agree with
and
that
it's a
factor.
man that
I agree
is
with that.
less than us.
I
It's
agree with
just
that
a
factor.
thing.
Yeah, but my question is, Sharon, what drives a woman's standard? Like, because from my understanding, if we're basing it off of relationship values, and you saying that men only look at looks, then I mean, what's making her have a higher standard than another woman? Is it because she looks better? Is what makes her have a higher standard?
So now
And
that's
what
a
age
great
range
question.
of man you talking about?
So most men, that is the standard. They look at a woman that looks better as she is a better woman. They don't look at nothing else. And this is why they could go from woman to woman saying that they gotta try they gotta try all these things, and you gotta soil your royal oats, and you gotta go out there and play the field before you go ahead and settle, because you just charging on this one looks better, this one look better than that one look better, and then all you getting is a bunch of headaches because you'll never pay attention to the character of the actual human being. They just out there moving in lust.
Okay. So
Sharon,
is it a go ahead,
go,
Smitty, my
go
bad.
ahead, go ahead. No. Keon, you finished. My bad, bro. You just paused. I'm sorry. You rock out.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
nah, because I was trying to figure out if I got everything. So okay, so is it not then a false standard? If you're saying that men shouldn't look at women like that, but yet women only depend their standards on how good they look, it seems like a contradiction, don't you think? That at least from your perspective, right?
So men look at it as a attractive situation, but women, they are looking for compatibility. And this is where
God damn it.
we get it mixed up. So this is why women are willing to date men that are lower financial level than them. But we would blame that woman for saying, hey, you should have known better because that's a Pookie and a Ray Ray. But women give men that are lower caliber human beings in society wise, right? Because society, we do have standards. So society wise, we can say, hey, this person might be, but then later on, we can find out somebody that just because they have higher education doesn't necessarily mean they smarter than the person that just have a GED. However, off the base of it, we can say they are until we start communicating with them. And so women give men that chance. However, men, they ish on women that give them that chance. And they be walking red flags.
Sometimes
the men that have the men that get these women that give a man a chance. So we say a doctor woman, she is beautiful, she's a doctor, she's making good money, good credit, all that. Do she not give the man that doesn't have all those things a chance? Absolutely. And what does he do? Run her through the mud. He wound up cheating on her. He talking to these other raggedy ass women that don't have the same level as her. All that. We know this happens on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah. But the only thing I was trying to ask that question for, though, right? Because it's like you're blaming men for basically going off of the aesthetic, I guess the aesthetics of a woman, basing their relationships off of that. When again, the standard of women, like, and this is what they do, not what we do. A woman is better than another woman if she looks better, if she's more curvier, if she's more prettier, if her hair is longer. That's what they literally live by. So I don't see how it's wrong for men to also, put that into one of their compatibility, standards, if that makes sense.
No, because women don't just attempt to look better. They get higher education. They living by themselves. They getting their credits up. They going to buy property.
But according to you, we don't care about that, though. According to you,
exactly. And this is why we have a problem that we have.
So why did you say it? Why did you mention it?
But that's the issue, because men do not have a standard. The only standard they have is that she looks good in a goddamn sundress. That's why we have the issue. And men keep on jumping from woman to woman because she looks better. He walked down the street, he can't even keep his head straight. He might bump into a pole because one girl might walk down the street with a sundress and one part of her body is poking out too goddamn far. Shout out to Work Academics with the 2-ball. KWJP laughing because he knows Sharon is talking that 100% gospel, not BS.
That's a fact.
Sharon, let me speak for me, right? All right, so after my experiences, actually, so that's why I asked you. I said, what age range of man are you talking about? All right, so me, for the most part, being in my prime. I don't know why we keep saying 40's old. I guess we don't expect to live that long, but I do. But I didn't get with my woman at my age because I'm looking for looks. Bruh, that is such a plus that my woman is physically attractive to me. She's very much so, man. I love her beautiful bright brown eyes, right? And everything with her. The curves, everything. A little thick, my fat. That's why I call her my fat. So my point is, I didn't get with her for that. Bruh, I got with that woman because of everything that she does, that the women that look better than her, if people would want to say, I don't say that, but if you want to go by physical aesthetics, bruh, I'm with that woman because of everything she do. Everything that she does that no other woman would be willing to do. The patience, all of that shit, dog. So I'm just saying this as a man who is with a woman right now, okay? And I'm not with her for her looks, bruh. I just, thank God I do have some eye candy when it's that time, if you get me, right? Being respectful. But like real shit though, dog. Nah, man, not all men is looking for that. So are you talking about younger men? Are you talking about younger men? Like what age frame, what mentality? Because now it sounds like you're lumping all of us men into a monolith and we're just all one.
No, what I'm talking about is the generality of men. General men chase after looks. They ain't chasing after
Which
no
means
character.
you just said what I said in
Like,
another word. God
you
damn
can
it,
say you
potato,
all you
potato.
want to. You can say you all you want to. However, when we having a conversation, men will be with a toxic ass woman, and all they gonna say
You
is
just said what I just asked you. Were you saying? You said no, then said it. Potato, potato, man.
no, it's
You
not a
just
potato
said it
potato,
regardless.
because the problem is that majority of the time we cannot have a conversation about general, right? And then
Well,
you bring
God damn it,
into
Jim.
it. Once
I
you bring
digress. My
yourself,
mic is muted.
you bring yourself into it, it changes the conversation. We talking about in general what is happening. Welcome
Hold
to
on, but listen, in general, hold on real quick. In general, with what age range of men? I don't think a man that's 25 is looking for the same thing as a man my age, Sharon.
that is not true.
I don't think that
We see it
if
all
you said in general, right? In general,
in
right,
general.
Sharon? Wasn't that
Men,
your word?
yes,
So generally, a man my age, we are looking for something far past, far surpass, even down to
it's
how
not.
mentally stable are you. I don't care how good you look, man. Don't be around my house tearing shit up because you can't keep your emotions in check.
That's just not
It's a
true.
lot of stuff. Are you clean? God damn it, I'm a neat freak. I can't be with no messy bra who like to fling clothes everywhere, dog.
That's
Are
what
you
you're doing.
understanding what I'm telling you? It's a lot
Yes.
more I look
Hold
for
on.
than her looks, my nigga.
Hold on. Look, let me just, because I see that sometimes I think people feel like I'm not giving them they props. Hey, look, clap it up to you for having standards, but I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you.
Keon, stop clapping. He was being facetious.
No, but for some reason you trying to bring yourself into the conversation, and we're not talking about you specifically.
You're talking about men. I'm a man. So you're telling me now I don't count. Thank you for secluding me.
You're welcome.
You talking about men and I'm a man. I'm a man in the situation. Why wouldn't my circumstance be directly correlated?
Hey,
Why,
K-Dub,
nigga?
that's what I just said. Maybe I don't give men enough props, right? So shout out to you for not being that, right? That maybe that's what it is. I don't give men enough props for being a stand-up dude. Maybe that's what it is, and that's why they think I'm talking about.
And shout out to you for being the statue of what all men should be. Shout out to Sharon for being the statue of liberty. Keon, fix your face. Fix your face, nigga. Sharon, thank you for being that statue of liberty of all men. Hold that torch high, sir. Hold it high.
Okay. Welcome to the show, Detroit Coalition. Good day, sir. What is your thought? This is wild.
My bad. Good morning, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. Good
What's up, buddy?
So, so first off, I know that like no matter what, like a woman's standards are usually some women's standards are set by what they think a man wants to see. So when we're talking about like a woman's standards are, want this type of man, this type of everything, whatever, obviously you got men that are out here that like are a representation of what men could be. So men are gonna, women are gonna aspire to have a man like that. You know what I mean? Just like men aspire to see something nice. It's like, man, like that's what I want to be with. Like when it's time, I wish my woman was like that. Everybody does that. We all got that in common as a human trait. But as far as who's pushing anything, it's men. We push the agenda as far as what women, like the women that we're talking about. I'm not talking about all women, just like Sharon wasn't talking about all men. And I won't get into no back and forth about that. When we're talking in these groups, with any kind of debate anyway, we're talking about specific people. We're not talking about the married ones who got somebody at home. We're talking about the people that's out here that's single. If you want to say it's an age thing, then you need to put that in there when it's your time to talk, that you want to specifically talk about an age group. But we're just talking about every case of a man feeling like he can't get a woman for whatever reason, and the woman is the problem with why I can't get a good woman. It's not about that. It is whatever you want to. You have to find what you're looking for. If you want the ratchet, take the ratchet, but the ratchet will never turn into the housewife. And most people that come in here are complaining about like the women who are the ratchetest, who are online, and that's what you see all the time. Like, of course, that's what you're going to think is the representation of like women and the women that are out here making it hard for a man to put a family together. It's not that. That man wants a woman like that, and he wants that woman to switch up. Once he get with her, like, you got this and got the look and got all this. Man, once I get with you, like, you can start your business, you can, go back to school and all this. And it's like, that woman didn't, if she didn't want that before, she's not gonna want it once y'all get together. So you have to be selective in who you are going after, because what that will eventually do, and I'll let it go here. What that will eventually do is create an environment where women like aren't as ratchet because they want to attract the guys. Does that make sense?
No, that makes sense.
100. Okay. And that's what we really need to start building young men to have. That is a great perspective. If you just chase anything that just looks good and don't have it's just all superficial, then majority of women are like, well, that's what you like.
But see, hold on, Sharon, real quick. What he just said, still, it does correlate back to what I'm talking about. I do believe that us as men, the further along stages of life, the more relationships, the more good and bad experiences we have, we start to, okay, you know what? Now I know to look out for this. Now I know. So now that I'm in, I don't know, 10 years later or so, I'm looking at going into a relationship totally different, bro. The thing, like I'll give you a perfect example. A question that I always ask now as of late that I never did ask before when I was in my 20s. What was your relationship with your father like, and men in your family? I never used to ask that. And after certain experiences and me seeing certain things, now that's just one example. That's not no be all end all. So don't get stuck on that. Nobody. But I'm just saying, like, certain little things I never like. I didn't really look too much at her hygiene at first. Yeah, it really was at first. Well, she looks good, she smells good while we out. Then I go back to her place and it's a damn pigsty. So something's not right here. And I was always told that when your place is junky, it's because your mind is not settled. Your mind ain't focused. Your environment is a direct reflection of how your mind is operating. So I had to
So,
start looking at different characteristics of a woman when I said, yeah, this is what it is that I want. What I wanted back then is not what I wanted. Is not what I want now, and or looking for in a woman now. But I digress. My mic is muted. Go ahead, big dog.
well, I was just going to say, maybe I think the thing is your relationship with your father. That's important for everybody, men or women. I think for young men, I think the relationship that you have with how your dad had relationships. So, like, it's not like you see your dad and everything like that. The relationships that our dads and our fathers had, you might have seen your dad be married for 50 something years to your mom. You might have seen your dad be married for
They're
25
still
years and
together to this
divorced.
very day. 45
That's
years
good.
coming up. They're still
Absolutely.
alive, still together. So that's what I grew up to.
And that's the examples that I don't think everybody is privileged enough to see. And it doesn't always have to be in your own home. It could be just in the Black community where you just see that family that like hung together for all this time and everything like that. And it's like, you know what? When I get older, I know my parents weren't together like that. That's my example. My parents personally were together 25 years of divorce. You know what I'm saying?
And you're
But
exactly what
I
I'm
know,
talking about. You're
what's that?
exactly what I'm talking about. There's some awesome people, dog, that I've come across. Some awesome homies. I talked about this the other night, man. When we was coming up, man. Like I know some, like even my lady, like I ain't saying too much, but like it things kind of fell apart. The typical what we all know type stuff. And man, she's an awesome woman. Dog, there's some awesome chicks out here who did not have their father. Like we gotta stop that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not saying you, but people who would try to think that just by the father being in a house, that's the sole all be all. I know some people that came up just raised by their grandma and uncles and aunts, and they turned out to be phenomenal people, bro.
So all I'm
That's
saying
Yeah.
all I wanted to say.
this is what I'm saying. That this is how we know women are giving us options and chances to be with good women. And we used to break down our track record of who we are as men. Majority
What's your
of us men would not be dateable. Majority of us fathers
Would
would
they
not
be dateable,
allow for
Sharon? If we did the
majority.
same,
You okay? Are you okay?
would they be dateable? Yes, I'm okay, nigga.
Okay, so
Would
let me
they
finish
be
what I'm
okay?
saying. So let me finish saying what I'm saying, then you could address it. So if we was to run down a list of things that us as fathers would not want our daughters to date, majority of us fathers would not be dateable to our daughters. We would look at ourselves if we had a split image of another man and he had the same rundown as us at 25. We'd be like, no, babe, you can't date that young man.
Sharon, if your daughters brought home a Sharon at 25, would you say no?
Yes, I would say no.
Sharon, stop it. You're the Statue of Liberty of men, remember?
What is it that you
You know what I'm saying, Sharon. You know what I'm
I
saying.
don't
What I'm
understand
saying
what
is,
you're saying
Sharon.
because I'm
Okay,
I said
well,
what I
listen.
said.
I will make it very clear. I'll make it very clear and very simple, very direct and short and straight. Dog, what you're saying right now is that most men would not be a good reflection. No, first of all, most men do a lot of changing once that daughter comes. Most of us actually get our stuff together, and there's a lot that we didn't even realize was in us. Most
Okay,
men
pause
don't
there.
stay the
Pause
same
there.
once
Pause
they
there.
kid comes.
So pause there. So me as a father, I am not going to risk my daughter getting a man and hopefully that he turns into who I am today. I'm not going to risk that for my daughter at all.
Would you be where you are if you didn't have somebody take the chance on who you were becoming while you still had your locks and was
I
doing what
don't
you
give
was
a
doing
I
before
don't
you
give
became a
a F.
vegan and all
I,
that shit?
I don't give a F about none of that when it comes to my child. You need
Oh
to
God.
be who you need to be when you meet her and become better than
I
what
want to
you
know
started. So again, so I
how
don't
much
need
do
to
you say applies to you though?
hold on, please. The problem is this. This is why majority of men are not good pickers for their daughters because they will pick a bum
Oh
ass
my
man
God.
just like themselves. That's the
Are you a
problem.
good picker? You see how you always
Isn't
excluding
insane that
yourself?
you cannot. It's insane that you cannot follow a
No, it's
conversation.
insane that
So
you can't
what I'm trying to
include
get you,
yourself with
what
it's
I'm trying to
all
get
men
you,
up here and you keep
what I'm
talking like
trying to
you're
get.
the only one that's
Okay,
not a
so
man.
since you want to put me and you into this conversation
Oh
so
my
badly,
gosh, dog.
I'm doing my best to
It's
keep it
not that,
regenerate.
dog. Why don't you
Hold on. Are
why
you,
doesn't none of this apply to
my
Sharon?
brother? Are you okay? You gotta let me finish saying what I'm saying, so this way you can
I've
rebut
been
it.
asking you that same question since you started talking on panel. Sharon, go ahead.
Answer my question. Are you okay? First of all.
Yes, we are doing
Okay,
great. Now rock out. Let's go ahead and get past that part.
so why you don't want allow me to finish my full thought so you can address it properly?
Sharon.
Please
You
answer
know
that
everything
question.
you saying
I
because
need you
it's
to answer that question.
disingenuous.
Why are you not allowing
It's
me to finish
disingenuous
my?
and it's
Can you
because it's
please, if you
misguiding.
are
My
okay,
spirit, my
if
heart
you
is
are
telling me
okay,
to stop
please
you from
allow
being
me on
misguided.
my own show to
I
finish out
got
the
you.
thought so you can answer it.
All right, go ahead, Sharon.
Thank you. So again, if my daughter was to come to me and say, "Yes, look at this beautiful young man, Dad. Hi, okay, what's going on with him?" And she runs down his list. He's been in jail for 7 years. He haven't had a job in 10 years. He was selling drugs. Uh, he's a rapper that never he don't got no he never actually put no music out, but he do rap all the time. I would say, baby, no, that is not the man for you. You need to run. And majority of fathers would say the same exact thing to their daughter. So now you go. Would you tell with that rundown of a man? Would you say that is a good pick for your daughter?
The reason why the answer is
Yes or no,
no is
please.
first of all, no, it's
Okay.
no, because I would have made sure that I made the precautions as her dad to raise her a certain way. Now, of course, our kids are going to step out, kind of do what they do. They're going to test the waters a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But my daughter would not bring home somebody with the nickname Scar. Okay? No, that's not going to happen. So everything you saying, dog, all I would say is before she came back to the house with him, what was you doing or not doing for her not to come back home with that nigga?
That's irrelevant.
Oh shit. So okay, so prevention's not better than the cure. So what you saying is we need to keep talking about how to cure some shit that could be preventable, right? A lot of it could because we're talking about dads, we're talking about men, the whole nine, and everything else at this particular moment. So you telling me that's not relevant?
What I'm saying is
How?
that what I'm trying to tell you is that before I pass it on to Detroit, majority
Okay,
of
go ahead.
men would not be dateable to our own daughters. And that's a reality. Women give us chances time and time again. And that's the only reason why we even have in society move forward. And it's just the truth. Go ahead, Detroit.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump in where you were with your 25-year-old self, and I use my 25-year-old self, and I even use my 21-year-old self. You know what I mean? So in those cases, my daughter now, no, my daughter now, okay, high school me, no, absolutely not. You know, that's out of the question. Like we ain't dating me. I
Agreed.
was,
I agree. I agree.
okay. 20-year-old me, it was a continuation of high school me, stuff I had my own bread, you know what I'm saying? So I'm doing my own thing, you know, if that makes sense. I got my own place and stuff like that at 18, you know, so and 20 and, you know, no. The bigger thing is and this goes back to what the relationship that we have with how our fathers have relationships. So if my dad was a player, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes that player game just trickles on down, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? If you parents all been
Hey, hold on. Start over, bro. Yeah. I think your phone, you went out for a second.
Yeah, I was about to say, is that me?
Oh shit, he froze. You froze, bro. If you can hear. What you got, Keon, real quick? Because Sharon stepped off, whatever. What you
Nah,
got?
man,
Oh, there you go. There you go.
I ain't got too.
Hey, Keon,
Oh,
you
yes, sir.
see how quickly, like, as soon as I don't say the same thing, right? Somebody said the same exact thing. He agrees. I don't know why they want to just argue.
Because you know why, Sharon? It was because like you say, it was
That's crazy.
coherent and decisive. He said it very coherent and decisive, Sharon. That's
Uh-oh.
right.
Okay.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
coherent and decisive.
I'm
You
back,
didn't
I'm
do
good.
that.
Okay. Go
Now
ahead.
rock out, but yeah, rock out, big bro.
So,
Continue with your coherent, decisive content.
okay. Because you did come in hot on Sharon, but I know it's just because you're trying to, you know, because you know, you see a
Man,
point there
I'm just
that you feel
fucking
like
with
not being
Sharon. No, no, no,
represented.
no,
I
no,
know.
no, 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 no. You don't know Smitty. I'm just fucking with Sharon,
Oh
bro. I know
shit, here we
Sharon a
go.
while.
Okay, all
That's
right,
my
Yeah.
homie, bro.
Yeah.
That's
all right.
not
Let me
Sharon.
just go on with the. All right, let me just go on with the topic. All right. So, no, my 20-year-old self, no, that's not. He ain't dating my. You know, he wouldn't date some like my daughter. No, the type of person I was. The relationship that you have with your father's relationship. So what we said and what our daughters and our sons see from us, that's where, you know, things could fall off. You can trust your kids. You have to let your kids get out here and make their own decisions. You know what I mean? Like I got a 20-year-old 21-year-old stepdaughter. She like comes to me with most of her stuff just because you guys can see I'm on that tip. But you know, she, you know, sees examples of 3 different parents, you know, how to be as a woman, how to be as a man, and then another how to be as a man. So
Right.
the relationships and what our children see, and there's a gap there, and the gap in understanding that that's what's going on has been filled up with the pointing to women. And like even with failed relationships, right? Even with failed relationships, you won't get better unless you figure out the part of it that you fucked up on, messed up on. Sorry, Sharon. You know, you can't look at if you're gonna do that, then you need to give credit to the other side for your successes too. If you're gonna give blame to another side for all your failures or for the failures of relationships, then you need to give all the acclaim and success to the women when it works then. And that's not true, is it?
Right.
Not well, yeah. See, the thing is, well, first of all, I would say, as a man myself, any man that takes any time to point any blame in another direction and not look at what his cause is first, I wouldn't even take that to be substantial and just off rip, because you're pointing fingers before you look at yourself. Now, us as men, that's the very first thing we like. At least me, my conscience is too damn loud, bro. When anything go wrong, even if the other person did me wrong, I still take a second and be like, what I do to him? And then after I thoroughly assess it, I'm like, nah, I ain't do shit to you. You know what I'm saying? Then I go to the next level and next step from there. But I would say, yeah, nah, men always are supposed to be the first one to hold ourselves accountable. That's why I don't like to use that word too much. Yeah, hold them accountable. Like, no, nigga, I'm focused on holding me accountable. I need it's some stuff 10 years ago I'm still trying to hold myself accountable to, and I'm working on and getting past and working through, in therapy. But one thing I will say is that my woman is such a beautiful form of therapy, very nurturing, very loving. But I digress. On Mike is muted. Respected
And so,
family. Thank you, Sharon.
and you know, and this is when we know that you know, women really be holding this relationship together, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Man, my
Like,
woman is my therapist and
we treat
she's my medication, bro. She's my medication, dog, and I take it every day. I shit you not. I shit
right,
you not.
and,
Nah, I admit that. I admit
right,
that
and
shit.
that's great that you found somebody that could do that. But me as a father, I would tell my daughter to run away from a man like you. You are not his therapist, baby. That's what I would tell my daughter.
You don't get what I mean by that. I don't mean like taking on my problems, bro. I mean, bro, you take everything out of. I'm talking about the nurturing, just like she just, she just knows, like, babe, what's going on? How you feel? Like she'll actually ask me things nobody else asks me, bro. You took that all the way out of context. I don't mean I got a whole bunch of head issue problems. I'll be waking up sweating and swinging at night, and she gotta hold me down and bathe me and shit. No, nigga, just when the rest of the world is fighting against me, she reminds me of everything that nobody else would tell me. Everything that y'all say opposite, bro. She's polar opposite of that. Y'all hate me, she loves me. You don't like me, she adores me. And that's what I'm talking about, my nigga. It's a difference.
No, we actually
And
saying
that's why the only person that really matters at the end of all of this after I get off of here would be her. Would be her. I mean, anything can be tight, bro. At the end of the day, she's the one I'm gonna see at the end of the day. She's the one that's gonna walk in the door and hand me a plate.
right, and
Dead
so
ass.
and all I'm saying is that's exactly what we are talking about. And we are saying
And
the
just
same
like
thing.
you found your therapist, right? Just like you found your therapist, sometimes you don't find the right doctor with the first one, right? Or sometimes you hit the first
What are you talking
one.
about?
Like
No.
if you
It took
equate,
no.
hold on, let me say
It
this.
was
Let
trial
me
and
take it
error.
back.
Yeah.
Correct. Right. Now some people hit it on the first one, right? Like I love those stories. Like that's
My
what I wish
father.
for my
My
kids is that
father.
story. Yeah.
But you know,
First
Like
like
you
one.
y'all
Now
know
I
that
was his
y'all ain't been
first.
with nobody else, it's just been y'all. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's where we should all have been talking about or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And I'll be honest, I had examples in my home of great parents. I thought my parents were the Cosbys growing up and shit. You know what I'm saying? And then and then found out some stuff later on, you know what I'm
right.
saying, like that,
Oh
like that
man,
been going on and stuff.
that's such a good point that we gotta dive
You know
into
what I
as well
mean?
one of these days. KT to go, if you can, please hop on camera for me, please. We all on camera, or it makes for a better show. Go ahead, Detroit.
No, and just I thought everything was all hunky dory, every cool and everything like that. Meanwhile, I'm out here just like rather be like the single dude. I'm trying to live my Bruce Wayne life. You know what I'm saying? I just want to be the single dude out here, just and everything, whatever. And had good examples that were right there in the home. You know what I mean? So it happens like that, but it starts here. All that starts here. And I'm not saying that anybody's saying that we ducking accountability, but when we start looking at accountability as far as women picking out who they're gonna pick and everything like that, it all starts in the home, just like the young men. It starts in the home, and that's what we're trying to. I think the whole topic is about. Just how do we get that as the permeating thing in society, in our culture, because it's in our nature. It's in African American nature to have homes that are solid and stable, and it works like this. But we've
Oh, thank God that's what you said. Thank
gotten
God that's
away
what you
from
said.
it.
Okay.
Once again, I always bring up on here. I'm always gonna bring up on here how it's a very European way of thinking. Sometimes the way I hear people talking about men and women in black spaces, it sounds
So
very misogynistic, and that's not a trait of African or African American culture, really.
So if we act
I
in a
always
certain
bring
way,
that up. I'll give it up.
if we act in a certain way, then we really can't say, like, everything we do is a European construct. So unless black patriarchy came along and we are establishing the way that we want to do it, our own institutions and things of that nature, then yeah, we can say that, but it's kind of disingenuous. And I think that's part of the problem is we didn't follow this construct for so long and discovered on so many avenues it's just not working for us. So that's where it comes in. As grown men, we've seen our parents together. We all just said this 40, 50 years. Where's the disconnect now? And we are raising these kids that are out here today. These are our children. So why don't they have the same I guess, like, where did the disconnect go from? Okay, we seen our parents, they did it, right? They seen their parents do it. We seen our parents do it. We moving in that way. I heard a lot of people on stage, with good stories, but we not talking about us. That's why we was generally saying we not the problem. We talking about the
Tablets,
problem. We talking about the people where
technology.
the issue is, and we talking about where the disconnect happened. We know the great families and the way that we was raised, but we really kind of now need to talk about like, why ain't that happening now? Why aren't young people wanting to get together, right? Even to divorce by at 50%, but they don't even want to get together now. That's not even a thing, and I think we need to really dial that down, because if we don't, we won't populate, right? If we don't get together, we don't think we are attractive, then we won't populate, and a lot of us will be single too long, right? And then our numbers start to diminish, and we'll sound like the WPs talking about, we not populating enough. So how can we get it to where black men are loved by black women love black men, understanding we all not perfect, right? But we do need to get together for the sake of our culture.
All right, KT to go. You want to jump in and give it a shot? Go ahead. What's your thoughts?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm in agreement with Creator right there. I think, and that's why I always be saying the problem ain't if it's men do this or women do that. It's us working together. Listen, my grandmother was a woman who had 14 kids and never wore a pair of pants. You hear me? My granddaddy literally owned a liquor house. These niggas didn't agree on a lot of things, and they may have argued together, so they're not going to argue in front of the kid. They're not going to handle their situations in front of others. I think the problem we have today is, like you said, we've fallen into a lot of white ideology, and we get up here and talk about content. This content fucking us up. This content fucking us, because it never, in order for you to get good views, you have to talk about the extremes, not the reality. The reality ain't entertainment. Life is just life. We live regular lives, and that's not something that can entertain you. But this crazier, higher end things that we be talking about, this is what's fucking us up. Because it is a problem, but that's not the problem. Those are human problems. Like, no one's going to be perfect. We have to just figure out how to work through that and around it. That's it.
All right, let me shout out to the Cash App. It says, shout out to my guy, Black Proud. He says, make your haters your motivator, player. Thank you so much. I appreciate
Can I tackle that? You got another one, Sharon? Or can I tackle that?
You can tackle it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I would say technology. All right, so back in our days, we didn't have no choice but to be in tune with our parents. Like, it was more sitting down, eating at the tables. It was more like, how was your day? Nowadays, believe it or not, I do believe that the technology, putting the little visors on your face, being outside, tablets, everything, has totally made all of us as a whole disconnected, all the way down to parenting. I do believe technology is a large part of it too. Parents were able to engage with their kids a lot more. Even now, like story time. Now we'll give them a tablet and walk out the room and put on Alexa. Back in the day, my mother laid down in the bed with me, bro, and turned page by page. Like, it's a much different feel. So I believe the disconnect happened with technology, and that's just one answer out of many that's going to be up there. I digress. My mic is muted. Respect.
Thank you. And shout out to Shicey Bomb. I'm just wearing my natural hair, okay? Don't be talking about my damn hair. It's my natural hair. God damn it.
Man, leave Doctor Strange alone, Sugar Bomb. Leave Doctor Strange alone.
Hey, Sharon, real quick, right? Because I wanted to tackle that comment too, because I feel like, the reason of the disconnect, I don't think it has nothing to do with technology. I think it just amplified the problem, that we already have. And I really think the problem really is that y'all niggas used to lie. Like, the older generation, y'all used to lie. Y'all used to sit up here and tell us the marriage was the best thing in the world. There's no problems. Once you're married, it's all good, and no type of this. Nah, bro, that was a lie. And when we grew up and started realizing, hey, like, he may have been nice on marriage night, or he may have been nice at the wedding, but now he's whooping my tail. Or, hey, she might have been nice on the wedding, but now she a liar and a cheater, like, or anything like that. Like, that's what they didn't used to tell us because I don't know, either embarrassment or whatever the case may be. But I ain't gonna lie, like when I was a kid or when I grew up as a teenager, I didn't hear about the problems of marriage. I always heard that marriage was good, and I don't know.
I like that answer, and I
You never
do
heard the
agree.
term ball and chain?
I do agree with the lying part. A lot of individuals, the older individuals, they lied. They act as if they was doing the correct things within their marriage, right? And this is why they was holding on to this facade of the Huxtables and of all these TV shows. They had the facade up front when you out at the Thanksgiving dinner that everything is all good, but behind the scenes they was doing all the wrong things in their marriage.
Exactly.
And that's where the real lie was at, and that's why we are in the position that we are now, and why a majority of grandmothers and stuff say, "Hey, baby, don't get married to no man because he ain't ish. He ain't gonna do this. He gonna cheat on you. He gonna do da 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 da." All her bad experiences, she passed that on to her daughters. And a lot of time, the men, the uncles, they also pass down their degenerate behavior to their sons and nephews and say, "Hey, no, you go ahead and pop that thing off and sleep with as many women as you can." They had this standard of, is she fine though? That was the problem. But now we've come to see that those things that we used to date and get married on is just not going to maintain a relationship in today's time.
That's a fact.
People are much smarter. Is much more difficult for people to cheat. We got so much technology that the track. You said you was at such and such. It shows that you was at this goddamn coffee shop for 2 hours. Why was you there? Was that bitch serving you coffee?
Hey, yo, you lying like hell though, Sharon. Chill, bro, because niggas is not dropping the low if they some cheating ass niggas. I get you saying like that, and this is what I'm talking about with that internet shit. This is a place where we act like the extreme is like the norm. Most niggas not giving a bitch they've been fucking with for 6 months they low, cause you know what I'm saying? Like niggas is cheating out here. This whole website's built around cheating. Like, come on, that's not
right. So what we're not talking about a 6-month relationship. We're talking about marriage. A lot of men, they did get stupid enough to get caught. We seen a man, like we have too many examples of in today's time. We see how lying is catching up to majority of these people. We see it. So for relationships to be fruitful nowadays, you have to be honest. You got to take away this veil of, mysteriousness and all that. Back in the day, they used to say you be a pickup artist, you got to be a mysterious man, and all this game that you got to do to get a woman. That shit is dead. You got to be yourself now to actually be with a woman because she can see the bull-ish. It's too much online examples of men doing the wrong thing where the red flags is just like, okay, I'm out. Go ahead, Detroit.
Hey, oh damn! I wanted to address Keon briefly, please.
Yep.
That's okay. All right, cool. All right, so Keon, like when you was like, you ain't never heard nothing but the good things. Back when I was coming up, there was a show called Married with Children. Okay, we had many examples of definitely how it ain't it could be some shit if you want to say, and they put it in the comedic sense. Like I said earlier, there was a term called ball and chain. Most people, something called cold feet, and the reason why people got cold feet is because of the bad stories that they were told before walking down the aisle. You see, so only thing I would say, that's only thing I say to that last part when you said, man, it's just not the technology, man. Folks was lying, and behind closed doors. So again, growing up, I remember what goes on in this house stays in this house in the sense of, do you really believe that all people should just at every waking moment just go out and just blurt out everything that's going on in their household and their family? Considering most of that stuff is or can be worked out. So just go out and just tell everybody, yeah, nah, kind of got into a little argument last night and stuff. Like, why would you do that? Work your
Because I
shit
think
out
it would make
behind
the
closed
standard.
doors and keep
Okay.
your privacy, bro. That's all. I digress. My mic is muted.
Yeah, no, I just real quick. Because I think that's the problem that we a little bit have is that now we got women and men who believe in standards that just never was true. Because they was told that this was the bar. This is what the bar was. And so now we going around thinking that marriage should be a Disney movie. All because there were certain people that like you're not wrong. There was examples of I wouldn't say horrible marriages, but marriages that were bad that they still kept going like love, even though that's a TV show. I'm pretty sure there was still marriages like that. But at the end of the day, overall, I don't think that was the message. You know, from the 70s, 80s, 90s, even back in the 60s, 40s, 50s, that wasn't the message. The message wasn't like love and marriage type of marriage. It wasn't that. Even if it was that, like you said, because why in the hell would you just be telling everybody your business? People didn't say that, you know. So that's why I think we have an over exaggerated standard now today.
Absolutely, and I agree.
No, decent response. Yeah, I give you that, bro. Okay,
man. It's so awesome to hear young men have logic, because way too often men in my age group, they don't have any logic. It's like
yourself.
And so I think that is the awesome thing, and I think if we could direct that logic into all aspects of young men's lives, right? They would shape up and move differently as well, right? Because sometimes I think our young men, they get caught up in the BS and the logic at the same time. They don't know which direction to proceed. Because if Keon just keep following his logic of that and just be honest, he's going to find him a fruitful woman. It's going to be easy for him because he's honest. He don't have to run game on nobody. He will say, hey, this is how I'm moving. And when she show him that red flag, he's like, okay, go to the next one, because clearly we're not going to go to the second date or the second outing or the second phone call. We don't need to. I'm not going to even waste my time with that. And he's going to find a woman that's on that same thought pattern as him. I don't want to waste my time with a dude that is taking penitentiary chances in this day and age when you can make money in so many other ways other than fighting the system, right? Because when we was growing up, we had to fight the system. You being out on the block was fighting the system. That was our mentality. Just think about how much they lied to us when I was younger. We actually believed being on the block, figuring out how to do the most dishonest thing was fighting the system. You can't be going to work for no white man. That's what we really believed. We thought we was doing something positive and productive for the community because we helped one old lady with her groceries up the stairs, but we shot you know what I'm saying? We over here fighting her grandson 2 months later. It's crazy. But now young men and young people are not, they see it and there's a difference. Go ahead, Detroit. I see you want to jump in.
I was just gonna say the standard is the standard. Doesn't matter what's going on in the dating world. The standard, your standard is the standard. So whatever you attract, and I think that's what goes on a lot of times too. You know, we don't always get on here and say, you know, like, and see that's the problem, and see that's the problem. But we gotta kind of, it all, you know, problems come from something. So we got to get to the root of what the cause of it is. So even that, like we talk about, like what we learned from past generations and everything like that. It depends. Like, you know, I remember like not being privy to conversations that my parents had. And I think that does work because your kids don't need to know everything that y'all discuss, especially if it's going to be something where you and the wife might conflict on something. That might be something y'all need to hone in on outside of the kids, outside of the kitchen, get into the bedroom and have those conversations and come out with a concise, like, understanding of where the family's going to move forward in the situation. But as far as like relationships, like if it was like we're saying, like an uncle that we got that's like single, like he never really been with nobody, you know, maybe he don't even got no kids, but just he ain't never settled down. You see him at Thanksgiving, he always like single or whatever. Like in the stories you might hear from him, you hearing all the negative stuff of like what women are and what women do, you know, this and that or whatever. But keep in mind, this is a man without a relationship. Or at least not without a solid one that can host Thanksgiving dinner. You know what I mean? So, like, you know, those are the things that we got to make sure. You know, so when I think Creator was on there, he was talking about what's the solutions to things. You know, without understanding the cause of things, we don't understand the solution. I want to comment really quick too, because I remember somebody said something about devices and how technology has, you know, changed a lot of stuff. You got to remember too, back in the day. And this is again to economics, you know, but back in the day, the cost of living was a lot lower. So your parents might be at home instead of working longer hours. This generation doesn't even realize that change in longer hours now, where people work longer or work 2 jobs or, you know, things like that. and that's going to affect.
I got a hard time with that. Brother.
Hold
I
on,
don't
let me
know what
finish
your
my
thoughts
point.
Let's
is.
have
Let me
Latchkey,
finish.
baby.
let's have a hard time, but let
Let me
people finish their thought. Shit.
Man, go ahead. Shut up,
let me
Sharon.
let me round it off
Go
here
ahead,
for
man.
you. I was
You
a
good. You
latchkey
good. You
kid
good. You
too.
good.
You know what I'm saying? I
You
was a
know what I'm
latchkey
saying?
kid too. I
Yeah,
was too.
bro.
You know what I'm saying? So I understand that. But this generation now, like these kids would be in, like, if need be, if he wasn't family around and stuff like that, some of these kids in latchkey in the morning and at nighttime. And I remember for me, I was only in latchkey. Honestly, my mom was a teacher. So think about if you dropping your kids off at school in the morning, you know what I mean? And you got to get to school for work. So she got to get to work earlier than all the other kids anyway at her school. So I would have to get dropped up, me and my sister. So it was a little bit different as far as latchkey. But, you know, and my dad worked at Chrysler for all those years. So if it was, you know, sorry. So with technology, you know, it replaced a lot of that one-on-one time with parenting. And then you have these online, you know, forums and stuff like that where kids can, you know, feel like that I'm getting the right knowledge here and right knowledge there. You know, meanwhile, things are just flowing through their mind because they're kids and they're like still figuring out stuff. And you don't maybe have a parent right there at the time to correct what was being taken in. So a lot of that has to do with it too. I know it's, you know, we're talking about like other things in this forum, but when we're talking about root causes of things, think about that, like, and how that's changed over the last 20 years, and how the system that was talking about fighting, Sharon, you know what I'm saying, how it has pushed that over the last 2 decades, especially.
And I want to jump in. Also, Miguel, you are more than welcome to hit the panel because you have some questions about what's the benefits of marriage while you are married yourself. I think that is interesting. So I do want to have a conversation with you and understand what's your point and what's your thoughts while you asking that question. Make sure y'all hitting that like and the share button. Really appreciate y'all. And the real issue is that majority of the things that a married couple are going to have a argument about is usually doesn't have anything to do with the children or anything like that, unless he is cheating or she's cheating or something like that. And so that's the real argument that nobody really wants to talk about. If it's just a disagreement because you spanked the kids and she didn't believe that was the proper time to spank the kids, you know, those are little bullshit discussions that you have with your mate. If you are honest with your woman, you don't really have no real heated disagreements unless it's manufactured. Right? Like, what she gonna say? I don't want you to drink, and you keep on drinking. That's going to be the argument. Like, so you could literally just stop drinking, and the argument is over. Right? It's no more discussion about it. So majority of the things that K-Dub is talking about that these men or these marriages from back in the day they was hiding is that all of the drama that was actually going on behind the scenes that they was keeping secret. We know for whatever reason, grandma had babies that ain't grandpa's, and grandpa's had babies down the block, and all this other crazy drama that was actually happening that we want to find out years later. And this is why,
You know,
you know, grandmas is telling their baby girls, "Hey, don't get married." And we see that these men are telling other young men not to get married as well because of their own drama that they built in their own relationship. Instead of saying, "Hey, we was never honest within our marriage in the first place. Grandma was cheating and grandpa was cheating. That's the truth of the matter. Neither one of them was doing what they had to do to uphold this goddamn image of what grandma and grandpa are supposed to be."
one thing, Sharon, that I'm very thankful of that I definitely did not do. Whatever I'm talking about the mother of my child, whatever me and the mother of my child were going through, bruh, I ain't never bring that shit to my daughter, man. I'm gonna be real with you, dog. I do believe that's one of our biggest problems. Is we gotta tell everything. Like one thing I'm so thankful for, bro. If my parents really did have any real arguments or whatever, and I don't know about it, I thank them for that. They made sure they did not disrupt my joyful, playful mind. They made sure that they did not disrupt my innocence. They allowed me to keep that as long as possible, dog. I just look me personally. I definitely agree with the factor of give it to them, but in increments. Spoon feed it to them along the way. There are certain things I will be able to talk to my daughter now at 17 that I would not talk to her about when she was 9 and 10 and still dressing up dolls. You know, she a little older now, so okay, bet. Okay, if you ready. I believe that we just try to throw everything on to everybody too quick, and we too quick to be open and just, oh no, you keeping a secret. No, maybe I like to guard my privacy. And I don't think there's nothing wrong with guarding your privacy, just as much as there's nothing wrong with a woman guarding her chastity, or you know what I'm saying, guarding a child's innocence. I just don't agree.
Okay,
And I digress. My mic is muted.
Thank you. Shout out to the cuz Brownsville, New York, with the $4.99 question for the entire panel. When it comes to promiscuity, what will or what would you teach your son, your daughter? Are the standards the same? Peace and love. We can start with Smitty. And before you go home, let me make sure I give him his proper respect.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
So we're being promiscuous. What standards are you teaching your son or your daughter, and is it the same?
Well, okay, so I have one girl. I got my baby girl. I don't have a son. I hope to have one, but I definitely would say if I had a son, it would be different. Let's just say overall, I am tougher on her. I also believe in a woman guarding her jewels, like protect your chastity, um, protect your elegance, your classiness, and don't stoop down to whatever it is that men nowadays may want you to come out to be. So that's primarily what I have for. Are you asking me in detail? What do I tell her? Because I mean, other than that, overall,
so
all
pretty
I
much
can
you're
say
saying,
is, yeah,
I
I'm
got you.
tougher
I
on
got
my
I
daughter.
got you. So pretty
Yeah.
much you're saying the standards is not the same for your son as it is for your daughter.
No. I'm definitely much more guarded on her. I can't explain it. It's just a dad to it. It's just a daddy daughter thing, bro.
Right. And so and
That's my
clearly,
woman. Yeah.
all right. So clearly, you are not teaching your son and daughter the same standards on being promiscuous. And Detroit, go ahead. What's your thoughts to that? What's your answer to that?
So, maybe I was lucky because my kids were really closer in age. My stepdaughter 21. I got a son that's 18 and a son that's 17. So
Mhm.
yes, the standards are the same because you need to understand the other sex and what's going on with both sides. You have to have respect. It's not a um a monarchy. You know what I'm saying? It's not just based off of one side. You need to understand. So as a young lady, what you gotta is how you teach. I think that's what maybe the biggest difference. So with a young lady, because women are nurturers by nature, they will feel like they can fix anything. From the youngest age I can remember, my daughter felt like she could fix it, like she could take care of it. And that's just that nurturing nature in women. And because they don't have the same physical nature as us, right? They aren't going to communicate the same way. So if a man felt like he was being attacked, guess what he's going to do? Throw hands, right? We all gonna throw hands. We ain't, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna get the hell up off me. A young lady doesn't have that same force of communication when something's not like going the way that they want. So a lot of times that's why young ladies will, talk a lot. And as a young man, you got to understand that. That's like you're not the same. If you were the same, then no, y'all not the same. No. You're not the same. So don't ever like even try and equate one into the other, or I don't have this and I don't have that. As a man, what men need to understand, and I tell my young men that I know, is that like you are the product of other men who blew it for you for certain things that you can get away with. You know what I mean? So for the generation that can't stand child support, I understand why you don't like it, but just understand it was a generation of men before you that blew it. You know what I'm saying? For them white supremacists that want to be able to say the N-word wherever they want to, it was a generation of white men that blew it for y'all. So y'all ain't got the same access to that no more. So it's all the same. You know, a generation can blow it for the next generation in different ways. Not equating it to race, so please don't jump in that on anybody on that. But yes, to round that off, you have to have the same values, because otherwise the other side won't value the other side.
Bar. That is beautiful. You have to teach them the same. It's important that men start looking at women as human beings. And the problem is, again, so that shows up another problem that we have, is that men's standard is a double standard. Right? They standard is a double standard. Like, hey, what's good for me ain't good for the goose. That shit is crazy. You can't have a society like that and have respectful relationships that way. And this is why we keep having this conversation that men need to have some type of respect for a woman in relationship, instead of thinking of themselves as above all women. This is the issue that we continuously keep having, and we cannot keep repeating this remedial rhetoric every single day that the standard for men in being promiscuous is different from a woman being promiscuous.
Well, see, Sharon, I think y'all are okay. So let me expand just a little bit more on what I'm saying in particular. When I say that it will be different, as far as, because that's why I asked that question in the end of what I said. Are you talking about specifically what I teach, either a son or a daughter, or you just saying overall? In general, overall, yeah, I'm going to be a little more tough on my daughter. Now, maybe that's because of how I was raised and what I saw. My dad was a little more tough on my sisters than they were me. They weren't allowed to go outside as much as me, or as far away from the house as much as me. It was something about him. He's like, you know, protection wise, I don't know. So what I'm saying is that I'm speaking about now. If you're talking about the intricacies, that's the part I want to land it on. The intricacies. No, what I'm saying is that I would be a little bit more intense on my daughter because of how the women in my family are raised and generally viewed. I'm not saying that the men aren't viewed as any, bad or nothing. No, just saying that the women in my family generally have a certain uphold of standard. And
Right.
so that is something that I try my best to instill.
Yeah, you can do that. So yeah, and that's the case. Women are the standard, and men are not. Men do not gotta uphold.
Well, how
any
did you
standard.
get that from that? Damn, this nigga,
Get
man.
it from
Go
the
ahead,
words
Sharon.
that you use. You said that.
Because the question is about the values. It's not about how we teach them. Like I was
That
saying,
that
that you're gonna teach them differently because they're different. But would if your son was out here being promiscuous,
Right.
and your daughter was out here being promiscuous, would
Right.
you have the same
you
feeling
want to know
about
why
both of
he
them?
wouldn't? Not nine times
Right.
out of 10 he wouldn't, because watch
Not if
this.
he
The
wouldn't.
reason
If
why
they both were.
no no
If
no
they
no wait
both
wait wait
were.
no bruh, this is really easy and simple. The reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is because just like how it is now, my daughter usually, like, once they get a certain age, they're around the women a little bit more. She attracts to my sisters, her aunts, my mother, her grandmother, her mother, all of them. My son would be around me 9 times out of 10 a lot more. So automatically, from how he sees dad operates, it will be a little easier for me to guide him, because all I got to do is just be. With my daughter, it will be more so of a, well, let me go ahead and break this down to you, and then also lead by example. I'm just saying, I think I would give my daughter a little bit more of a, if you want to call it lecture, the verbiage of it, I would break it down to her. My son, he will be with me while I'm camping, while we fishing. So we just gonna be off some natural. We're gonna be playing ball. He's gonna be around me. We're gonna be playing video games together. Everything that he
It's
likes to do
crazy.
and I like to do, that's
We
what we're
talking
gonna
about
do.
promiscuous. We talking about being promiscuous, not
You're
playing
missing.
basketball
All
and
right, so
having.
listen, if you
Hold on,
didn't
hold on,
catch
hold
it,
on,
then
hold
sit
on,
on
hold
it. I
on,
don't
hold
care if
on.
you didn't catch it.
Maybe
I
hold
don't
on.
care.
Hold on. Hold on. We just going by the words that you're using, and it is okay.
Yeah, no, 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 no. You didn't catch it.
Majority of men.
Don't say words. You ain't
Hold
catch
on.
it. And if you ain't
Hold
catch
on.
it, sit on it, bro. Just think about it.
Okay,
And
we
if you
don't.
don't care to,
Okay,
then don't say
that's
nothing about
fine.
it.
We don't catch it. We don't understand that you
All
are
right, bet. Let's
holding
move on.
women.
Okay,
You
bet.
are
Casey to go
holding.
got something to say.
That's okay.
Let's move on.
You don't want me to talk. It's okay that you have a higher standard for women. Majority of men have a higher standard for women, and that's the issue that we have. They are teaching a woman, or the young ladies, to have high standards and they are not teaching the young men to have high standards, and that's why we have an issue in today's time. Women
The high standard's going to come from my actions, nigga. What did you miss?
So
my actions will show him that. How he treats his mother, he's going to see it. When we go out and I pay for things and he sees how I interact with people in public, it's going to be in his face. My daughter, because I know when she gets a certain age, I'm not probably going to spend as much time with her, which is literally the case now.
Right. And
like she's one of those teenage girls, I'm not around her. So every moment I get that I'm around her, dog, and it's really just a bonding moment, I know I got to take full advantage of it.
Right, and he'll also see how.
That's all I'm saying, nigga. Damn.
Right, and he'll also see how emotional you are. He'll also see how reactive you are to every word.
Yes, it's the energy that moves. I'm not a robot. Yes, I'm not a robot. I'm not AI. That means I'm real. Yes, you're fucking right. I'm emotional, nigga. That don't move me by saying that.
Clearly, it does. So the thing is that what you teaching your daughter, you need to be teaching your son. That is the problem that we are having in society.
But I don't have a son, so I'm doing hypotheticals. I told you I got one kid.
Right.
So I'm really just kind of winging it, bro.
Right, and we are talking about in general.
I got a daughter, bro. I know how to listen. I know how to raise a daughter.
Okay, this is why we try to keep it in general.
I have a daughter. That's what I know how to raise.
And for some reason, you cannot have a conversation in generalities. You have to bring it back to you personally.
Oh my gosh, Sharon.
Okay, just give us a second so we could bring it back.
Yeah, and you let what I said
so we could bring back the comments to the room. I think we're having a great build without attacking each other. Go ahead, KT to go.
I apologize because I did get back in late, but from what I was hearing, I think I understand what Smitty is getting at and what I was going to say.
I'm going to ask you the question so you can understand with the conversation how we got there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So it's a question to the entire panel. When it comes to promiscuity, what would you teach your son and your daughter? And are the standards the same?
Yes. Yeah, you'll teach them both the same, but no, the standards won't be the same. I think it comes from the point of whichever parent is in the lead. Like, listen, the mothers, they're probably going to take it a little bit easier on the daughters. The fathers, they're probably going to take it a little bit easier on the sons, or I would say more lax. I think in terms of me having a son and a daughter, I ain't going to say I care less for my son in terms of promiscuity or anything of that nature. But since I know my son is closer to me, like in terms of actions and thought process, I have the hope that he would get it together as I have. My daughter, I'm a little bit more concerned just because I know it's not like I can talk to her on the same level. But I do think overall you would teach your kids, all kids, hey, don't be out here thotting. You know what I'm saying? Move appropriately. However, in terms of holding them up to it, nah. I think that's just kind of human nature. Your mother say, well, my grandma and them did not whip my sister's ass how they did me and my brothers. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's just one of those type of things.
I think we have a huge. Go ahead, Detroit. You got it.
So since I do have a daughter, let me just say, no, you have a place there. The father there is a place there for you to have conversations with your daughter. You have more area and space there to talk to your daughter about that stuff than you think. And coming from your point of view as a man is very important, because things that you will say in conversation come from a male point of view, and it's more thought out too, because you are older than anybody she's ever going to be with at the time, God willing. You know what I mean? So they need that. Like, these young ladies, they need that. They need, that guy to kind of not put them on game. It's just like things to be aware of. Just even
that's exactly what it is. Stop playing. Put them on game.
No. It's not putting them on game. I'll give you an example. Like, I remember going to my kid's school, and two of them were in high school at the time. One was a senior, one was a freshman, and we got to what was it? It was a basketball game, volleyball game, something like that. And I seen this one girl in their school walk past, and I immediately turned to my boys and was like, "Not that one." You know what I mean? Like, and this was my son's freshman year. Okay, fast forward to senior year, fastest girl in the school. You know, she done, and having conversations with my, with my sons and stuff. And keep in mind, I'm just dropping little things I see, and they ain't putting them on game because they gonna have to figure out their game on their own. But as far as like warning signs and things like that, I don't think of that as game. That's just preparation, right? So me seeing this, and I'm just going back to my high school stuff, and I'm just like, oh, okay, like, you know, I did, like in high school, I'd have been chasing her. So I turned to my boys immediately, just like, yeah, not that one. And then it just happened to play out like that. I remember talking to my daughter about one of her friends that was on her cheer squad or whatever, and that friend ended up like being on some dumb ish and got her into some other dumb ish that like so stupid and way, you know, for her being like pretty much a suburban kid because they grew up outside of the city for the most part, like, you know what I mean, like that wasn't even your crew to be hanging with. They need to see that stuff. They need to know that you own game and you see that stuff, you know what I mean? That, you know, and from a male point of view, that's your daughter. You are the, you know, the most handsome, the most dashing, the most whatever man that she'll ever know in her life. You know what I mean? You can have some honest conversations with your daughter. You know, if you want to call it, put them on game, that's fine. I'll take that as long as the conversation's going on.
I think this is the most important thing. Can I please ask him a question?
Hold on, Smitty. Hold on. K Dub, you wanted to say something towards this conversation?
Yeah, I wanted to say, I think this go back to
KW.
Oh, my bad, my.
Keon, yeah. Keon, because I see you hopped up. You was trying to say something. You good? Nah, he good. Maybe he's having my.
All right. Can I ask this one question to Brother D real quick while we here on this? So your children are older, right? Because you are one. I only have one. So you have boys and girls, all right? And they're older, correct? Okay, cool. Let's take the age of 14 to 15. Did you notice when it came to, let's say, having certain tough talks or discipline, did you notice that the sons reacted different to you than the daughters? Or was it the exact same? Like your daughters responded to you all the way through their upbringing the exact same, or did you find a difference? Because the only reason why I say that, I personally noticed just from having a daughter, man, my daughter, once she got about 14, 15, it's like she only wanted to hear from like grandma and auntie and her. Like she really was finding, I guess, herself in her growing into womanhood, ladylike state. So, you know,
And she just
stuff
realized,
with dad wasn't as fun.
or maybe she just
wasn't.
realized who the smart person was. You know, it could be that too.
Why you gotta? That was so diminishing of fathers just now. Like that wasn't cool, Sharon. Nah.
You muted K Dub.
Cool.
Hold on, K Dub.
Cool.
We can't hear you, K Dub. Try again. We can't hear you. All right. Yeah, so but what we talking about is holding a standard.
Can he answer the question? I want to hear from the dad with both, unless you do too. You got sons as well?
You're not able to follow the conversation.
I just asked, so you're gonna let me ask him a question now he can't answer the question.
What I'm trying to get you to
I mean,
understand. What I'm trying to get you to understand.
I want to learn. I asked him because I want to learn.
We are just talking about in general the standard. This is sometimes this shit gets.
I know, and this is why your conversations go nowhere.
Sharon, I could jump in. I can answer. I got you. So let's I think you said like 13, 15. So there, let me see this. I mean, obviously, you know, with young ladies, yeah, there's gonna be some feminine things that are going.
I'm bringing somebody up. You probably on the phone, so you didn't see it. But welcome to the show, Brownsville, New York. Good day, sir. How you doing?
Peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. First and
What's
foremost,
up, Brownsville?
Peace and love, man. First and foremost, Cuzzo, can you hear me? Am I coming through clear?
Yes, we can hear you good.
Yeah, man. You know, let me pay my proper respects, man. You know, I gotta take my shoes off before I walk into your room. Peace and love to all the beautiful queens in the chat, man. Anya Bracy, the SBG First Lady, Robin M, DB, Sugar Bum, Bomb, Cherry Juice, Rogue C, It's Me, Dr. G, Sexy Red TV, Conversations with MJ, The Boricua Princess, Genesis, The Supreme Goddess, PH Diva, Keisha G, Renee, Dawn, Zero Tolerance, The Victorious One, Reese, all the queens, man. All the queens. I don't want to forget about none of the queens. Every time I hit this platform, I'm going to make it my purpose to lift y'all up, give y'all flowers, and show these men, show these knuckleheads how they should be treating the ladies, the queens, and the women on the internet, man. And peace and love to the kings as well. Can't forget about the kings. Listen, cuzzo, this is another interesting conversation that us in the Black community need to have, right? And that's why I posed that question to you. Because it seems like when we're having these relationship conversations, we're having these conversations involving how do we improve the Black community. We're having these conversations about how can men improve mind, body, and spirit, right? But yet, when we ask a simple question as far as what would you do as a father in terms of educating your son or daughter when it comes to promiscuity, it seems like the men always have an issue with this question, right? You see, cuzzo, you know this. I got a 16-year-old son about to turn 17. I just had to break bread and buy him a brand new car. I got a daughter. She's 15, about to turn 16. 1 year behind my son, right? And I realize just as much as you realize, cuzzo, and I'm sure just as much as the kings on the panel also realize, we as men, as young men, and as boys were brought up on a double standard. We were taught by the men in our community to be promiscuous.
Right.
We were taught by the men in our community that it was okay to go out and smash and dash. It was okay to go out and get with as much women as you can, right? But then we watch as the women were being taught, the young ladies were being taught, the young girls were being taught, well, keep your legs closed. You got to save yourself. Your value is in keeping yourself pure, right? And this is what I mean when I say we got to get out of this double-mindedness as men. We got to get out of furthering these double standards as men. Because, you know, I like to reference some sound doctrine whenever I speak, right? And if you go to the book of 1 Corinthians, the 6th chapter, God is speaking to men, and he's telling men to flee from fornication. He's telling men that fornication will corrupt you. He said, hey, sin, you commit sin without your body, but the sin that you commit with your body is deadly to you. Your body is a temple of the Holy Spirit, and you shouldn't want to corrupt it for anyone. So when I have these conversations with my son and my daughter, it's not a double standard. It's not a double expectation. It's the same standard. It's the same expectation. Your body is a temple. Don't go out and destroy it, tamper with it for anyone. You need to go out.
Brownsville. You got a son and a daughter, and I just asked this brother.
Hold on, my brother. I'm gonna give you the runway to respond, but y'all gotta learn to let brothers speak and get out their full thought. Because I promise you this, I have enough self-discipline, I have enough self-control, and I have enough self-regulation that I will not interrupt you. I will listen with intent, and then I will respond when it's my turn to respond. You see, that's another jewel that we should be teaching young men, right? How to have self-discipline, how to have proper communication, how to have proper conversations to where we're moving in a positive direction and not a negative direction. So to make a long story short and to land my plane right here, I think all of y'all good brothers need to re-examine your mind and your thought process when it comes to how you're teaching your children, right? Because we have to be the generation that's going to overthrow all the corruption that's already been spilled and taught within our community, right? Because I guarantee you this, if we teach our young men to be pure, if we teach our young men to treat women with respect, if we treat our young men to treat themselves with respect and dignity and have discipline, I'm willing to guarantee that we will see great results and great outcomes when it comes to us moving forward. Peace and love, man.
All right, that. So now, one, when it comes to discipline, Brownsville, and I'm gonna make this short and quick. Every man has a different discipline, strength, and weakness in different areas. See, I only got one kid and never had an STD because I got dick discipline, which is I think is most important for men. All right, and there's other areas of discipline we all have it in. Now, let's move on to what it is I'm asking you guys, as the men up here who actually have a daughter and a son. I don't have that. I want to learn. Do you address your, like, say, if they're 14 and 15, you got a 14 and 15-year-old son and daughter, do you address them and discipline them the exact same way? Or do you curb it a little bit for the son and the daughter for whatever reasons? I'm asking this question to learn, not be antagonistic. I'm actually asking because I don't know, and I'm making that clear. I don't know. Teach me. Teach me.
So,
Don't try
so,
to shit on
All
me.
right.
Teach me.
so what we trying to get you to understand is that if you have a standard as a parent, that standard should hold up for the male and the female child.
That's a
So
fact.
if you so especially when we talking about, so what we started up was talking about just being promiscuous. So yes, and this is what Browns was saying, Detroit is saying, and I am saying so far, that you need to hold the standard of promiscuity for both parties. So this way we can
No,
start
speak for
teaching our
Sharon and
sons.
let
So we
Detroit
can
answer
start
for him
teaching
and
our
Brownsville
sons.
answer for him.
So
Speak for Sharon. Don't say that's what y'all saying. Say that's what
I
Sharon's
know you
saying.
believe that.
Let Detroit say what he gonna say.
I understand that you believe that you have more power than me for some strange reason, which is weird to me. Even though I allow you to communicate, I'm trying to get you to have better communication skills, and so you can see that it's not fruitful to just blurt out things that doesn't have anything to do with the conversation whatsoever. But this topic of what we are saying is that we need to have the same standard for our young ladies as the same for our young men. So our young men could grow up to have respect for the ladies and start treating them like human beings. Go ahead, K-Dub.
Yeah, hopefully y'all guys can hear me now. I don't know what the hell was happening, but yeah, because this is what I wanted to actually respond to probably really like 20 minutes ago. Like, because I think that we're ignoring a big part of why those standards are there. I don't disagree with you that everybody should be taught not to be a thought. That's just universal. That's not a man or a woman thing. That's just it is what it is. My only thing is that the results is what's not the same. If a man go out there and be promiscuous, he's coming back home with just himself. If a woman go out there and be promiscuous, she's coming back home with a baby. So I think that's the reason why it's a selfish reason for sure. But I think that's the reason why a lot of parents are a little bit harder on women than they are with men because of when it comes to sexual things. Because again, once the woman becomes pregnant, now the parents got to take care of the baby and of that child, or if she got her own spot, who knows. But if she doesn't have her own stuff, then now the parents have to take care of that baby and another baby, other than the man who just again, if he just comes home, they got to take care of him, and he got to deal with his kid or whatnot. So I think that's why the teachings are different. But I do agree that everybody should be taught not to be a thought.
Okay. I
And
got
That
Brown.
let
actually
me
was
let
a
me
good
answer
I
that
answer.
real quick.
got you. I
That
want
was a good
Brown
answer.
to answer that, and Detroit want to answer it as well. Go ahead.
So, my brother, I agree with you when you say that we shouldn't teach any one of them to be thoughts, right? But I totally and vehemently disagree with you when you say that the outcomes are different. You see, that's the toxicity of that European patriarchy that they was talking about earlier, right? Because when it comes to my son, right? If he goes out there and gets a girl pregnant, guess what? He's not going to be an absent father, and I'm not going to be an absent grandfather. I'm going to tell him, well, you know what? 50% of your income is going to that woman. And that's what I told him last week. That's what I told him 2 months ago. That's what I told him 2 years ago, right? We are going to be active no matter what. You're not going to have the opportunity to impregnate a girl and then think that you're going to opt out of being a father and think that you're going to opt out of being a custodial parent and think that you're going to opt out from child support. That ain't happening. So the outcome is exactly the same. Yes, if he impregnates a girl, I'm not going to have much say in terms of the custody right away. But soon as it happens, we're going to be with the courts. I'm going to be talking with that girl's parents, and we're going to be lockstep and aligned, and whatever she wants, that's what she's going to get. And it's going to be 50% of whatever he's making is going to her, period. Because it's not just the girl who should have a harsh penalty when it comes to creating a child out of wedlock. It should also be a harsh penalty for the boy. And I don't have a double standard. So what I told my son is the same way I'll tell any knucklehead on the internet. And it's the same way I tell the young kings and older kings right here, right now. I believe the child support laws are flawed. I believe the child support laws are whack. And I believe the child support laws are only there to protect men. Because giving out 17 to 25% of your check is not enough to raise a child. And anybody who is a father who is raising their kids in their household will tell you that right now, that it's taking at least 50%, and then sometimes, in my case, a lot more than 50%.
Nah, see, this
So,
what y'all be wanting to hear,
so,
some bullshit.
so my brother, see, I'm asking you nicely, right? Be respectful, right? Wait your turn, show some patience, show some self-regulation. Because if you're not able to show self-regulation, then you're not going to be on this panel. That's just the facts of the matter. Peace and love, man. Y'all can have it.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
just in response, real quick to that, because again, he bringing up child support. Nobody cared. That wasn't even a part of the conversation. At the end of the day, all that you said that you was gonna make your son do is pay the money. You don't have to take care of the kid. Now let's talk about your daughter. Let's say your daughter gets pregnant and the man doesn't want to be in the child's life. Now you have to literally put money out of your own pocket to take care of the kid and your own kid. So again, you making your son pay child support, that's great and dandy, but that's not even in the ballpark of what I'm talking about. You don't have to deal with that child. You're making your son deal with that child. You yourself has no, well, you got a connection to it, but you yourself have no responsibility because you're making your son do it. But your daughter, you're going to sit there and take care of the daughter and the child because the double standard that you love to ignore. You don't think that she can be able to take care of herself, or she's showing signs that she can't do it by herself at that time. So that's what I'm talking about. The child support thing I think is kind of irrelevant. But again, because again, that's you making him take care of his responsibilities, not you helping him take care of his responsibilities, which is the difference.
Okay. So
No, so
you wanna address it, or you want
briefly,
everybody to get their thought out, and
yeah,
then you
yeah,
address
briefly
everybody.
respond to that. I want to briefly
Okay.
respond to that, cuz
Okay.
the child support thing isn't irrelevant because it's there to create a deterrence for my son. That's why I told you 2 years ago, I told him that. 2 months ago, I told him that. 2 weeks ago, I told him that. Right? It's not going to be what the state dictates what you're going to pay. It's going to be what I dictate what you're going to pay. That's number one. And then number two, what you also didn't hear is me say we're going to fight for custodial care of the kid from day one, right? I'm not going to give my son the opportunity to opt out of being a in-home father. And if I can't fight for custody, guess what? He's going to fight for marriage for her, right? Because I believe that if you impregnate and you create a life into this world, then you should make a commitment to that girl and make her a wife and then have a family that you can take care of. You see, we need more men, more stand-up men to teach solid values and have solid expectations and standards, not only for their daughters, but for their sons. And when they make a mistake, you got to hold them equally accountable and responsible. Peace and love.
Okay, I know.
Brownsville,
I
do
got
you
y'all.
talk to grown women how you talk to grown men?
Hold on. I know Detroit wanted to jump in with. Hold on. Detroit wanted to jump in.
Bet y'all gonna dump that question.
We got Detroit, Creator, KT wanted to say something, Bomb Cherry, and did we go Tourette's last?
All right. So first, let me say that the point of a young lady getting pregnant, both sides are promiscuous, right? Then, as far as I've ever known, and you tell me if I'm wrong, a woman can only have one baby at a time. But if you got a promiscuous young man, he can have a whole bunch of little kids out here in 1 year. So, like, the standard, definitely as a father, yeah, my standards for the sons, because they can spread their seed a lot more than a woman can incubate one, then my standards are going to be, different. Maybe my communication is different. The standard of that y'all not know loose ass kids and loose ass young people, and that's not y'all, that standard is there for all of them. So we got to make sure that the standard is what we're talking about. Now, how we teach, because yes, I'm going to have conversations with my sons that are going to be different. The question about discipline, the discipline is going to be different. I believe that all kids need a healthy amount of fear. I think that, and it don't come from, beating on them. It comes from like really just letting them know that, like, okay, when your kids are little, you're going to pop them if they try and touch something hot, and they figure out, like, what I'm saying, where they can and where they can't. That's tough love, right? And that's discipline, right? As you get older, them kids, you ain't got to beat on them all the time. A lot of times letting them know of the beating that might come if they do this is enough to keep them from doing stuff. And I'm blessed. I will just say, let me knock on wood, my kids ain't brought nothing to me that I've been surprised with yet. But I know, I what I'm saying, just bear with me, y'all. But pray for me. But but as far as like the discipline side, yeah, I as far as discipline with girls, I don't believe that the males should be the one spanking the girls anyway. The pops are different when they little babies and they little kids, when they learning stuff and not to touch this and that. But as far as like you done got into some stuff, no, I don't think that should be the play. One, I don't want my daughter to ever feel like, it's a man's place to put their hands on her if they upset with her, and be okay with it to come and have breakfast with them the next morning. And the other part of it too is that, like, discipline from a father should be the bottom line. This is one of my philosophies with parenting. It works better if both parents are in the home, and even if they not, it works better when and I know young ladies don't like to hear this. It works better when the young ladies are the disciplinarians, because I don't care how bad my mama done whoop my ass. Like, that's my number one nurturer, number one, cheerleader and everything like that. And abuse is different. I know, and we're not talking about that. I'm talking about your mama done got mad so much that she didn't grab whatever she can get her hand on, because you done made her mad at that point, and you so big that she can't,
Extension
like,
cord.
man, and you so big now that the shit don't hurt. Stuff don't hurt. Sorry, Sharon. It don't hurt. And now, like, but that's your mama. You know what I'm saying? And I can't think of, like, if my dad really had to get at me like that, how our relationship would be to this day. You know what I mean? So as a man, we got to understand like that we are heavy-handed in everything that we bring to the table, in appearance, in stature, in voice, in demeanor. So, you know, those communications that we have with young ladies, that if you wonder why you might not have had a daughter yet, my spiritual belief is that God gives you what you need to learn at the time. So I had, you know, I have a stepdaughter, you know what I'm saying? And I got so she was there already. I got 2 boys with her mom. And at the time I can think back and like, this was the time where I like, even though I was 25 and 26, I still hadn't figured out manhood and stuff like that. Like, so I need to and God sent me 2 boys to figure out how to be a man. And then I had a daughter later on, and it was at a time in life where I was like teetering on, like, man, I'm about to get out here and just be out here in these streets again. Like, I ain't like, you know, and me and mom work things out. Like I said, if I ever tell my story, I'm writing a book, making some money off of it. But, you know, it was those times where like, I need to learn something from like that different perspective. And you will teach better to your daughter, understanding that she's a woman and she's a young lady, and you ain't gonna look at her like a thought or like one of these chicks out in the street, like we kind of like I hear the men talk about on the manosphere or whatever. But yeah, the standards are the same. You don't want no loose kids. You don't want that. We're not creating that for our next generation. But how I teach that is definitely different being a man, and I think women would probably agree with that when they talking to men about stuff and young men about stuff is different, but the values, the standard is the same no matter what.
All right. Who was next? Believe
Cheater. I mean, I said cheater. Creator.
They called you cheater.
It me up. It's like cheater every time, bro. I'm sorry.
Damn.
My bad, bro.
Go ahead, Creator. Your mic is on mute, by the way. No. Nope.
All right, I think I'm live now.
There you go. There you go.
All right. No, it's a creator, not cheater. I ain't cheating. I swear to you.
Nah, my bad. I know.
Hey, man, chill, man. I already got in trouble yesterday, man. Said, who's you yelling at? What's all that noise? Oh, my God. All right. No, man. But I agree with everything you said, Detroit. And I think what Brownville was just trying to say was basically he got a standard, right? He built his legacy at day one. These are the rules. This is what it is. And we need more men, like it, right or wrong. Here's the standard. And I don't agree with everything that he say, but I'm not going to get into what I agree with and what I don't, agree with. There's a standard. That's the man. That's the head of the household. This how it going down, right? May be brutal for others, may not be so brutal for some, right? But that man said, listen, before you get started, I'm telling you now, these are the rules. So if you don't want to follow those rules, right, play by the book. Just play. It's all you got to do is play by the rules. But if you don't play by these rules, I'm going to step in. So I'm not going to let you be a degenerate. I'm not going to let you shit on my name, right? I'm not going to allow you to go and just do what you want to do and then run off, right, with this person. Meaning I'm going to be the one on your top. I don't need the government to come in and regulate my household, right? I don't need the government to come and regulate anything. And that's all we simply saying. We're not saying what's right. We're not saying what's wrong. We just simply expressing what this is what black patriarchy look like, right? We need to refer to nobody else's way of doing things. He deferred to his way of doing things. And I'm 100% for that. And that's why I said we have to share, because if we're not deferring to this other construct that we've been deferring to, and we see the statistics, they're not necessarily working for us, then it is a must that we try something different. And again, it may not look pretty in all cases, but the main thing is the men are right there, right? We hold not only him accountable, but I'm holding myself accountable being my child and the woman. I get it. It's a little different for the women.
Creative.
I'll let y'all speak on that.
Creative. I want to ask you something.
It's not your turn yet. It's not your turn yet. It was KT to go, Bomb Cherry, and then Tourette's.
Okay. All right, thank you. Tourette's goes last. Okay, thank you, Sharon.
Thank you.
All right, I just want to say real quick. I think like we all talking on a good thing, but we skipping the points that really matter. Like what you said, creative, is true. We need a standard. First of all, I think everybody up here was agreeing. Don't let your kids be thoughts. So we already know that standard is don't let your kids be promiscuous. We're arguing about how to make sure they're not promiscuous, but I think we're also leaving out most people are not listening to their parents. They're listening to their peers. And their peers aren't the people who are typically going to say, don't be promiscuous because they're trying to get some neck. Those kids are, and those are the kids we're raising. That's what I'm saying. But in terms of standard and everything, I do agree. Now, the thing I would say that we left out about that also is you can have whatever standard you like, but that doesn't mean others will agree even within your household. And that's why I'm pointing out too. We tell our kids things. I don't know if that means they're always obliged to it, but if we're going to set a standard, we have to set a more fluid standard, something that can change with time. I mean, maybe like the basics, like the 10 Commandments, if that would be a good example. The 10 Commandments is a great basis. We get fucked up in Christianity because the Bible does a lot of contradictory shit. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody up here earlier was talking about the Bible, and the Bible is the same place that says slavery is okay. So, I mean, you know, we can't have things that are supposed to be giving us our standards, also giving us, I think the word y'all use, like double-mindedness. It's things that's harming it. So we're on the right track. But again, if we're going to make a standard, I just feel that we have to have a standard that's actually clear and concise. That's all I got.
And so the issue, before I pass it to Bomb, is when you say the children are not listening to their parents, we were listening. We was listening to our uncles and our dads saying, go ahead and sling that vagina as much as you can. We did listen to them. And that's why we know today is wrong.
That was not your elder saying, get out here and slang pussy.
The main thing that influenced us most was the goddamn adults in our life. We seen what they were doing, and we followed that. And then we also told our homeboys, you ain't getting as much pussy as I am. And we was proud of that because uncle told us to do it. And so this whole idea that our young men that was the same age as us was the ones telling us to get the cootie. No, that was not the case. We was listening to the older heads telling us to go ahead and get that cootie cat. And then we brought it to our friends, man, you ain't never get none. And we used to tease young men that never got over. It did not come from our age group. It came from the older.
You just talking about how you were teasing somebody of your peer group. And listen, the difference was y'all always talk about we came from a silent generation, right?
So how do you miss the first part and go straight to the second part?
What first part did I skip, Sharon?
First part is that we paid attention to the uncles and the degenerate dads that told us to get
Yep. I was literally addressing that.
Skip that part.
I'm literally addressing that now. I'm literally addressing that now. How at the start of the last statement you made, then I can go back to the first statement you made. So I addressed the last one, and I'm going back to the first one.
So hold on, pause there. So this is what you're not understanding. So we hear it. So we hear it from the oldest, and then we go and so this is the part you want to hone in that me as a young man went and teased the other young men, but those same young men was told by their adults to go ahead and get some coochie and get as much as you possibly can. So therefore, we are the younger ones that did it first. We influence the upper management of these old degenerate males. So it wasn't like the ones that the ones that we was influencing was getting told don't be a degenerate. No, they was being told be a degenerate. And also the ones that figured out how to be degenerate, we told them how to be a degenerate too. So they get it from the upper management, and they also get it with their subordinates as well. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. So it doesn't have anything to do with us being young men influence other young men. It doesn't have anything.
All right, can I respond, please? All I'm saying is, even when we're talking about older people back in the day, everybody up here, I've heard most people up here say we came from a silent generation. So where you were correct is where you said we still watch them do bullshit. And then a lot of people chose that. The difference today, now, because we're talking about current times, it's not people out here saying don't do that. Is they're on OnlyFans because we didn't have that back in the day. Again, we go back to how a lot of things were kept within the house. No, you were either a porn star or nothing. porn star. I apologize. You're
What
a
I'm
porn
saying,
star.
what I'm saying, like you can't. It's the same thing when we went and
It's
found.
not.
Hold on, when we went and found Uncle's magazines and tapes, and we told our homies to come and watch this new. It's the same exact thing.
No, it's not. Because I can name no women back in it. Fuck it. When I was born in the 90s, it's no girls who were like literally just famous for being like on one specific site showing their ass.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying? Like
It was at the strip club.
Yes,
they was famous at the strip clubs, bro.
The strip club,
like you know,
right?
no
That's
matter
one
what.
area. But the strip club,
Right, but that's the same guys, the same, but the same people, but the same people that's seeking out, the same people that's seeking out that are the same people. Like the people back in the day, if the internet was around and you had OnlyFans around, and them same dudes that was going to like the strip clubs at at 1:30 to see what they could catch coming out of it, they would be on OnlyFans back then. So it's the same. It's the same energy. It's just it's
not.
more
That's why
access
you brought
now.
up a hypothetical of if it was there. What I'm saying is,
KT, hold on.
Your strip club maybe hold 500 people.
Hold on, please. Hold on one second. This
How
is
many
like
people do the
saying,
internet
hold on,
hold?
KT. This is like saying Rumble is different from YouTube, and it's the same fucking thing. It's the same exact thing. It's the same thing. It's just a different name. So you saying OnlyFans is different from the strip club that doesn't make sense.
Are you saying like because both can stream videos that they're the same thing?
Creator, this can't be real life.
I mean, you brought it up.
Creator, this cannot.
Are you saying the same thing you could do on Rumble, you could do on YouTube?
You hear? I'm quiet, bro.
Sharon, talk to KT, not Creator. Talk to KT.
I hear him. I could jump in. I'm just, you know what I mean?
I'm just saying, can you do
I
the
got a
same,
question
like,
for you, Creator.
get
When
up
I get
on
on this.
Rumble?
Hold on.
I got you, brother.
We're gonna allow it to pass because I think KT is majoring in minor things. He's not.
I think y'all kind of skipping
not
addressing what
understanding
I
you
said. I
ducking
kept it real
smoke.
simple.
You ducking smoke.
I
It may
don't need
be
your help.
500 people that can get in the strip club. It's millions of people on Facebook. It's billions of people on Facebook. Do not say, oh, because both was doing some freaky shit. Like it was
Hold on.
the
I
same.
need you to
It's
get
not.
back into the conversation that we're having, right? So this is what I'm saying. Don't major in minor things. What I'm saying is that when we were younger, our uncles and the older men told us to go ahead and be promiscuous as young men.
Mm-hmm.
And then we also relayed that message to our peer group. And also in those same young men in that peer group, they had older men telling them the same exact thing, to go ahead and be promiscuous and pop up as many women as you can. So it was not the youth influencing the youth, is what I'm trying to get you to understand.
Look at Boosie and what he did with his son. You was familiar with Boosie and what he did with his son, right? How he took him to the club. He wanted to make sure he wasn't going to turn out like his daughter, right? He was just, I want to make sure you good. You get what I'm saying? He thought he was, being proactive. Those are the same, so back in my day, and I'll say our day, and I don't know where y'all from, but the most promiscuous women wasn't in the strip club. Right. So them same women that you seeing on Facegram and whatever that OnlyFans, them same women are the same women that was already out here that they didn't have to go to the, you know what I'm saying, the OnlyFans. Some men were just player enough, bro, to just know what we going, like, you get what I'm saying?
But most niggas not player enough, and this is my point. That's a platform for them. They had no platform. We can't say it's the same now when they didn't have a platform to do their promiscuous shit.
Hold on, KT. They literally danced on platforms.
Yeah, that got 500 people max. I'm gonna say this again. Do we ignore it's a complete difference between 500 people maximum?
Hold on one second. That was in hold on, KT, slow down. That was in every township. It wasn't like it was one strip club in the whole New York City. Every
regular club. We ain't got to talk about strip club.
Right.
We're talking about the regular clubs. It ain't like that now. You see it. It's not like that now. Y'all got to sit down, order a bottle. Back in the day, we actually danced. We were close to close, body to body with women, all kind of women in those locations. And then that turned into other things. They can now reveal themselves. We move into a day now. It's the same. It's just that the patriarchy has just provided a different medium.
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying? For them
and
to do
their
their
real
thing.
conversation. So don't get caught up in the minor things that, oh, this is just different because we saying OnlyFans instead of, it's the same thing. It's
Hoes
the
gonna be
same. It's
hoes,
the
male
same
and female.
playbook. It's the same exact playbook. Ain't really much changed like that. Before, so
Hey,
get
Sharon,
ahead.
I'm getting ready to go.
Hold
I'm
on.
getting ready to go. Can I ask him the question before I go? I'm getting ready to go.
No. Go ahead, Bomb Cherry, and then we get Tourette's right after.
Serious? Are you serious?
Hello, everybody. How y'all doing? I see the men are
Look
having
in
a
the
great
chat, Smitty.
discussion.
Look in the back chat.
Who?
Go ahead, Bomb.
Oh, okay. Y'all having a great discussion, and I do agree with the fact that men, right? Men and even some of the older women promoted men being very sexual, spreading y'all seeds, and boys will be boys, and all of those things, not thinking about how that will react, how that will affect our community, right? Because me as a young girl, seeing that my brother could do certain things, even though I'm older, in my mind, I'm thinking, well, shit, I should be able to do certain things too, right? Then we learn about the double standard. But what is when you men have girls and you refuse to teach her the same thing you're teaching your boys, you're being lopsided, right? Because you tell your boys to go and sling his penis everywhere, and you tell your girl to keep her legs closed. Okay. Now, what happens if, like, how do your boys gonna sling his penis everywhere and get the good boy if all the women are doing what you're telling your daughters to do? Right? So I think it's just lopsided, and we do have to have a standard where we teach boys that that's not a good thing, right? Because that's the only way you're gonna be able to teach the girls. Because to be honest, when we hard-headed, baby, look, when we want to be, what I say, if my brother could do it, I could do it too. You're going to have a lot of young women like that. That's how I was, okay? And not only that, but I could do it better.
Damn.
Right? We could do it better. Because y'all, like you said, I can only have one. I can have only one baby a year, but I can have 8 penises a day.
Goddamn.
And I'm just going to have one baby that year. And y'all going to have all them babies. You could have 8 women a day, and you end up with 8 children. 8 women getting pregnant every day if it's different women. Y'all can't play the game like we do. So y'all got to learn from where we are right now. It's really the men's fault, and some of them old ass women too, for believing the shit that they was taught. That's all I gotta say. Y'all having a great conversation. I'm gonna let y'all be.
Well, the women got a little heads up, right? Because the women, a lot of times, and I ain't trying to make this no gender thing by no means, but I'm saying you have to add that sometimes women, use certain things as a survival method, right? They can use that as a asset, if you will, and because that is an asset. Like most men, whatever it is, if he got to go shovel snow, if he got to go do yard work, if he got to do something strenuous, and he can't get out there and go sell no monkey. You get what I'm saying? He just can't do that. He can't walk up and down the street. I ain't seen it. I could be wrong, but I ain't seen it. I ain't seen no men walking up and down the street.
But
you ain't been looking. That's why you ain't been looking, because they've been selling it and the men been buying it.
No, I'm saying men walking up and down the street.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about too. Men been selling it and men been buying it.
Oh yeah, they walking up and down the street in a wig right now. But I'm saying they ain't successful in selling it.
Right. It can't be slapping like like the traditional, the general, right? We generalizing. Mm-hmm. So I'm going the general, and from what I can see, OnlyFans ain't slapping from men. It is slapping from women who otherwise didn't really, these are DC students at best, right? Who now want an A+ lifestyle, right? And now they can acquire this A+ lifestyle being a DCF student using certain assets. Whereas we as men cannot do that, but yet and still, you just heard a man with all that value that a woman had, he still said, listen, I don't want her to be forced to go that route. I'm going to hold my son accountable, just like me. Hey, boy, I done already told him what to expect, so I would rather him wait till his 30s and 40s and be a little reluctant, right, or cautious before he make that decision, knowing how I am. I'm all about preparation and sharing. So now you've built something that you might not want to share with everybody.
How can a woman do this selling herself if there's no men buying? Because women not buying, right? We ain't buying it from men, and we ain't buying it from women neither. So the thing that when you say that a woman has something that's valuable that she can, to pay her bills, that even comes from men. You men created that, right? I'm able to sell that because you will buy it. But then you want to blame the woman.
No,
Yes,
that don't
That
mean
seems a little
selling.
misogynistic, a little bit. Because
Listen,
I don't. I hate how y'all
misogynistic,
don't
that's
mean
the
you
fact.
buy it.
because y'all always make it seem like women just have no autonomy of themselves. They
No,
don't
we
have
didn't
no
say
type of
that.
common sense, or they don't have no type of responsibility
That's
for
literally not
actions
what
that
I
they put
said.
upon.
That's literally not what I said.
You don't
What I
have to say
said,
it. It's implied by you
no,
saying
it's
that
not
men is
implied.
responsible
You
for women
forgot
being
what he
prostitutes.
said would make me say what I say. Now listen, young man. Okay, you're gonna have to tighten your lips up right quick. How you doing anyway? I just wanted to say hi to you. Anyway, what I'm saying, is because we want to place you men was talking about men. It's funny that I started talking about the men like y'all was talking about the men. And then now y'all saying y'all want to make a gender and y'all want to talk about the woman. Isn't that fucked up?
No,
Because
that's
I
what I
swear
said.
I
I'm
didn't
just saying
change your topic. I swear I was on the topic you was on.
We're
And now you're making
identifying
it seem like I
assets.
came
We're
up to attack men. I'm only referring to the conversation y'all having. But if y'all want to make it a gender war conversation, we can. Y'all have
But
failed.
no, I mean
No.
it's really just
Y'all,
a response, Bomb, because you stood
no,
up here and
y'all
said
was
that
talking about
men are
this.
responsible. Hold on, Bomb, hold on.
Go
Because
ahead,
you
babe.
stood up here and said that men are actually responsible for why women are prostitutes. You didn't say that exactly, but that's what you're implying. Like if it wasn't for the market
true,
of
big
men that's
dog.
buying pussy, then women wouldn't be prostitutes, and that's ridiculous to me.
That is
That's
not.
the only
Hold
reason.
on.
We can't. Go ahead, Sharon.
That is not ridiculous. It is
That is a
absolutely not
fact.
ridiculous. Because men are not just the buyers of it, they also the ones that push it and promote it and make it a business.
And build them, like Big Dog just said, build them friends. I ain't getting ready to lie. Yes, bro, see, that's what I'm saying. Here's what it is. I like beautiful women. I like the way they shape. I like the way they move. I like the way they wiggle. You understand? I like that femininity. I like that, bro.
So
And I'm
that
not
what-
going to be ashamed to be like, nah, you know what? Nah. You know what I'm saying? That ain't men. Most men feel like I do. We like what y'all have. We love that asset. What I'm saying is, it's just it becomes for some, like we started talking about earlier about the pretty privilege, right? And when some people don't have that pretty privilege, now you start to okay, I don't have a pretty privilege. Well, maybe we call her the girl that's shaped nice but don't have the pretty face. All right, cool. She can get that. She's shaped nice. Buka. You see how this starting to go down? Now we got the woman that's just super nice. She don't have no face and she ain't shaped properly, right? But she's super sweet. Her morality is through the roof, right? Buka. I'm just saying, this is how we are. We start to be like, well, boy, I really wanted Janet, but I'll take Reby.
Hey, cuz let me get in there for a
I
second.
don't disagree
What
with
about us?
I don't disagree with you at all.
Hold
about
on,
that
y'all.
situation.
Before we keep going, we gotta make sure that Chaotic Truth knows that we are running shit. I'm back, bitches. We got a $1.30 in the building. Make sure I hit that like, that share, send 99 cents super chats, and tell how he is telling chaotic lies. We
on
all
our way to number one.
Hold on. We accepted all $2 Chaotic Truth jokes. Let's go. Also,
tell him when he in here, this is number one. When you over here is number one, sucker. ain't no second best over here, brother.
Ain't none of that. Also, let me welcome into the show. Welcome to the show, the beautiful supreme goddess, PA Ziva. I see your melanin shining through on all sides of the dimension, my queen. I receive you, girl.
I receive you too, my king. Hey, Bob, how you doing?
Is here.
The Supreme Tunnel is in proximity, y'all.
I miss you when you're not up here. Thank you for coming up. I know you're about to go on vacation though.
So also I wanna get an opportunity because I know Cuz want to answer some of these things. I want to give Skis is yours. He's in the back as well. Skis is yours. What is your thoughts before Brownsville, New York? Go ahead.
Yeah, yo, you can hear me?
We can hear you well.
No, I came up here to ask Bomb something. I understand, Bomb. You can hear me, Bomb?
Yeah, I hear you.
We ain't receive him. He got that.
What's new?
Go ahead, Cuz you got it. He got a call back in. I guess his phone dropped him. He probably driving. He always driving. So
Yeah.
Did he ask me a question?
No, he didn't get a chat. His connection.
Yeah, mine acted up too. Did everybody else's?
No, it was just of his. What's up, beautiful? How you doing? The beautiful Sherelle. Good day, beautiful. How are you doing today? Good to see you. Go ahead, Cuz.
Yeah, it's something that's kind of apparent to me just listening to the brothers, and I don't want anybody here to take it as a shot, right? I'm not attacking you personally with what I'm saying, right? Here's the thing, right? When it comes to fatherhood,
Where are you at?
we're having a lack, right? The lack that we're having is I listen to
the communications coming through the thing, Cuz, just to let you know.
66460.
He the boys, y'all. He the boys. No.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back.
Nah.
So I'm listening to the brothers, right? I heard KT the GOAT say something interesting. He said that when it comes to the youth, the peers are having more greater influence than the parents, right? Mm-hmm. Then I heard Smitty say that when it came to, or if he had a son, he would focus on fishing, hunting, playing video games with him. But when it came to his daughter, he would have in-depth conversations with her, right? Then I heard K-Dub say, well, we got to teach our son and daughter differently because the daughter has greater consequences when it comes to promiscuity, right? And that lets me know that we have a grave concern when it comes to a relationship, a true relationship between a father and a son, right? Because what these gentlemen said is not inaccurate. It's very accurate to the day and time that we're in today, right? Which is why the community, specifically the Black community, is all screwed up, right? Because fathers aren't willing to stand on real standards. Fathers aren't willing to, and I'm going to use this word, indoctrinate their sons with real values. Fathers are taking a mindset that they're going to teach their daughter and have in-depth conversations and warn their daughter about different ills of the world. But when it comes to their sons, they're just going to do fun things and be a fun dad and all of these different things. And you're not going to give them the jewels, the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding that's going to help them be somebody who changes society, right? You should be teaching your sons the same thing that you're teaching your daughters. You should be warning your sons about the same thing you're warning your daughters. If you're taking your daughter to the bookstore, to the Barnes and Nobles, to the libraries, you definitely should be taking your sons to the bookstores, to the libraries, et cetera, reading with them. If you're praying with your daughter, you should be praying with your son. If you're imparting knowledge, wisdom, and understanding on your daughter, you should be doing that same thing with your son. You should not allow the peer group to be a greater influence, because that's what happens when you're not putting that time, when you're not putting that effort, when you're not doing that due diligence as a parent to be the greater influence, then yes, they're going to find a greater influence, right? And what happens is it's your fault as a dad because you've chosen to be selfish. You've chosen to have double-mindedness. You've chosen to be undisciplined to the point that you're not willing to do what's right for your own children. And that's what we have to really, really evaluate and really, really undergo some self-reflection. Because I understand K-Dub is young, right? And I don't know much about his background. But I want him, if he has children in the future, I don't know if he has children now, but I would love for K-Dub to be the type of father that say, you know what, I'm going to break that mold. I'm not going to allow my kids' peers to be a greater influence than I am. I'm not going to allow my daughter to think and believe that there's greater consequences for promiscuity for her than it is for my son. I'm not going to allow my son or my daughter to think I don't love them. I don't want to spend time with them because I want to do fun things. And that's all I want to do. It takes discipline. It takes effort. And it takes the willingness to not only uphold the standard, but break the poisonous standard that society has put in front of you. Peace and love.
I did want to just point out that children at a certain age being more influenced by their peer group is normal human development, right? So the typical person, when they get to that adolescent age, their peer group is going to be more influential with them than their parents. That's just normal developmental psychology. So I don't think it's any fault of the parents or that they had to do something wrong. That's just how children are. That's just how we develop.
Yeah, I agree. And Sharon, real quick, because he said my name a couple of times. This is another problem that we have as men. We have a bad listening problem. Because again, brother, when I was trying to talk to you about the situations of the question, right, of why we have this different standard or why do people even think that way, I never disagree with you that the standard of teaching our children not to be promiscuous is what we should have, period. But again, us ignoring the fact that in reality, rather what you think is right or not, in reality, this is why people have these problems. This is why people have these thoughts. Because at the end of the day, it is a difference. There is a difference between a woman going into labor and almost dying for her to actually bring life into this earth, rather than a man being promiscuous and just nutting in a girl. That's all he has to do, and then get to go home and be exactly who he wants to be. So there is a difference, rather if you want to, I guess recognize it or not. And that is, to me, the reasoning why the double standard was created in the first place. Not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that's more than likely, to me, what I see.
I think it started with what he said, parenting. And now you put what Sherelle said, put what Brownville said, right? And I'm saying I don't think none of us are really disagreeing. It could be different positions on the same ideology, if you will. But I don't think none of us are saying that we don't need to teach our kids morality. And I just think that what he was saying is, hey, we need to teach them both the same thing, because she's going to get this man that you taught, right? And if you didn't teach him properly, he's really the sole force of the future of what we're talking about, because he lays down the law. He lays down the law from the previous unks, dads, brothers. You get what I'm saying? So, and that's what we saying. We don't want to no longer be like, all right, bro, I'm ready to take you 21. The first thing I'm ready to do is take you to the strip club. You get what I'm saying? And I'm teaching you how to get broke. I'm literally showing you it's okay. You get what I'm saying? To go throw this money. And I'm literally teaching you that you have to pay for affection. You get what I'm saying? If he don't know, he's impressionable. I didn't give him proper skills before we get to that point. And I'm just saying, in a lot of cases, because we had a whole Atlanta culture going through the 2000s. You get what I'm saying? Like, that was the thing. It was a whole thing. Everybody was going to the club. Wives, husbands, boyfriends, girlfriends, buddies, everybody. It was club culture. Now it may not be so prevalent, but the results are still lingering on right to this day. When the clubs kind of got not as popular, again, we talk about that other medium that was created. Now you don't need the club no more. You don't have to worry about that pimp or my bad, that whole manager, right? You can go do, you know what I'm saying? You can go do it yourself. You don't need no management. So I'm thinking, again, if you start with our men and there's a basis, and then we have to go back. That's what I always talk about. The men that's teaching the men have to have capacity. So if the men that's teaching the men don't have a plan of action or plan of action and trajectory, and he's just saying, you know, don't do this, don't do that, don't, and you're not showing what that looked like, right? We're not demonstrating what it looked like. Well, of course, when those peers come in, what up, likely, unlikely, and shouts out to you, brother, on your coming up with your shows. But at any rate, if we don't demonstrate what that looked like, then shit, yeah, there come the peers. Hey, bro, you ain't doing this. Oh, you ain't never had. Oh, you tripping. And now you feeling like, well, damn, where was all this at? I don't want to be left out. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be the only bro in here that
What
don't
are we
know
even
Gucci.
talking about at this point? What are we even talking about? Sir, what are you talking about?
Well, if you ain't listening, then
This
you
is this
ain't
how
here.
men
Sir,
talk,
you
Diva.
don't be
It's
talking
okay.
about
This is
nothing.
Diva. This
You
is a
be
clear
talking a lot.
Diva. This is a clear, coherent thought from men.
So
You gotta
Diva,
learn.
hold
You
on.
gotta
For
learn how to
whatever reason,
understand
my voice touches you the right way, baby. Because every time I talk, you seem to
No,
only be the
because
only one that got
every
something to
time
say.
I'm not the only one. I'm just the one who opening up my mouth to say it,
Well,
right?
be quiet. And
I'm not, no, nigga, you be quiet. How about that? That's what I'm telling you.
Let me
You
just
talk
throw
too
this in there
fucking
real quick.
much.
And before
Can I throw this in there real
before you jump in and get cursed out next, KT, shout out to the Cash App. This
boy, when I
says,
get my shit popping,
woo,
you dusty motherfucker.
he gonna put cases on all of us. God damn it! Shout out to the Cash App. It says this is a good discussion. Thank you so much. I really
It's
appreciate
always
that.
a ratchet, always a loudmouth woman.
Why you
Somebody
want to go
gotta
there?
say
Nah,
something.
hold on. Let me go.
Damn.
Stop it. Stop. See, you is being a cheater right now. Hey, listen though. Let me throw this in real quick.
Nigga.
It ain't just the parents, it's the village. It takes a village to raise a child, and the peers, like Diva was saying, that's natural human just growth development. You're gonna want to be around somebody you got things in common with, even if that's your parent. The age group does change things. It changes a lot. So it's about having a village. And that's what I'm saying. Like, even in terms of who your kids are around, you got to make sure your kids are around good people. But again, that just going back to this village thing, unless we have that, none of this works. Otherwise, that's why it can't just be like what your standard is in your house, because everyone has to be in a real agreement of a standard. Otherwise, when your kids go amongst their peers, they're going to see the kids who are saying like, shit, we from the hood, you a bitch ass suburban nigga, get like us. And for him to feel accepted, hey, most of his peers are hood niggas or however, vice versa. That won't change no matter how much good parenting you do. That's why we often talk about how the mom is telling their kids don't get out here and shoot niggas and sell dope, and they still are. That's
Okay.
it.
This is crazy.
Let me allow Unlikely to get a chance, and then we got Eater Man, and then Diva gonna cook it up.
I
Go
still
ahead.
ain't got a chance.
Oh,
Nah, ladies first, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, ladies first. And yo, either man can go. I'm just chilling, yo. What's good with everybody? I'm just chilling.
Go ahead, Diva. We got Diva, then we got Eater Man, so everybody can get their words in. Go ahead.
So again, I guess I came in late, but what is the conversation? I know Brownfield was talking about the different standards we have for raising males versus female children. But so with regard to raising children, the goal is to raise them into productive adults, right? Productive men, productive women. And so do we even have like a standard of what manhood is in the Black community, right? So we know when somebody has either become or not become a man.
So why don't
Because
you
that's really what
answer that? What
and
should, as a woman, what should the
because
standard be?
shut
to
the
you?
fuck up. Shut
Hold on,
up.
she almost finished.
The standard is to shut the fuck up. That's the standard as far as I'm
You see,
concerned.
these are the women that's raising These are the
I'm
women
not
that's
raising any.
raising
She
No,
ain't got
you're
no
motherfuckers.
absolutely
Go ahead,
not.
kids.
She ain't
baby.
Because
got
the
no.
first
It's
thing
She
not.
people
ain't
learn
got no
about me is that
kids.
I would never be raising one of
Oh,
you.
she ain't got
That's
no
the first
kids.
thing you learn about us,
There we
about
go.
me.
I see why.
Absolutely, because I don't want one, and I certainly didn't want a male child. Right
Yeah.
now, if you want to
Who
go back
says
down
that?
that road,
Here we are on here
We
talking
don't want
about
to
me,
go back
building.
there.
What are
We
you
don't.
me,
talking about?
I said it.
We
All
are
right.
their
So
parents.
again,
Their parents
do
up
y'all
here.
even
Beat it.
know what the goal is for raising these children? Right? What are you trying to raise them into? So do
It-
we have a standard for that?
You ain't got
yes.
Better
the
than us.
Hold
capacity to
on.
hear it if we tried to tell you. You can't
Hold
hear
on
it
one.
long enough.
I
Hold on
tell
one
you to shut
second.
up.
Hold on one second, guys. So
That don't work, baby.
It do.
I'm so sick and tired of niggas talking about a village and they ain't even in their own damn home. Like
Damn.
they keep talking about this village
You
talk,
missing the
and
wrong.
you
I
ain't
hope you ain't talking about me.
Okay,
niggas
that's perfect.
He
So
mute.
don't
talking
say
about
it.
generally. He ain't talking about, yeah.
He ain't
Say
talking
something.
I
about
don't
you.
know why
Nah,
I
you the
ain't
one that
saying no
brought up the
name.
village talk. I mean, I don't know why.
This
Bro,
is
it's bigger than you, bro. It's bigger than
hold
you.
on. So hold on. This is a problem that we always have. People, we want to talk in general, and then when people are just answering things, we think that we talking about us specifically. He is
Well,
talking
you
in
probably
general.
shouldn't
You
bring
was
up a
talking it.
direct comment
Hold
if
on.
you want to be
You
It's
was
because he
specific.
talking.
Well,
can't
I'm
though.
part of the
It's
general
because he
Hold
can't
on.
population.
though.
Hold on one second. Hold on one second, y'all. You was talking in general about the village. And so now he is talking in general about the village as well. So you cannot act as if you was talking about the general and the village in general, and he cannot talk about the village in general as well. Okay, let him finish his thought.
All right, so the point that I was saying is we hear these niggas talk about, hey, we need a village because they're not raising their kids. They're not even in the home. Of course, you need 10 niggas to raise your kids if you're not even in your kid's life or in the home. So that's the point that I'm telling you is no, black men need to take accountability for their all seeds and say, hey, I need to be heavily involved in their life. Absolutely. Women and men should be raised different. I believe that men should actually have more pressure put on them than actually women. My father put twice as much pressure on me than he did on my sister. He told me I was responsible for my sister, and my sister older than me, right? So we do have a standard to answer PhD of a question. We do have a standard. It's typically not communicated out in the open. Because my father definitely had a standard for me. And this is for people who had their fathers in their life, obviously PhD, but not people who ain't had their fathers in their life.
Right, but so okay, so in the way that the small hat people have like a bar mitzvah for a boy, there are certain milestones he has to meet before he turned 13 in order to cross that threshold into manhood. And so where your dad may have had one, other people's may not, or may have had a different one. And so what I'm pointing out is that we don't have a consistent standard for what it means to matriculate into manhood.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So for example, my grandfather worked a construction business, and like my rites to pastures, I tell the story all the time, is that I had to go work in this construction field, right? And I was working 13 hours days and I was crying. I was emotional. Like it was a lot going on. It's like I have never been put on that much type of stress for a whole summer. I mean, every single day. And he had me like destroying concrete. It was crazy, right? I had blisters on my hand. And so that was kind of what all of the men in my family went through this period that we had to go. And it felt like slavery. That's what it felt like in so many words, right? And this was way before 13, right? But the biggest thing is you're right. We need to get on one accord, and I think we have to end the gender war if we're gonna get on one accord on what we should be doing in our communities to be able to take the generation to the next level.
Okay. Oh, silence. I like it.
Well,
That means.
I do think so. That's wonderful, but it takes more than a little bit of hard labor, right? to so, what are the criteria that
Oh my
men should have
God,
to
bro.
go through, right? And so, if we go into the
That's a great
manosphere
question.
or red pill, they tell us that men are supposed to women should want men for the 4 P's, right? We know what the 4 P's are. Protection,
Mm-hmm.
provision,
Mm-hmm.
procreation, and problem solving.
Mm.
Now, how do we prepare black males to become black men who are capable of all those things?
So
Oh, that.
I hear
Hold
you
on, hold
now.
on. We got a young man on the panel. Let's go to him first to see if he have any thought pattern towards those. Have you ever heard of the 4Ps, Keon? Yeah.
No, I didn't. I mean, I just think it's kind of ridiculous. Again, just going
So,
back
so
to
no,
the
you never heard of the
conversation, right?
4Ps? You never heard of the
To be
4Ps?
oblivious to the fact that you think that, I
I think you
mean,
have a
everyone has their own standards. So no, I don't take it serious. I've heard of it. I heard of it,
no, no.
but I don't take that
Hold on,
serious. But
Keon.
what I'm trying to say is that I think it's just ridiculous for us to make it seem as though that we don't. Because the woman that just was talking, she just sat up here and she made it seem like she was oblivious that men had standards, like she doesn't know or doesn't understand what the standard is, and yet just named us 4Ps from a woman in which what women would want from a man, which is technically a standard. So I think we're just up here kind of talking and not actually understanding what we're trying to get here. But
No,
yeah,
actually,
that's just
because
my
a
opinion on
woman
that.
having a standard,
There we go.
for a man is very different than the men in the community having that standard for one another and how they matriculate young boys and males into manhood. Those are two very different things, right? And by that criteria that she listed, that's the first
Wham!
part of it. If that's the standard,
Wham!
y'all ain't meeting it.
You breaking up a little bit deeper, but so what she's saying, Keon, is that the women have
Yeah,
their standard, right? That's fine. But however, do we as men have a standard for our young men to have a rites of passage? For example, like the 4Ps, have you went through yourself personally? Have you went through any kind of rites of passage to say, yes, I accomplished certain things, and therefore now I am man?
I'm gonna
That's
add
what
another one, preparation.
and preparation
And
is another
we'll
good
explain that,
topic.
after he speaks.
Hold on, somebody got some noise.
yeah,
I
yeah,
think
no, yeah. I just because I get. Well, go ahead. No, I was just saying I totally understand the preparations and stuff like that. I feel like that all men should be the 100% their best before they even look for a mate. Not only just because it's better for the woman, but it's just better for yourself. I'm pretty sure that you'll be able to get what you want if you was your 100%. So I don't. That's why I just cannot relate to this conversation. And then another thing, I don't see how just because I don't think that men being excited that their sons is having sex, because that's what I see. I see men, they be like, oh, daddy, I got a girlfriend. Oh, for real? Yeah, that's good. Like, we're excited for that. But are we teaching them to literally go out there and go have sex with every single woman that they can see? No, that's not what's being taught. What's being taught is that we're excited that you get women, but getting a lot of women, I think that's two different things. And I think we're trying to conflate those two and making those the same thing, in my opinion.
Detroit wanted to jump in. Go ahead, Detroit.
Yeah, just real quick on the last point. I don't think that it's a like an outward like men are telling boys to do this or do that. I do believe that there's a generation of adults that are telling young folks to stay single. I think that's going on. But the promiscuity thing, you're right. I don't think that's like, they're teaching, but by example. And that's the thing that, when we talk about children and talking about kids, they can listen to you all they want. But the examples that you set for them are the things that like they might cling on to. So I could have gone to, like we were talking about Thanksgiving dinner. I go Thanksgiving dinner, grandma there, great uncles, great aunts, everybody been together a whole long time or whatever. They telling all these stories and everything like that. Meanwhile, you know what I'm saying, I still want to get out and go to the club and do this. So, there's still influences that like beyond the words, and even when you see good examples, they're still there. But I guess what maybe is missing, and I heard somebody talk about this earlier, is that generation like explaining things. You see the examples, but actually like talking about, well, times wasn't always good, and it might be a conversation that a grandparent have with like their teenage grandkids or whatever as they get a little bit older and start having relationships. Whereas like, me and grandma went through this, instead of maybe the projected everything's perfect and thing like that.
Detroit,
wanna
the
put
truth
the
ain't in
stand
you, sir. It's not in you. These men are telling them to sleep around. I don't know
big
why we
dog,
acting like
big dog.
men are not telling other men to sleep
Your dude's
around and get
always
their dick
itching to
wet.
talk, bro. You gotta
We
get your
talking about
words in
peer
before you
group
use the
versus
bathroom or
elder.
something, man. You
No,
did that to me
hello,
the last
because
time I
we're
was on live with you,
lying.
where you just cut me
We
off
hear
in
it in this space. They say,
mid
"Oh, God,
sentence
it's okay to get your
because.
royal oak
So
folk."
I will say this:
What are you
communication.
talking
Some
about?
men don't know how to communicate properly too, and they
I
communicate like
communicate
women
really
would,
well,
where
nigga.
they
You
want to
understand
jump
me?
in. Some of them same men that didn't want to go out there to that construction job will be the same ones that feel like the way to talk to men is by
Yeah, I
jumping in the
talk to I talk to
conversation.
y'all like
We talked about
whores.
that earlier, where like
Yep,
women would
talk to
talk
you like you
more because
crazy.
they don't
Hold on,
feel
E,
like
let
they
him
can.
get the full thought.
That's
You
the
get
only strength that they have is the communication. So a woman can compel you with their voice. You do have men that do that too, because they either for some reason feel like that their stature isn't enough, they don't respect other people's words, or they've only learned how to communicate like young ladies would. So I don't know if it's one of those, but I'll finish what I was saying. The standard is that no matter what, like promiscuity isn't the standard of this household. You know what I'm saying? You didn't learn this from us. Kids gonna go out here and do whatever they want. Just like kids go out here and drink, even though their parents don't drink, they go out here and do drugs, even though their parents don't do drugs. The standards of this house are this. So it isn't that you can go out here and do this and then come home and tell me, well, I saw you doing that. So the standards are the standards. You set that at home. And just really quick, creator, I'm gonna let this go because I gotta go to work here. But
Yeah, take your ass to work. Land real quick so we can go back to talking.
I know, man. I was in here before you and kept this conversation going, and now you just drug it all the way back down to the slime. So, creator, the thing is, yeah, men are going to lead this, but men, a real man, the standard of a real man is a man is protecting his village. So, the woman, without a woman, you don't have a village at all. So, the standard for me for a man is a man that's actually standing up for what he sees that goes wrong. If you see some young dudes that's talking ill about girls or whatever, it might not be your place to correct them, but by your example, they can see what it really is to take care of a woman. When you can, empathize with what a woman might go through, like we said, woman can go out here and be assaulted at any time. We don't have that same threat. You know what I mean? With men, it's a threat of violence with communication between men, right? So if you talk to a man the wrong way as a man, some things could pop off, right? That same threat of violence isn't there with women. So that
Yes,
because
it
their voices
is.
are reaching,
What do you see? They just be
bro.
talking. I thought you had to go to work. Because, you just talking. Women can't just walk up to other women and talk crazy. What are you talking about? Are you
Women talk
outside?
crazy. How
Are
many
you
times you seen
outside?
women
If you
talk,
outside,
brother?
oh my,
You
go ahead,
outside,
Detroit.
and I
I'm
know because
sorry.
you with the
You're right.
ratchets,
You're right.
dog.
I'm sorry.
Once
Go
again,
ahead,
let me
brother.
finish, man. You outside with the ratchets, and that's your only experience, dog. And I didn't cut you off. I don't know what your point is. You actually sitting here agreeing with me and just trying to woof off and stuff like that. Once
You
again, you
are
did that the
rambling
last time.
though.
I think you got itchy
You're
booty.
rambling. I
I
don't
think you
think you
got
know
itchy
you're
booty and
rambling,
need
but
to use
keep
the
going rambling.
bathroom. Why don't
You
you go
got
ahead so you
time,
can use
man.
the
Go ahead.
bathroom?
This your Ron show. Go ahead.
Let me finish.
Finish your
All
point.
right. Yeah, thank you, bro. Man, now I lost my point too. Fuck ass.
That's what happens when you get to arguing with motherfuckers, boy.
Punk ass.
Hey, this is
No, but
good. This is really good though,
the
man. This is
standard
really
comes from
good.
the men, but the men need to be protecting everything that's around them, and need to just that's how I feel about men. If I can tell I can tell a real man by how he talks, how he moves with and around women, not just coming on here talking that ish. Oh, you got a boo boo. There you go. Dropped it. Oh, okay. Go ahead, dog.
Okay, E, now you could talk, E. God damn it. It's your interrupting ass. Now he can't figure out a way to
Now he
interrupt.
can't even talk, right? Now I'm looking at the sausage fingers. Can't even figure out the buttons and stuff. Don't let me roast, dog. Listen, I let people get their time off. If you start cutting me off, I'll get in your ass, though, man. Pause.
Nah, don't pause, bro. We know what the fuck you talking about. Don't do that unless you from New York. We know what the
All
fuck
right,
we
Man,
talking about.
Hey,
that
yo,
pause
man,
culture here too, man. I just want to be ripping off. Go
bro.
ahead.
Tell
all
what
right,
I do you slanging.
one thing I do, what I do understand is that what I do enjoy about this conversation is that we are starting to have it understand that we do need to have some kind of rites of passage as men. because we do not have it. We have to figure out much later on in life, and then we give ourselves a standard, and then now we are starting to pass that down to our youth now, right? So like Brown's was passing on, like, hey, look, just because I know the rhetoric is out there that is mama's baby, daddy, maybe, regardless, if we're gonna make sure that's your baby, and then we're gonna make sure you take care of it, whether the court's involved or not. You're gonna fight for custody, you're gonna fight for your child, you're gonna do it. So it's a standard. And so like when we talking to young men, we do need to start having some kind of a rights to passes, not just being, oh, you're 18, you could buy cigarettes and go to war now, so now you're a man. No, that's not necessarily a rights of pass just because of that, right? So that's what we're saying, Keon. Keon, you look, what's your thoughts? You seem like you had a lot of thoughts right there. You seem confused, maybe. What's your thought?
Yeah, because honestly, I don't know if y'all trying to just push a narrative or push a point so you can, make a bigger point, which is what it sounds like. But I don't think that you can name 5 men, nor can you name 5 men on a TV screen that's literally sitting up here teaching men, go out there and just have sex as much as you want to, have as many babies as much as you want to, don't care about none of that. You're not going to do that. You're just sitting here, again, making conjectures and pushing narratives just so you can prove a bigger point that men should be better with the women that they have, which I don't disagree with. Just the reasoning behind it to me is just absolutely asinine. No man is out here telling their sons, grandsons, or any of that, go have as many babies as you want to and don't take care of none of them. That's just
the man. You must be new to this space, because the manosphere is doing exactly that. They're telling them their sons and the men,
But the
they don't
manosphere
care
not
about
the
her having
majority.
orgasms, just have sex with her, fuck the community, fuck them kids. Bro, you must be new to this space, to you too.
Nah, he
Okay.
right. The
Hold on,
manosphere not
so
the
KT to
majority
go.
of
Hold
men.
on.
Yes, they are
I was speaking in general.
Okay, hold on. In general, KT to
I
go.
was speaking
Have
in
you
general.
not heard? Hold on. I want us to be honest. KT to go. You saying no man has ever told you to go ahead and have sex with women?
No, I'm saying my father, the people I looked at as father figures, no, they were never like, bro, you gotta get out here and fuck all the bitches. Now my brothers who were my age, my peer group, yeah, they was like, nigga, you ain't really out here smacking shit. But my father figures, like, no. My grandfathers, no. None of them ever was like, nigga, get out here and fuck every bitch in human history. Like, no.
Okay,
No.
that's fine.
So that might be a little, and I get it. There's an age difference in how some of us learn. None of my parents was just like vehemently go out here and freak some, but I'm saying they did encourage us to go mess with women. And so us being young men and not knowing, how to regulate, and we knew this is all new to us. That wasn't the plan. And I think, even though I'm talking crap to her, but I think PhD but really did have a good question. What does that look like? And none of us really, that's what I mean. We ask good questions and we want to get into the nuts and the bolts of what it is we talking about. But maybe these particular shows is not it, because everybody got to talk and speak and everybody's not concise about what they saying. It's kind of, it's a little ambiguous to a degree. So maybe we need to have a show where we say, okay, what it actually looks like, and maybe give some guidelines on maybe what it is. That's what I said yesterday. I was trying to say, what does legacy look like to everybody? And then once we lay that out, everybody has an opportunity to see what each dad is actually doing, right? And then we can go through and share strategy, right? I'm not saying what anybody's doing is wrong or right, but are we sharing strategy? And up here so far, we had a great show, but I don't think we
sometimes we minor and major things, right? So
right.
But that's fine. But we gotta, the reason why we keep jumping back down to things is because we are not keeping it consistent when we know majority of men, we see Coach Greg Adams. What's he saying? Right? He literally saying go ahead and he's literally saying go ahead and have sex with a bunch of women. He's a person that has at least 2,000 to 1,700 people watching his live every day. That's who that is. So just because you don't know him doesn't mean that it doesn't happen, right? So he's gone out there and saying, it's okay. He's gone out and saying, pop it off, right? We got people like Mr. Fantastic. He's saying go out there and pop it off. We got we can keep going. We got
a million people who go in there and do it, but most people not adhering.
We have Obsidian that I was just on the panel.
This is majoring in minor things, Sharon.
He is out there pushing it as well. So the fact that your ass by yourself didn't hear it doesn't mean that in general this is the narrative that is pushing out to young men. So stop acting because you didn't hear
No,
this.
I'm saying
thing,
if you can name 50 niggas,
your single dad didn't say it to you.
I never brought me up.
In general, we are talking about in general.
You're naming examples and then not talking about the majority.
We have more examples of Obsidian, Greg Adams, and we don't have enough examples.
No, they're platformed more. We don't have more examples. Most men are average blue collar worker people.
Do you actually believe you can hear me while you talking?
I believe you just getting mad and not actually addressing what I'm saying, bro. That's not majority of men that's following the manosphere, though, right?
Before you move forward, can you hear me while you talking?
A majority of men following the manosphere.
So this is part of the standard situation, right? When we are talking to each other, we got to be able to communicate. Can you hear me while you are talking?
No.
Okay.
Y'all can't see that this nigga look like Jalen in the face.
It's okay. So therefore, we gotta be able to hear each other.
This is the type of shit you gotta do making sauce to actually have a point there.
Oh man. So we gotta be able to hear each other out before we just make unvalid points that what we are not speaking on.
Mm-hmm.
When we are speaking on a certain thing, we cannot just move the conversation to another topic while we in the midst of constructing a concept for us to follow for fathers and young men,
especially from qualified women who ain't got kids yet. They want to hear what I'm just saying. They want to hear. This is a thing. I just said earlier, we want to get it back to patriarchy. We want to get it back to where they want to have kids and have family and embrace this thing. So if we want to get it back to that, I personally would like to get back to that. Then the women would have to know what the standard is, especially a woman of qualification. She's not no little girl. You understand? So she gonna need to see something, and that's fair to say, okay, we are grown men. We up here. What does that look like? We should have no problem demonstrating what that look like.
Right. Shout out. I don't know if Diva is still driving.
I'm here. Add happy intrinsic $2. Influence matters, KT. It gets shared around.
Absolutely.
That's what I've been saying from the beginning.
Can we make part of the standard? No. Can we make part of the standard respect? Because that seems to be something y'all have a hard time with. And I know that men have gotten up here and said that they want, like, the way women should express love to men, particularly black men, is through respect. But you all don't even respect one another. If this man is running his show and he's asking you a question, just answer it instead of trying to speak over him.
But he wasn't answering the question. He started talking.
He asked you a question.
Is the manosphere the majority of men or not?
It's still his. And so
okay, so does that mean now just because this is your truck?
Okay, so I answered for you, KT, so you can have some understanding. Yes, the manosphere is the majority. Yes.
You're lying. And
that's
how you're lying to make an extreme.
But that was the thing. You shouldn't have even answered that because that's not the point. The point was, regardless of if you was asking, is it 3 aliens on Mars? There should be a certain level of respect, simply by virtue of the fact that this is your show. But again, what I'm just pointing out is that you men have trouble displaying respect with one another, but you all want it from us.
And that's ridiculous.
We could easily show
how. What's ridiculous?
Can I? Okay. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Like, you're trying to use this one specific, scenario to try to make it seem like this is every day, every time that men talk to each other, we're disrespect. That's just ridiculous. But
it is.
I mean, that's your opinion. That's your opinion. That's your opinion. Okay, that's your opinion.
I point it out
again, that's your opinion. Okay, I don't care. I honestly don't care. Can I finish what I'm saying? Can you respect me by saying
about what you're saying either?
All right, just making sure you can respect me like you want us to respect me. Just making sure.
Okay.
All right. So,
but you're not the host.
Okay, so you're not going to respect
what you.
You're not
so nobody cares what you're saying. Right? No, we ain't gonna respect you. Not a gloves off.
So why are you caring about our respect for other people when you clearly can't do the same standard that you put upon us? That just doesn't make any sense. That means that everything you say is actually given value.
Right.
You should get more.
Says who?
More than
Says a little nappy head. Boy, if you don't shut.
So, and I want to point out, so it does make sense, right? Because regardless of how somebody else treats you, if you are holding on to a standard, you got to hold your standard. It don't have nothing to do with nobody else. Because, like, so for example, I still hold my standard and let people talk, even though they are being disrespectful towards me. I still hold my standard of who I am. I still
let me speak a little bit to that.
I still don't overtalk y'all. I don't even mute y'all enough as I should. I don't drop people enough as I should. Because I give you example. I give you a grace to fix yourself as we have in the conversation. And then people get upset when I do mute them because they are overdoing it. And they act as if they don't understand that they overdoing it.
Don't worry, I'm here. I'm here to do it. If you don't want to do it, Sharon, I got you back. Listen, I'm so sick and tired of these dudes lying, talking about we teaching the young men the right thing. Detroit was just up here talking about we teaching them the right thing. I got a ticket, by the way, but that's neither here nor there. But listen, we teaching these dudes the right thing to do X, Y, Z, blase, 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 and they just go out here and do the wrong thing. No, like how many of us of my generation, if K the GOAT is being honest, he heard go sow your royal oats. He was told by the older men to go out there and sleep around. He wasn't told to preserve his seed and not be having sex out there. And that's the point is we want to act like the red pill, the travel, these travel bros are talking about. No, we need you guys to not go out here and sleep around and be promiscuous. You see that word promiscuous that I said? So that's the point that I'm trying to say is the old men are teaching the young men these things and we need to just stop lying about it. That's the point that I was making.
That's all.
Well, if we're lying, it would be so easy for you to point out people not on YouTube, not in the manosphere, that teaches these things. That would be so much easier for me if we were lying. I would think. For some reason, all you can name is general.
Okay, so let's answer it. So hold on. So Shannon Sharp, is that not an example?
Example of what?
Of older men telling young men to go out there and be promiscuous.
No, I don't think.
Okay, so that's another one. Okay, what about Cam Newton? He's another one that pushes it as well.
Okay, that's I can't knock you on that one. I can't knock you on that one.
All right, so we have plenty. So this is what I'm saying. We have examples at the example. We also have Paul Pierce as well, right? He also have a show. He's doing it as well, correct?
Don't stop there, Nick Cannon. Hello, we can do this all day.
Hold on. I want honesty, right? So I get it that y'all want to fight it, but we have plenty of examples inside the red pill, inside manosphere, the no good suckers, and also outside of it as well. And then also in our own anecdotal life, we see it as well. And for us to act as if we don't see those things just because we want to give men some kind of badge of honor is dishonest. We got to be able to take our good. So we got to be able to take our good and our bad traits. So this way we can move forward as men.
Yeah,
and
but
this is one of the P's, and this is one of the P's that Diva is talking about, problem solving. We need to solve this problem of men not being able to deal with reality.
Then deal with them then, Sharon. Stop making this a men problem. Why don't we have a live where we talk about how not to be Cam Newton, not how not to be bad men. That's not a bad men trait. That's not a men trait. Cam Newton and Nick Cannon is not.
You all right? So it didn't work. You breaking up? You breaking up? All right. So he.
That's what your whole life is about, the bad men. You don't talk like that's your whole show.
It literally. So this is what I'm saying. A lot of times they argue with me and they agree with me. I don't understand why that happens, but it happens very often. He's back now, so he just had some connection issues. So a lot of times that is exactly what I'm doing. And majority of the time, people are mad at me because I am pointing out the negativity in men. That's the main problem people have with me. That I don't give them enough flowers. That's the main issue, that I'm talking about these negative men that is pushing other young men. They are the biggest influencers in our young men. our young men are gravitating to an Andrew Tate. They're gravitating to a Myron Gaines. This is the issue, right? So you see, I'm keep on naming more names of men pushing out sexual promiscuity rather than men that are saying, hey, no, we need to hold a standard. And men and women, young men and young women need to hold the same type of standard, Keon. That's what I'm saying.
Right, and Keon pushing the goalpost, right? Because as soon as he said no one is doing it, then you name some on the internet, and then when he said no, name some off the internet, and we can name many, like it could go on and on and on and on, because this is a belief system that's been in place for decades. Now, you know, I don't hear people saying to you men to get married, to save yourself from marriage anymore, right? You don't hear that. So what's the opposite of that? Go out there and be a young man. If they're not telling you to keep your virtue and find a wife, then what are they saying?
Right.
Man, at the end of the day, bro, like I don't know, bro. Like y'all want to believe whatever y'all want to believe. So I'm not really here to even, I guess, change your mind. But all the men that you bring up here, Sharon, not one of these niggas is going to sit up here and say they teach their sons to go out there and just have sex with any woman they want to. Like, I don't, if we're talking about generalities here, if we're talking about on general, and then we start naming manosphere YouTube famous dudes, then of course I feel like you already lost. Because again, we have to go to the worst of the worst for us to prove your point. And that's my point.
No,
I'll point out too. That's not the general YouTube. Most niggas are not Paul Pierce or Cam Newton or Shannon Sharp.
Bro.
We like most people are regular everyday working men. They're not. They don't have that life.
Hold on. This is insane to me. This is wildly insane to me. So you mean to okay? These men that have heavy influence, like an Andrew Tate, that have millions of young men, right? He is pushing it out, but he has followers of young men. They are following him down to a T. So this whole idea that I'm pointing out these men, and that is a bad thing to do, is wild to me, because the reason why I'm pointing them out is because they are influencing young men that we cannot see or hear.
No, it's not a bad thing. I've never saying it is. If you're saying, I'm saying Andrew Tate.
Said that.
Andrew, no, I didn't. I literally said Andrew Tate.
Okay, hold on, so I can understand what you're saying.
Yeah, maybe you can listen and then you
hold on. I need some clarity. You saying that you agree with Keon that I should not be talking about these men that is pushing out.
No, I'm saying they're not the majority. I've said that about 5 times.
They are not the majority of what?
Men. And the influence that they have does not influence the majority of men.
What is that? Hold on. What does that mean? So you saying that you see more men online speaking like me in Brownsville?
No, I said more people are not online. Most people are not chronically on.
Hold on. Can you hear me, please? Simple. Are you saying there's more men that is moving like Andrew Tate, Myron Gaines, and we could go down the list of those men? Is it more men like that, or is it more men like Creator in Brownsville?
You're talking about YouTube, right?
Right, you said majority.
Right, so most men are not content creators on YouTube. You're cutting out the majority right there. You gotta be able to
understand what you are actually communicating. You just said the majority of people online talking.
No, I said men every time. Majority of men.
And so, okay, and then also those men that are online, majority of men are following those men rhetoric. So
okay.
Therefore,
majority of men are not online. This is my point, Sharon. Majority of men are not online looking up Andrew Tate and fucking Fresh and Fit.
Hold on, please. I need you to have some critical thinking, please, because this is starting to bother me. It is. I need you to critically think. Majority of the men online is preaching a certain thing. We in agreement, right?
Majority of men don't know.
Majority men online are preaching.
No, majority of men online are not manosphere niggas. They're regular content creators covering video games and shit like that. They're not talking about bitches and politics.
So, all right, so pause this. So majority of men online are speaking like Creator and Brownsville is what you're saying.
Majority of men online are not speaking to this at all.
Oh my God. Lord have mercy. Sharon, I'm disappointed in you.
I'm giving
Okay,
y'all
why?
answers. And
Because
y'all saying, "Oh my God, y'all
you're
can't."
trying to talk to KT, but he's
What
like
the fuck?
Jalen. You wouldn't speak to Jalen like this. You wouldn't try to get him to consider something because you know he's slow. KT is like Jalen, slow.
Oh, that makes you feel good.
I don't understand why you
Your
being
kids,
dishonest.
your kids, my age, they stay with you.
Hold on, KT. This is bothering me. Why you being dishonest for no reason?
It's bad that
What's
your kids are
dishonesty?
being raised by you.
Okay, so
No,
creator.
but you still raising your kids. They 30. Niggas live with their
No,
mama.
I don't
Fuck
raise
you
my
talking about?
kids.
So
They're
like,
not at
hey,
work.
look, this my
But
house.
your wife take
Well,
care
I'm
of you,
talking that right.
bitch. Your wife at work and you at home.
My wife downstairs right now putting up the tree.
Yeah, both y'all welfare.
Goofy. Ain't
Grown
none of us
ass
got
two-headed
welfare,
niggas.
baby. Ain't nobody got welfare up in here.
Hold on. Hold on.
Yo, cuz, let me jump in.
This is fucking crazy to me. I cannot believe you just lying. I don't want to say that you're lying. I don't want to do that. But the dishonesty is just wild. When literally we see it every fucking day. That is the new Manosphere channel every day.
Go pay your Wi-Fi bill.
I don't understand why we trying to act as if we don't see this happening in real life. This is wild.
No, Sharon, listen, I'm not saying this doesn't happen. It's when you're saying that most men are following this. That's all I'm.
Right. Stop saying that. Stop lying. Stop being dishonest. We keep saying the same thing. You agree with that. Yes, you heard these things outside of these spaces. You heard these things outside.
What? No, I didn't. I told y'all my peoples is never telling me fuck a bunch of bitches.
Right. We're not talking
like y'all
about
not talking real.
All right.
You just said I told you that I heard it outside.
Okay. All right, fine. It's only so I guess the word is only by you, and so we never heard
Nigga,
nothing.
you just brought me up. What are you?
All right, so we never heard none of this anywhere else. So you only heard this online, and every other man that heard this, and they, even though we have multiple men today, Creator said he heard it. Eda Man said he heard it. Detroit said he heard it. Brownsville said he heard it. Other Unlikely said he heard it. Other men other than you, Keon probably even know he heard it somewhere else.
Everybody said
men
nobody.
other than you heard this rhetoric. But
okay, hearing and doing is two different things, though, Sharon.
We said most people not teaching their kids promiscuity.
Why are you talking about?
That's it, period.
I don't understand. I really don't.
You only got a problem when I speak, because you know I can get.
Because you keep jumping in while I'm talking. Literally, I'm talking.
Mm-hmm.
I'm literally talking, and then you start talking, and then you're saying you only have a problem when you.
You literally interrupted me to talk, and then be like, "You're interrupting my interruption." Right, allow me to interrupt.
Because you got to be able to follow a conversation.
Well, how can you interrupt when I wasn't finished with the conversation?
Because you're not following the conversation. So if I'm talking to you about blue and you start the conversation about red, I'm stopping you because I'm talking about blue.
Oh, okay. Most men online are not manosphere creators. I've said it 50
that's not
times.
A true statement.
That
shout
is,
out to Elite Bell Zoe with the $4 super, but it's just not true. We already proved that it wasn't true. I gave you examples.
You didn't. You named people and said this is proof. I can show you a man right now that got leprosy. Most people got leprosy now. Exactly. Please, it's really childish logic. Like I can show an example of this is Charlie Kirk arguing
point. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Now you move into dumb shit, right? Again. So if the majority of men
already been here.
If majority of men online is talking about something, and the majority of those men followers are men, that is the majority.
Majority of men are not on YouTube talking about manosphere shit.
It's not just YouTube.
They are game creators. They're music covers.
Right. Even the music is talking about the same thing. Music also is pushing the degeneracy. Music does it as well. That's why Buffy is where he's at. Majority of men that's in the music, they saying the same thing. When you look at Future, when you look at Offset, again, I'm proving again in real time that you are full of shit. Why?
No, you're full
I
of
don't
shit.
know.
You're for sure full of shit because again, you're moving it because your first of all, your first statement was that men teach it. Men teach it. Yeah, yes, you are. Because again, Sharon, now you're saying, have you heard of it? Of course, we heard of people being promiscuous. Of course, we heard of men telling us to go get as many hoes as we want to. What we're talking about, Sharon, is what you said. Do men teach it? And even if they do teach it or tell you about it, do men follow it? Are all men just following Andrew Tate all because Andrew Tate says go out and go have a whole bunch of sex? Do all men do that? No. Do most men do that? No. And I don't think that you can disagree with that.
Okay.
So that's
most men do it.
Okay.
Most
Hold on. I want to. I need to calm down because it bothers me. Creator, do you agree with these two young men?
I do not. Well, to Keon's point, he's pretty specific. He's saying that, okay, yeah, so we didn't win all the way around the world from a no to, okay, yeah, we hear that, but he said clearly, do they teach it? And we have several examples of men teaching promiscuity. Everything, and again, I could be wrong, Keon, I could be wrong, but you turn on your radio, especially for your age group, and I agree, y'all probably ain't talking about women no more. Y'all talking about killing each other. Right? So that's a whole different subject. In our day, yes, it was absolutely, as I'm saying, there's an age gap. In our day, that was taught literally, and all the music that we heard, right?
Creator,
everything. Hold on, let me finish.
Creator, what is Chris Brown's song? These hoes ain't what?
Nothing.
Right? What does he say? He said, when a rich nigga wants you, ain't nothing you can do. Right? Like what up? My brother.
But hold on. To his point, I'm just trying to. I'm a mediator, right? So I'm a mediate. He said our men teaching, our men directly teaching it, and we trying to generalize. And we can look around today when most men get before they even hit 18, they freaking. So somebody somewhere in some capacity gave this man permission. Like I said, in my day, it was promoted, bro. A king can have as many queens as he absolutely can afford, right? Now, in today's time, it may be a little bit different, but it was absolutely a thing, bro, and it's absolutely taught amongst men. What we saying is now we want to change the trajectory of that ideology now, right? You saying as a young dad, hey, I'm not promoting that. KT saying, well, shit, I don't even see it. We saying
no, I didn't. Where do y'all get this?
Oh, okay. Well, I'm saying I absolutely.
I'm saying everywhere from the beginning it happens, but that's not majority of men. And even you trying to direct the comment to Keon because I brought it up. That's what I said from the beginning. He talking about most men. Most men are not under this ideology. That is all I'm saying. If that's not clear, concise, direct to y'all, that's not me being retarded.
I'm going to say most men are freak get as many women as you can, and there are men out here
their kids that.
Bro, whether it's directly or indirectly, yes, absolutely.
No, so all right, now y'all got to make it about whether it's directly or indirectly.
Absolutely, they're teaching their kids this, brother, because it all starts. It's not goalposts because it all starts with what are you being taught, and then I would ask, like I said again, I'm going to go right back to everybody. Explain to me what legacy look like, what your style of parenting looks like. And then we can go from there. That's why I was like before anything be taught, let the men just let them talk. Let them tell what their style of parenting is, right? If we all up here parents, let me hear how you parent. That's your proof right there, right? You don't have to defer to nobody. We can defer to each other's style of parenting, and then we can go from there.
Hey, look, all I'm saying is this.
Well, I'll answer the question. Go ahead.
Right. We have
it was rhetorical at this point because it's his show. We can't really get into the nuts and bolts of things.
We answered that yesterday.
Wait, what question?
It wasn't a question. It was we kind of do need to get into the nuts and bolts of what legacy building is because we saying what is, what ain't. We have an age gap, and we have younger fathers. We have aged fathers, we have younger moms, we have older moms. Let's just see. I'll just say, tell me as a younger mom or a dad, age out the window, what legacy building looks like to you. I just want to hear. It's not a right or wrong answer. I just want to hear how people raise their kids. It's it. It's as simple as that. In our community, I don't care about what nobody else doing. I'm talking about in our community. What that directly looks like. If we parents, we can demonstrate that with your parenting style, right? You don't have to defer to nothing else.
Okay, so the thing is, we know parenting has evolved because we don't have teen pregnancy anymore, right? So we know that things has changed as we became the parents of everything, right? We changed that. We stopped the teen pregnancy.
Mm-hmm.
That's who stopped it. And the reason why we stopped it because
we as men, or who?
we started to
As the
realize
community.
that all of the bullshit remedial red that they was teaching us about, go ahead and soil your royal oats, while that is even a thing. It's a thing that they was telling young men. And to be dishonest is saying that majority of men are not living in this red pill incel. It's a reason why it got three factions. It got red pill, it got manosphere, it got passport, bro. It got save yourself. It got the industry of sex. We got all of these industries that is promoting sex. And then now all of a sudden we acting as if this is not the majority of what's happening. I guess just to go against me or just to argue with Sharon, I don't get it. But neither one of y'all can actually substantiate.
No, because Sharon, the music that's promoting the promiscuity is not just for men, it's for women too.
I need you to substantiate all these men. Point me to their channels, point me to their blogs, point me to all these men that are promoting young men to not be soiled. They royal oats. Go ahead.
No, you just helped me right there alone. There are not as many men who are content creators. How you kept saying, point me to their blogs, their platform. Most men don't have a platform, Sharon. Now, that's the proof that most men are not, because most men are not out here being manosphere. So that's factually proof of it. Like, I don't understand.
It's baked into the culture, though, right?
I was gonna
and
say
so
it
even when
reflects.
we see like
Right.
commercials and
Right.
all this advertising, they sell everything with women, which means sex, right? They want to sell you a car, they get some attractive women. They want to sell you beer, they get attractive women. And so even in the advertising and the marketing that we are inundated with, it's there, right? Just not in as explicit a form. And so all of these things are reinforced. And they talked about the music before. It's all around you in the music. Children see all of this, right? Children see all the messages they take in on the internet or watching TV. They listen to the music and take those images in as well. And so it is all around us, even though the vast majority of men are not on YouTube with a manosphere YouTube channel. Right, but it's baked into the culture. And so it's a lot of things that you may disregard or not notice initially that are reinforcing that point of view, right? Go out there and accumulate as many women as you can. Women aren't really people. Women are, these attractive objects that you collect. And so it's there.
No, I can agree with that in totality, but I will say that's not RP. Like what we're talking about right now is something.
It ain't no way.
Okay,
ain't no fucking
it
way.
reflects in our culture too.
Ain't
It's
no
obvious
fucking way.
that we're people literally call us hypersexual. It reflects in our culture too. That we, you know what I mean? That's what I don't understand, acting like you've never heard it when you can see it as clear as day. Like you can see young girls acting grown, like you can see it in our culture. There's no denying it. So I just don't really understand pretending like,
So I
That's
want to hear.
because he's not listening to like that fool who just got knocked off because something wrong with him. He keeps saying most of the men aren't manosphere content creators.
Right.
But there's still.
No, I can understand what he's saying is that, on the internet, obviously the worst of us, like in the media, is going to be magnified. So I can understand him saying that, but
So hold on. So I get that. So I want to ask a question to Detroit, right? So, is I'm cutting out, or is that just somebody else?
I don't know if it's me or
That's Bon Cherry.
It's Bomb Cherry. So I want to be serious with Detroit. So Detroit, are you a college educated man, sir?
Sorry, I'm on mute. Yes.
So when you saw black men going into college, was they being promoted to be hypersexual in college by their elders? to sleep around, mess with a lot of women?
I guess that would be a question for each individual. I would say,
No, sir.
do I know it? Well, I mean, I'm gonna answer your question.
He's gonna answer. Go ahead, Detroit.
Um, I think the environment for that, was it around? Yes, absolutely. I can't say whether it permeated into every household, but that environment where it could, yeah, that was around. I give you an example here. There was a culture of cigarette divorces. You know what a cigarette divorce is? Where the man leaves to go get a pack of cigarettes and don't come back. Now
Yeah,
it
you
was
talking about the
every
milk. The milk.
yeah,
Yeah.
the milk, yeah. Was every household like that? No, but was that in the culture? Yes.
Yeah.
No, no, I'm just saying when you went to college, right? And your black friends and people, all those things went to college. The males, was the other males, we talking about your uncles, we talking about if your daddy was involved, was the other males promoting that you go to college and have a good time sexually in college?
Were those the words coming out of somebody's mouth? Not that specifically. No.
Okay, I don't want to be, I'm just saying, was it an expectation that you were supposed to go to college to have sex with multiple women from
Okay.
the
So
male elders around you? And I just want to be
so
honest. Like I know I was trolling earlier, but I just want to see
you
if we
troll
can
all the
have a
time, but it's
conversation.
okay.
No, I'm not
Listen,
trolling right now. I'm being dead
I
serious.
know you're not right now. Okay. I don't want to use myself, and I would encourage everybody that's on the panel too.
Mhm.
Don't use yourself as the anecdotal evidence to prove your fact. So I won't use myself as the overriding fact of does this happen, right? So do I know of uncles that weren't married in my family that all the time they came to events and they were single? And yes, that right
Did
there
they
is
encourage you
communication too.
to?
Did they
No, so
encourage me to? Go ahead. I can't say that one of my family members encouraged me to. I
Okay.
can't say that.
Okay.
I
so
can't say
but
myself. No. But
I got
That's
I'm
fair.
humble enough. Hold on, but I'm humble enough to understand that I'm not the world. I'm a
I got
part of this. You know what I'm saying, right? Can we all agree on that?
I agree with that. So Detroit, the
Okay.
one thing about being in the military, I was able to go to multiple colleges. Every time I changed duty stations, I had to change colleges. So I wanted to make sure it wasn't unique to one college. And I'd had these conversations in college. Most colleges have these organizations where black men get together. And we start having these conversations. I know we can call it anecdotal, but we start having these conversations at multiple colleges. Men was encouraged to go and get as much tail as they got. I remember when I first came home from my first college. Hold on, I'm just letting you know. When I first came home, first thing my uncle, the married ones, the single ones, it wasn't this the different. It was different. Well, I know you knocking them down, nephew. I know you taking them down through there. Like this idea that men are saying, no, go to college, get your education, find you a wife outside of this red pill and this manosphere is a lie. And that's why I wanted to push back because I think every man know it. For some reason, we just don't want to talk about it.
So the lie is that people are promoting that we get out here and get busy. That's what you're saying the lie is?
Now, I'm
Yeah,
saying,
more than they're promoting family. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
well, because I don't
Right.
think men have
So
been told to go to college and find a wife.
Yeah.
okay.
We
So
think
I
they're
want to
promoting.
use you as an anecdotal, right? Tell
Sure.
me, when a young person's in the military, where they're like, yeah, there are going to be some young people that are like booed up and stuff like that. But I can remember, I'm an 80s baby. I can remember what the culture was. If you were in the military, it was
He was
almost
talking about
like,
college.
okay, but I'm just saying, he brought up the fact that his uncles were telling him, I know you're knocking them down. That's what he just said. So
Correct.
Be-
I know if you're a military person, that was one of those things that was in that culture that you around the world. You traveling all around, you can knock off all kind of things all over the world. You living the life, man. You single, y'all travel, y'all do all this stuff. So that's a different culture. That's a subset, right? Overall, what I'm trying to say is we start picking at like this group do this group, and have we all experienced this? Listen, man, all I know is that overall, like every young man has had a notion of getting out here and getting busy. If he didn't have that notion, then I can guarantee he had some structure and people talking to him ahead of time about what was coming down the road and didn't play into this whole like you a man by your body count or whatever. And that's my point of the whole thing is that the promiscuity threshold, like men are the ones who lower it for men. And you know, when you should be having the
Yeah,
same standard for your children, and that's ultimately my point. It's not something
we
that, you
agree.
know, yeah, you know, I'm not going to, like, you know what I'm saying? I can understand where people are like, I didn't experience that. I didn't experience that. But somehow I still, like, even with having all these people around me and stuff like that, I still got out here and was getting it in, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, with these good examples around.
Right,
So
but everything is telling you to go out there and get it in. That's the point
That's
we've
just
been
all we're
making. It's
saying.
in the
Yeah.
culture. It is baked
it's
into the
in there.
culture.
Yeah, it's out there. Even if I got good examples, that other thing is still out there. And can,
It's
just
part
like the
of it,
drugs and alcohol are there.
And
but
we
The
we
other
we
handling
thing
this
feel
is
like
weapon,
though,
we
gonna want you to go out here and use it. You understand? I mean, I'm just saying we're men and we have something that women don't have, and maybe y'all don't feel the way that we feel, you know, in some instances. But to be real, if we're gonna be really real, men are men, and most men do, you know, trying to make sure that they have boys or boys in their family. We want to make sure this little guy is solid. You understand that he ain't gay or he get ready to go into some type of
true.
he could go into, you know what I'm saying? So it
Let's
was
But what does
go.
good,
that
but
men are?
it
What
was
does
wait,
that
hold
men are
on,
men
hold
thing mean?
on,
What
hold
does that
on.
men are men
Hold on.
thing mean?
Yeah,
See,
hold on.
hold
Creator said
on.
something
See,
good. Go
y'all
ahead,
just
PhD.
wait. But
Because what
the
does men
thing
are
that he
men
said,
thing with me?
the thing that he said that's good is he mentioned, you know, I think all men want to do it, but we have to look at differences between male groups, right? And so if we look at Asian men have the highest marital rate, right? And
Right.
in terms of
Cultural.
sexual desirability, they are ranked lower. At least black men will tell you that they are ranked lower than them, right? Black men say that they rank higher in desirability than Asian men. So black men are more focused on sex. These Asian men find a wife. I'm sure they do their little thing, but they aren't as sexual as the black men. But they also accomplish a lot more than black men. And so we got to start thinking about what are we putting our time to?
they also lead
I
in
ain't gonna lie.
self deletion too, as a
Not only
result.
that, Chinese people,
White
Asians,
people
period,
do.
are very freaky. If you ever watch any anime, they are
Hey, we're not
obsessed with
talking
little
about
Yeah,
girls in
that.
that's
skirts.
not major and
Yeah, we're
minor
not
things.
gonna
Let's
talk
get back.
about that.
Let's keep it on the focus, please.
Right.
Focus on the focus.
I'm
Yeah,
just
so
saying.
Yeah, that's
I don't give a
porn.
Niggas
It's
damn
freaky.
it's
about a
called
Chinese
acting.
man, an
They're
Asian man,
acting. Those are
or a Japanese
videos.
man.
They're acting.
And this is silly that we even trying to compare ourselves because who gives a
The
damn
hell?
about a
Okay,
Chinese,
that's what I'm saying.
Japanese,
That's
or
not
any of
major and
that?
minor
Like
things.
this
It's okay.
comparative thing is kind of
It's okay,
crazy.
Keon. Let's focus on the focus. So, would you tell? Okay, this is how we know that men are just being dishonest. When we tell our little young female family members to go outside and a young boy is talking to her, what do we tell her that young man wants? What?
want the
Right.
coochie. He want the
Right.
coochie. Save
Right.
yourself. Save
You
your
hear me?
chastity.
Right.
See,
They
that's what I'm
tell
saying.
us that, right.
That's
Warning,
the point is
warning.
we tell.
Hold on. So hold on. So like, I just want to know why would KT and Keon act as if this is not a true thing and go through this whole lying bullshit that men are not teaching men.
Can we actually move on from the conversation? Because honestly, none of you
Yeah,
guys
Why?
are
it's
having
gonna
an
be
actual
honest.
Well,
serious conversation,
why?
or y'all
This
being
is
genuine.
very
Because
serious.
again, the men up here, me and KT, never sat up here and said that this stuff doesn't exist. It's about what you said. You said that that's taught. Like, as in,
It
I'm
is.
teaching my little boy right now to go out there
Not
and go
you
have sex
are
with a whole
teaching.
bunch
No,
of men.
not
And
you
all
are
you
teaching
guys is
him.
doing,
Hold on.
wait a minute, all you guys,
No.
wait
Let
a
him get it
minute,
out.
bro.
Let him
All
get it
you
out.
guys is doing is
Let him get
giving
it
us
out.
We don't think
examples
you're
of how
teaching your son
media
that.
It's
and how
okay, y'all. Let him
YouTube
get it out.
niggas
Hold on.
hold on,
Hold
how
on.
media
Hold on,
and
Keon.
YouTube
We
niggas,
literally
Hold
wait
on.
a
don't think
minute,
Hold on.
that.
bro, how
Keon.
media and
Keon.
YouTube
Hold
niggas
on.
is influencing
Please,
our
Keon.
teenage boys to become
Keon.
more promiscuous. That's
Keon.
two different things that you're
Keon.
saying, bro.
Keon.
Oh
Do
my
you think
God, can
we
I
are?
talk?
Hold on, Keon. Do you think we are
Go.
specifically talking about you?
What does that have to do with any? Did you hear what I just said, Sharon, or you want me to repeat
Yes.
it?
And the reason that's why I'm asking you this question because you brought it into you what you are teaching your son. I'm not teaching my son
As
that.
an example.
Exactly. So what? So now we got to take ourselves out the example, get out of our own bubble.
Okay,
The
so
reason why we
Sharon,
tell the
okay,
reason why
Sharon, I feel like
get
you
out of
wasn't
our own.
listening to what I said.
I'm
I'm
trying to
feeling like
get
you're
you to
not listening to
understand
what
what.
I said. Because me even bringing up my own son had nothing to do with me bringing up the fact that what my example was is the general standard. That had nothing to do with what I'm saying. me bringing up my son is saying that that's what you're saying. You're saying that us as men, we're teaching our babies to basically just go out there and have as much sex as they want to, while yourself and you and the other women on this channel is sitting up here giving us examples of how the media and how YouTube niggas is teaching our boys as teenagers to go out there and have sex. That's two different things.
Thank you.
Can I get in there real quick?
Hold on. Yes, and so it's not two different things. The reason why it's not two different things is because if you have a female family member, you would teach her to be wary of young boys because they want to have sex with them. We are not teaching our young females to say, hey, that man only want to have a family with you. He only want to take care of you and provide you and make you a wife. That is not what is being said. And so when we talk about in general, men are not teaching their young boys to do what you are teaching your young boy to do.
Because
I
pointed this out earlier, though.
And that's what you want to dumb it down to, Sharon.
Okay. Hold on. Let me. Yes, everybody's going to get a chance to address it. I know I got a couple of ladies down there that want to address it, and I got you, Rosie. How you doing? Thank you for joining the panel. We got Andrea, Diva. We're going to get to it. So what I'm saying is that when we are talking and being honest and we talking about the general population of what is going on, stop trying to turn that into, what I'm teaching my own child. And then act like you being the example is just negating all of the generalities that we are talking about. Because you teaching your son that,
no one did
teaching my son that, Creator teaching his son that does not negate the generality of what's happening in the world.
And I think we've all seen people who came from two-parent households who.
Hold on, Andrea. Let him get a chance to respond. And then so after he respond, we're gonna go Rosie and Andrea. Yeah, just so he can get his thought out.
My bad.
Yeah. Just I'm gonna be quick with it because again, I think this is kind of a nonsensical conversation. It's starting to get that way a little bit because again, you guys keep saying that we're saying things that we're not saying, and that's why it's kind of getting a little frustrating because I never disagree with nothing that you guys said, especially when it comes to teaching our kids. The standard should be not be a hoe, and I'm pretty sure every man and woman with common sense would admit, even if they're doing it or not, but they would sit here and admit and say that they're teaching their kids the same thing. It wasn't my example of me bringing up my son again, Sharon, had nothing to do with me trying to make it seem like, since I'm not doing it's not happening. That's not what the point was. The point is trying to show you that you're trying to say that us as adults or as men or as fathers is teaching our boys. So me being the father, that's the example. I'm teaching my son to do these things. That was the only reason why I brought myself up. So at the end of the day, Sharon, reality is like KT said, we're not manosphere niggas. We are not just listening to Sexy Red and Future all day. We're not doing these things. If anything, in our circles, if a man came around talking about he fucked so many, that he had sex with so many women, bro, we're looking at him like he's kind of strange. Like, bro, what are you doing? You gonna get a STD? That's just the reality, in my opinion.
Okay. So Keon, that's good.
So we're gonna go with Roxy and then Andrea. Either man got something to say this, and I'm pretty sure KT to go want to jump in. So Roxy, Andrea, either man, KT to go.
Why are you skipping me?
Hello to everyone.
Ooh. I'm sorry, Diva.
Hi, Diva.
See, I told you got people camming up forgetting about Diva.
So let me ask this because I like to ask men on multiple panels that I go on especially when this conversation comes up, right? What is a rite of passage that Black American young boys and men that we all collectively as a community share? How every other culture might have a bar mitzvah. They might have some coming of age. They might even take their young men on a hunt. What is it collectively that Black men are giving these young boys besides sports, besides a trade, that can actually help them hyper-focus on something besides the sexual conquest? Because from what I'm understanding, what makes a Black boy into a Black man is when he loses his virginity.
Nothing, but I think that also be crazy to say because most cultures, races, they do not have rights of passage.
But you just said you didn't want to talk about other races.
I just named them. I just named them.
I'm saying most people do not have. No, you named two. You named a bar mitzvah and hunts. I'm saying like even if we're talking, because the comment is always about us black people, and I'm saying like regardless of, I get we're still in the context. I'm saying overall most people don't have.
So the reason
rites of
why
passage.
I say for black, I'm a mother to a black son, right? And when it comes down to even someone saying to make sure that their children are not part of the LGBT community, right? That is how we kind of make sure that these boys are raised in a correct way. So my question is, since you all are saying you are not men for men, that you all are actually raising these young men, you are volunteering with these young men, what are we actually teaching them besides don't have sex? Because we know abstinence doesn't really help anyone collectively. We know a lot of people usually rebel against that. So again, besides saying don't have sex, if you're saying that you're teaching these young men and young boys not to be promiscuous, what else are you teaching them as a rite of passage into
Skills.
manhood?
I
Okay,
wouldn't
like
say I could say I'm teaching the specific rite of passage, but the skills I already have, the knowledge I already have. Now I'm not gonna say this is what everyone's doing, as you're saying, like for our example, because I do have 3 boys and a girl. So what I do with my kids is based on the skills that I have. Whenever I'm out here fix something at the house, or even sometimes if they can come in the job with me, like I allow them to see these things and learn the way that I do things. When they have questions, listen. I believe experience is the best answer for most things. I could tell you a billion times not to be promiscuous, as you were saying, but once you experience enough, you've done a little promiscuity, and you may have got a little drip or something, you know. Well, that experience itself is what the real teacher is. So I do tell them everything I need to, I feel, or what I feel I can tell them. But again, experience has to play a part in it. It can't. It's many things we can do as parents to place our kids on the. It's Sharon been saying for the last week. Women been telling their kids don't kill people. You know, don't sell dope, and they still do it. So it's
So,
not
but
really about what you're saying. It's
There's no rite of
I,
passage.
I got
Like
you.
she's
So,
asking
Kate,
about.
but no, I got it. So, Kate to go. Are you sat down with your kids and told them all the wrong that you did? Like, hey, this is the wrong that I did.
They're not
Hey,
even of that age yet to understand. So
are
no.
they too young? Okay,
Yeah.
respect. So, all of your kids are under what, 13?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
I mean, but even when they do, when it comes of age, like, and my oldest son, he's already inquired. Yeah, I'm straightforward with my kids. I think that's the best way to raise them. Like, listen, I'm gonna admit to you I made mistakes because I don't want you looking around for a perfect example. I'm not a perfect example, and no example you'll find Will is perfect. So yeah, Daddy can admit his flaws. Daddy, listen, a lot of the stuff I'm gonna
All
tell
right,
you
that's
to
where you're
do,
supposed to put the
Daddy did.
period at. Don't reiterate it. Shit.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
All
Can I
right.
say I was
Let me see
next,
what it
right?
says.
And
Hold on.
he's zesty or
Rogue
what?
C. Hold on. At Rogue C, 5477, $5.
oh.
Men stay bragging about all the biz they allegedly get though, but y'all not promiscuous. Y'all ran through, just admit it. Laugh out loud. At Elite Belzo 1, thank you for the super sticker. At Workademics 6415, $5. Stop gaslighting. Kellen, even
Keon, he
if it said Keon said, hey ladies, number 1 on the list is he got a funny name, he got a crazy name. All right. Stop gaslighting Keon. Even if it said doesn't mean it happens. Women control access to sex but less accountable. Talk about the sexual revolution. So you want us to talk about something that happened 50 years ago?
Yeah.
These men are
I
crazy.
want to
Crazy.
it was
is
Andrea. It was you want to answer it, Keon, before we move on.
Oh, he
'Cause I
want to hear about my list that don't miss. Because he's
Yeah,
asking about
the
crazy
crazy
name.
name
Yes,
comment was kind
crazy
of crazy.
name is
I
the
think
no,
it's
no,
just
that's the number 1 on the list. Crazy hair is also on the list.
Dang.
Shout out to
Right.
Diva's list.
good for you.
Diva, you gonna run down the list?
I bet that you have
It do not miss.
And I bet that you
It
have
do
a
not
man to
miss.
prove that. And I bet that you have a man to prove that this list is actually validated. I'm pretty sure your man is so much in your
Ad
life.
hominem
And I
attack.
bet you got a
Ad
husband.
hominem.
I bet you got a
Ad
beautiful
hominem.
husband.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Ad hominem.
Absolutely.
Hold on.
And
So look,
even better, what I can
hold on.
do is hold
It's
up the
not.
mugshots from the nightly news, and you'll see that they
Ooh.
got names like Keon, Quantavious, and
Ooh.
other stuff like that. So I got a lot of proof. It depends on
The
where you want me to
beautiful
start, baby.
husband is crazy.
Hold
Yeah.
on. Hold on.
And I
Hold
know
on.
he got a wife with that
Hold on.
Can you
comment.
pull
I
up a
know he
mugshot of
married.
your husband?
Hold
Can you
on.
pull up
Hold
a
on.
mugshot of your husband?
Hold on, Keon. So this will prove my statement
His name
earlier
ain't
that
Keon, so he don't have one. But now
this
let's
will
see
prove my
yours. Keon, do you
this will
have one?
Those are ad hoc. Let's not
Keon, do you
attack me
have one?
personally. Those are ad
No, I'm
homineting.
asking a question.
Hold on.
No, I'm
Oh
asking a
Lord.
question. And so now,
That's
Keon, do
what
you have
women
one
do.
that you can
You
show
know.
us?
You started
Do
it.
you have one you can show us?
Sure,
You
baby
started
girl.
it. You
Well,
started
no,
it.
but
baby
I'm
girl.
just asking, do you have one that you can show us? Because
Sure,
he
baby
does
girl.
have one, and his name is Keon. When I tell y'all the list don't miss, it do not miss.
Keon, that's really
But go ahead.
condescending calling her baby girl like that. You understand
Okay,
that, right?
hold on, y'all. Hold on. And
He's
so
the one who got a mug shot, not
Do I
me.
give a damn?
hold on.
Do I give a
Hold
damn?
on. It must
Okay,
be.
but I just
Hold
want
on, y'all.
everybody to
Please,
understand the
everybody.
list don't miss.
Hold on. So and I wanted to talk about the list. So the problem is what I said earlier, creator. If women was to run down their list for real, majority of us men would not be dateable, and that is the truth. And Eva just proved it, right? Because he said, "Oh, by your list, do you have a
Coming
man?"
from the woman who doesn't have a husband.
Hold on. So exactly, that's why she don't, because the list don't. He don't even realize what he said, right? He's not.
But most men don't
Well,
have.
Most of
Sharon,
y'all
that
don't
sounds like a
qualify.
personal problem, brother.
No,
Sounds like a
no, most
personal
of y'all
problem,
don't.
brother.
No,
It
most of y'all don't
sounds like
qualify.
maybe
And
nobody
one
wanted
that ain't
her
like
ass. That's what it
Keon.
sounds like.
This is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna
Yeah,
do.
We
what
don't
we
want to
gonna do?
qualify for you.
I
What the
got
fuck?
you, Keon.
We respect
Trigger.
that.
It's
We
a
respect
trigger like
that.
the trigger.
Hold
It's
That's
on.
trigger.
right.
I
People
can
are
feel it.
triggered. We
You
Don't
can
do it.
respect
feel
it.
it
Don't
through
do
the
it, King.
stream. The trigger
And
coming
hold
through.
on,
You
hold
good,
on,
bro.
y'all.
You
So
been
get ahead. We
solid
gonna
this
go,
whole.
Andrea.
Don't do
Andrea,
it, bro.
get your
I
full
ain't
thought
worthy.
out.
That's the only thing you feel.
I got you,
You been
Keon.
solid.
And we're gonna,
Don't do
what we're gonna do? We're
it.
gonna
Don't
let
do it.
Andrea get a full thought out. So this way, Keon could respond. Go ahead, Andrea, and then Diva, you good? Because I know I don't want to skip you again.
Yeah, what are you
I
talking
got
about?
you,
You
Eva,
just
man.
let it go.
KC the goat's patience
Get
All
is
thoughts
right.
out.
fucking
Hold on.
unrivaled. This
I'm about to
nigga's
start
Don't
patience.
cutting up
forget.
again. I'm just
I know,
starting.
but I
I'm
can't
starting.
wait.
I'm getting impatient. I'm telling you,
Okay,
the Tourette's is about to come out.
I
Skip me
got
one
you.
more time.
Okay.
Hold on, Diva. Was you finished with your thoughts, Diva?
Yes, I just wanted to point out that the list don't miss, and when they got them names, stay away from them.
Go ahead, Andrea.
Well, shit,
Okay.
If his mama
go
and
marry
dad
your
ain't
list
have
then.
no
Go
sense,
marry your
if
list
his
then, happy woman.
if
Why don't you marry that
if they
list then,
mama
goofy
and
ass?
daddy don't have enough sense to give them a better name, then you know they ain't stand a fighting chance on having no sense, right? So take the
Diva.
advice.
What is your
Right,
name?
that's what it means.
What
That's what it means. When you
is
get
your
people
name?
with those type of
What
names,
is
it
your name?
means that their parents didn't have no sense. And so if the parents didn't have no sense, their parents raised them. They ain't gonna have no sense. Ladies, listen to what I'm telling you. Okay, now I'm done.
Yeah, listen
Go
to the
ahead.
non-married woman, ladies. Listen to the non-married
Absolutely.
woman that knows.
Yeah.
Right. And we got a baby daddy up here who got a
Yeah,
mug
for
shot.
sure.
You're right. And who
Yeah,
named
let's listen.
Keon.
Let's
A
listen
baby
to the
daddy with a mug
non-married
shot.
woman
Actually,
who rather listen to her list than actually don't
having
get
a
a
baby
man.
mama is
Okay.
on the list too,
Okay. Look.
ladies. If he
Hold on.
got
Hold
a
on.
baby
Hold on. Don't
mama,
put the baby in the
avoid
camera.
him.
So don't put the baby in the camera. But here's the thing, Keon. So like again, right? I don't want to use. So are you married, Keon?
No.
Damn.
Womp womp. Womp womp.
So what it shows is that like so again,
Y'all fishing so badly, bro.
We're not fishing.
Y'all fishing so
No, we're
badly.
not fishing. What we're saying is that
You
like
started it.
Y'all
You brought
fishing
it
because you
up,
know what I'm
though.
actually
You
saying.
brought
You
it
can't go
up.
against.
hold on.
She's
You brought
actually
it
not
up.
married, but she's pushing this
You
list.
brought
I'm
it
not
up.
pushing the
So
list.
wait, go
I'm
against
not
what
You
pushing
Diva's
started
the
the
saying then.
personal
Y'all
attack.
So
got
go
Go
against
ahead.
what she's
hold
saying.
on.
List so
I
bad.
don't
Personal
hold
attacks.
on, y'all. Hold on, please. Y'all will be able to get a chance to respond. I don't want us to just be reactionary. The point is that so you was having sex and you did not have a family. You did not go ahead and get married. So it's also showing that even you saying that you haven't been taught this thing, you are living it as well. And it has nothing to do with you. You are a great father. I want to put that. You're a great father. You teach your son to do opposite of what you have done. So let's get that part out of the conversation. Please do not bring in your great fatherhood skills into this conversation. The problem is that we
Sounds
have
good. Sharon, at the end of the day, brother, I'm not pushing a list, nor am I pushing a criteria. I feel like if a woman
Keon,
can
you
make a
have no
criteria
impulse
Why is y'all
control.
doing
Look
it?
at
Don't jump
you.
and have a
Let
man.
him get
She
started. I
should,
want to
wait
get
a
it
minute.
started
Then
out.
she should have a man. If she
This
has
what
a,
got
if
him
she has, a, if
arrested
she
the first
doesn't have
time,
a
y'all.
man
This
to
is what got
validate
him
I
this
don't think
list
arrested.
that she
personal
has, then everything she's
personal
saying is
attacks
invalid.
just
It's just
don't.
that
Okay, so
simple.
let me
Let's
answer.
talk
Hold
And
about
on,
the
look,
y'all.
and you
Hold
know
topic.
on.
that, and
Hold
you
on.
know
We
it's got to
Personal
be true
attacks
because they
don't
can't
hold
mean
show
on.
me
We
a
need
law.
to
anything.
So I'm
answer his
talking.
thoughts, not
Talk about the
just
topic.
Thank you,
hold on.
thank you.
But let me
It
explain the
hurts. It's
list.
okay.
Hold on.
Yeah,
The
it's okay.
list would not make sure that she have a husband. The list is to eliminate men from dating. So if the list doesn't miss, that means that you're supposed to eliminate bad characters. That would show
So
why
when
she
does the
doesn't.
list hit?
Hold on.
When does the list hit, Sharon?
Okay, I'm
We, you
trying
okay?
to
I
get you
get
to
what you're
understand.
talking about, but if you have
Okay,
such
so let
this
me
list
finish it.
that you've been going by, then that
Okay, so
motherfucker should
therefore,
hit at least one
okay.
time. This
No,
manless
no,
motherfucker
it
is
does
gonna
not
come up
mean.
here and
No,
start
it does.
crying.
Hold on. No, it does not mean that. No,
Fuck
it
out of
does
here.
not mean that. What it means is that it don't miss is showing that more men are undateable than dateable, is what the list is proving. That's what
Yeah,
you're
and you
missing.
know what you're proving by being a manless woman? You're proving that your list is invalidated. And that's my
That's
point.
not
Because
Okay,
nobody
okay. So
cares
hold
about your
on.
list.
hold
Don't
on.
Even though
be
you have this list,
reactionary.
even though you
Don't
have this
react.
list,
So
I'm not
silly.
reacting. I just want to get my point out, Sharon. That's it. But
So
even
No,
if
you're
you
not.
have your
But you're
list,
not.
if
Hold
you
on.
have
But you're
your
not.
list,
Hold
that
on.
means that
Hold
you
on.
have all the criteria that
Hold
you
on.
find
No,
perfect in a
Dion.
man. And yet, for
Hold
some
on.
reason, as your 50,
Dion.
60-year-old old ass,
Dion.
Jumping
you
out the
still ain't
window.
found the
Dion.
He
man.
jumping out the window.
Dion.
Go find your man from that list, goofy.
Okay, you're not understanding what the list is for. Then
can
you
we
keep
leave
Wait
it
a
at
minute.
keep
that?
How the
walking
list
over.
got
Yeah,
him
let's
Can we
mad
move
leave it
though?
on
at
Oh
then.
my
that?
What
If I
what
don't
God.
made
care,
him
let's
Come
move
mad?
on.
This is crazy.
We
Wait,
can move
why the
on.
list made him
And
mad though? How you get
unhinged.
mad about the list?
This is
Because
because
I'm
crazy.
not
again,
mad,
you're
baby.
talking
Why
to
you
I'm pretty
mad?
you're
smart.
talking to
That's
it's
little
all.
her.
boys
It's
with no
her
impulse
list.
I get you mad
control.
about not
Hold on,
having
but
a
y'all
That's
gotta
man.
why
also
they're
hold
baby
on,
daddies.
ladies. Hold on, ladies. Y'all gotta have impulse control as well. We cannot follow his lead. If he is the lead, he's gonna lead us to destruction. So let's not follow the destructive person. All right. So go
Yeah,
ahead,
it comes from the man
Andrea.
who's just interrupting me.
Right, that's what they're saying. I'm not saying you are. I'm saying what the
Okay.
ladies are saying. Okay, so this way you can understand the conversation.
Yeah, the
Go ahead
manless
and
man, the manless ladies. Yeah, for sure.
we got you.
That's what we
We
do.
got you. Go ahead, Andrea.
My goodness.
Go ahead, Andrea.
The baby
Okay,
daddy
so
says
I
so.
was just saying that I think there was a disconnect on what exactly you were trying to say. Like, I don't think he was trying to say that each individual Black man is going out there themselves speaking about being promiscuous, but I do think that we do have a cultural in general. We have a culture in general that clearly promotes that. Like, there's proof and it's there. We can all see it in our actions. Like, I hear a lot of people like go on and on about having accountability. And yes, I do think it's important to have accountability, but that's only the first step. Like, I don't really understand hyperfixating on it because I think life always gives you accountability regardless. So whether or not I admit I did something wrong, I do think that we all receive the consequences of our actions. I think the point of this conversation is to make sure that the next generation doesn't have to suffer those consequences because we know better now. We've lived through it. We know that there's nothing good about we've seen people who have suffered from being promiscuous. Like, we know that. So I think the where we are at this stage is acknowledging that there is some sort of a problem. We can see the hypersexuality. We can see it. People, I've heard stories of guys saying they lost their virginity at bizarre ages, like 12, 13. That's bizarre to me. Like, I'm not going to sit here. We can't pretend like there's not a cultural problem. You shouldn't be doing that at that age. So there is and I know that we're not doing anecdotal, but I've heard this from all different class levels. So there is some sort of promiscuity problem. So the point of this conversation is addressing it and seeing how we can, however we can, alter the ball is already rolling at this point, but maybe we can just shift the direction because it looks problematic in my opinion. So I think that is more it's about the culture. It's not about, like, look at it at a macro scale. Like, it does seem like young people are hypersexual. I don't see how we could deny that.
Okay.
Who was that? Who was that, Sharon?
That was Andrea. Andrea O. You wanna respond to anything?
No,
No,
I
not at all.
told you I'm gonna act
Okay,
up.
Eden,
I
I'm
told this
sorry,
nigga.
Eden
I
man. My
knew for
bad,
a
Eden
fact that
man.
he was
My
about to do
bad. Go
that. I
ahead,
came
Eden.
on
Go
camera just
ahead.
because he did. Okay,
My
I'm just
bad. Go ahead, Eden man.
golly. So I think
But
what
either man, no, check this. I'm fucking with you, brother.
no. So it like this no shot to Keon, right? But I think we got to understand that. First of all, let me go back before I address him and Diva. Do everybody remember the Players Anthem by Outkast? When he was saying
Mm-hmm.
pimp, he said, "Are you sure you want to get married?"
Right.
Pimp, remember what I taught you? Like it
Right.
was all these things that they were saying, hey, don't go
Don't do
towards it.
it.
Yeah,
Don't
don't.
do it.
Jason Linda.
Yes, like it was so many things that's pointing men, hey, don't get married, keep your options open and stay out there, right? So we gotta act like that was the culture. Then the second thing is I think people don't understand how much we validate what PhD is saying. And like I said, this is not about the young man that's on the panel, but when she lists all of the things and you say, these are the things that I am, and this is why I'm not married. And then I said, well, cool, let me go down the list. She said, have a crazy name. Well, I'm not on the list with that one. Don't have can't find my mugshot. Don't got crazy hair, not a baby daddy. And then I say, well, I'm married. We're showing that the men that are not married are on the list, and then the men that are married are not on this list. That's what make it a valid conversation. And it doesn't matter what she's doing, because it really don't matter what she's doing, because it's showing that us married men, quote unquote, are not on that. So if women are using this standard, the reason that you have a baby mama and not a marriage is because you have these things that you might need to adjust, aka cutting your hair, doing these different things, maybe going to the court, change your name to a more sensible name, do these little things, and then you'll get off the list, and then you might be chosen.
Yeah,
What's
because
that list? What we talking about?
Yeah, I'm about to say, I ain't
exactly.
gonna lie, I'm on that list like a
This is
motherfucker,
the
and I'm
dumbest. Hey, this is the dumbest conversation. Hey, hold on, y'all. This is the dumbest conversation.
Hold on one second,
Okay,
Keon.
go
Hold on one second, Keon. If you're gonna address what he said,
Oh,
hold on one second. If you're gonna address what he said, without saying this is stupid, this is dumb, and this is all that, because you're addressing it. So don't address something and say it's stupid. Hold on. Well, I'm trying to get you to understand what you're saying. You're about to call it stupid and dumb, and then address it.
I am.
It is stupid. So what does that? Oh my God. So what does that be saying about yourself?
I don't care, Sharon, because I really don't care about y'all list, and nor do I care about y'all opinion. Because at the end of the day, this is stupid. You're sitting up here saying that for some reason, because my name is a 5-letter word, and means that I'm unattractive to other women, and that means that I'm not going to get married. That is just stupid.
Okay, so now if you hold on, pause there. If you believe that it's stupid and you addressing it, what would somebody
is interrupting people on the list? Is that also a trait of a good husband?
It's his show. Grow up, Keon. For real, you're acting like a kid. Grow up. You rolling your eyes. You're doing all this. Grow up.
He's the host.
I'm
Act
not.
like an
I don't
adult.
care about what the hell you think I am.
That's fine, but you're acting like a child. Grow up.
This is the host of the show.
I really honestly don't care.
Hold on, he just needs some water. Hold on. What I'm trying to get you to understand, Keon, if you say something is stupid and then you address it, what's that saying about yourself?
It means that I'm addressing it as a man because I can do that. That's what it's saying about myself. That's what it's saying.
But why is it
so can I keep addressing what I'm talking about?
Why is it even
hold on. Before it's not just about, because you think that this part of the conversation is about you, even though either man took it off.
It don't. We can move on. We ain't gotta talk about me.
I need you to not be reactionary.
Let's
please.
not talk about
Go ahead, Rogue C, say your piece. And then Keon, you'll be able to address everybody uninterrupted. I got you.
Dang, I was after either, man.
Okay. Rogue C, since
Sharon, I told you I was the leader. I come up here, niggas follow my lead. I told you, I'll just play a game.
So we're gonna go Rogue C, KT to go, and then Keon, you get to speak uninterrupted. Go ahead, Rogue C.
I'm not understanding the temper tantrums right now, especially when it comes down to the list. If men love to tell women that we need to choose better, if men love to tell women that we don't know what we're looking for, but then a woman comes out and says, yes, we do, here is a list of what to avoid. Not what is a green flag, but what the red flags are. And then you want to try to sit here and tell us, well, that's why you're not here. No, you all don't qualify. If you feel like you're on that list, that means, sweetie, you don't qualify respectfully. So either you can do what you need to do so that you can qualify, or get out the way of the men that do. It's just that simple.
Preach on.
Hi, either man. Hello.
Stop ad-libbing, goddammit. Go ahead, KT.
Oh God, that boy was the soundboard. Preach. Yeah, no, but look, what I will say is, I guess, and he may not have articulated it the best, but I mean, I'm on that list. I don't pass your list. My hair is nappy, as you see. My name isn't ratchet. I'll be very honest with you. I look white on paper, but besides that, I'm pretty much on that list and shit. However, I mean, like, even if you want to say that's your standard list, that's good. But it's also okay for us to say, we've all heard "don't judge a book by its cover." When you started the premise of what's his name base, that's crazy. That is crazy. That's wild as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I go after
not.
everybody else go.
Yeah, okay. Go.
Nah, I let it. That's it. That's what I'm saying. I don't think King Tut was a good name that we would say today, but it was still a powerful person.
Are you telling women? Hold on, this is important. Are you telling women that they should actually come off of their standards and make exceptions? Is that really what we're talking?
Yeah, no, for sure. Listen, if that's what you want to ask, yes. That's what human nature is about. It's about balance. You're not going to get what you want. I don't know if any of y'all run a business, but you're not going to go to a business partnership and a business deal and say, "I want $2 million. That's what you give me or nothing." No, you work together. You say,
okay,
"Look, I can't give you $2 million, but I can do one, and then we can do this."
This is perfect. So you said, do that apply to men too?
Yes.
When they said, okay, when they said they shouldn't mess with baby mamas and they shouldn't do others, they need to come off.
But that's what I keep pointing out. Most niggas don't hold that standards. You see niggas out here every day fucking bitches with 6 babies, like 5 baby daddies.
But we talking about marriage. Hold on, we talking about marriage because this is what the list was about: finding a husband. So finding a wife. When we start talking to, AKA, all the men on the panel, we need to say, hey, your list or your standards is too high. You need to come off that list and you need to settle with a woman that you actually qualify for. Is that what you're saying? I need to know.
Yeah, everybody, yes. Stop trying to shoot above your pay grade. It's really simple. I mean, listen, most niggas are not up here talking about I need a supermodel.
To hear that too, yeah.
They do. I mean, most niggas aren't. They might say I want a supermodel bitch, but they're literally out here fucking the fat girl nobody's claiming type shit.
And he should marry that fat girl. See, that's what I'm saying. I want y'all to say he should marry that fat girl because that's what he qualifies.
He's going to.
What he qualifies
if he doesn't marry her on paper, that's who he's going to be with for the next 15 years.
That's what
so I'm saying. That is who he's going to be with.
That's what. Can I ask a question?
I agree.
I got asked a question. I want to give Keon the space to say his full thoughts, so he won't say that we ain't let him talk. I don't, because they like to beat me up and say I don't let men talk.
You don't. I mean, even if you did, you do. Go ahead.
Told you.
I just want to ask. So fine, if most men qualify for this caliber of woman, right? What's wrong with the fact of the man and the woman actually upgrading each other? So if you get the quote unquote fat chick, why can't you go work out with her?
No, that's what you're supposed to do. That's my point.
So why
you're
they
not
keep
going to get
complaining
perfection.
about fat women? Why y'all keep
No,
complaining about
that's my
fat
point.
women all
Y'all
the
stop
time?
being chronically online, y'all. Most people are not complaining about the fat girl. They are smacking her. They are hitting that cheek, fam. That's why the fat girl got 6 kids.
Right.
So they want to keep her fat, though, is what you're telling me.
No, I'm saying she is now. No man in her life actually has cared about her. That's what I will say. But what I'm saying is, most people even out here on these niggas on these fucking manosphere. This is why I hate that manosphere shit. They're single, old, weird niggas who barely got pussy till they're like 45. These niggas can't tell nobody. Marvin Games was just there talking about he ain't get a bitch till he was 30 something, and people follow this man. You shouldn't be listening.
Thank you. That's our point. People
Why did you
follow
bring
him.
up him not? Hold on. Why did you bring up him not getting vagina?
People follow
because
him.
you out here trying to give somebody the keys to success. You ain't never even got none.
Thank
you. Can't tell me that. You can't tell me how to get in the door if you wanted to.
Hold on. You see how if you just let them talk long enough, right?
Right. They say what we said.
The bullshit comes out. This is crazy.
What is the?
About to be a situation.
Wow. Go ahead, Diva. Oh, Diva's not here. Go ahead, Sharon. Read the signature.
It says, Brownsville, New York with the $4.99. Change the layout so we can see the entire panel. Peace and love.
Dan, hold on. Let's just slow down. We in real time, because I want the audience to know what happened. K the GOAT just actually measured this man's manhood by how much vagina he gets.
No, I didn't. That's how this is how crazy we are.
No, hold on. I get it.
I literally said if you
let somebody finish their thoughts.
Hold on, sir. He might not realize. He might not realize what he did.
Every man can get their thought out, right? because they're gonna say I don't let men finish their thought, but he's interrupting another man. I ain't do it. Go ahead, Eat Man. And then can we please, KT, to go after Eat Man finishes saying, hold your thought, let Keon get his full thought out, and then you address Eat Man, because I want everybody to get their full thought out.
And a good point, good tip, real quick, Eat Man, for real. Write it down, brother. If he's hears something that he said, because you're gonna lose it, write it down. My bad, brother. Go ahead.
So the problem is he proved our point without knowing he proved our point, because he didn't say this man doesn't have integrity, this man don't have honor. He didn't say any of the other things that we quote unquote said is what proves that you are a man. He said you should not be listening to this man because he did not get sex until he was 30. So he qualified whether this man should be given advice just because he did not get sex. I promise you, if you go back and play the text, he just said, you know what? We do prove that men, if you get sex, we should listen to you, versus if they don't get sex, we should not listen to you. And it happened in real time 5 minutes ago.
Right.
And I want to pass it to K Dub. And before that, it says, I got a cast. It says, no one is teaching their children to go screw. Go ahead, K Dub. You got the floor.
Yeah, what's good, peoples? Look, I don't want this to go a little too far to the point where we scream at each other. But at the end of the day, I feel like E-Man kind of showed us in real time what's actually the problem with men. They don't listen. You guys don't listen. And that's what's so sad about the whole situation that we're having. The man never sat up here and actually measured his manliness about that. He's saying that if you're sitting up here saying that you need to go get all these women and you're not getting all these women, that's backwards. That's all the man was trying to say. I don't know how you could, like, he's measuring it by how many women he had. Because, again, this is exactly what we've been preaching against for the last hour. But, yeah, that's the problem. We have a bad listening problem. And for some reason, once we get triggered by certain words that we hear, that's when we want to respond. It's not because of the whole entire aspect of what we're talking about. It's just because we just heard women are bad, men are good, or men are bad and women are good. So, I don't know. I feel like we got to do a little bit better on that.
Can I say something real quick, brother?
But I don't want KT to lose his thought.
Oh yeah. My bad. Patience a joke.
No, I keep it quick so you can get up in there, creator cheater. Nah, I just playing. But well, all I was gonna say is exactly what bro said. It's crazy because I literally said, why would you seek advice for someone who doesn't have experience in the area that you're wanting advice? You don't go to your local mechanic when you want to learn rocket science. That doesn't make sense. So I'm not talking about whether or not he's
teaching them to be promiscuous. He's supposed to be teaching them about dating, and it's not that's not supposed to be his expertise. Is being
but it's what he's doing.
It's supposed to be relationships, and so
I can agree, and that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm pointing out. How can you talk about what people need to do to get relationships when you have never had relationships?
Sleeping around isn't a relationship, right?
It's a type of relationship for sure. Is it an actual relationship? No, but I mean, no. They literally call it sexual relations. I mean, that's So, but neither here nor there. I'm not even pointing out that that's what he should be doing. Again, I'm just saying, if someone's going to give advice on something, you should probably have knowledge in that area. I'm not saying it's just about him fucking the women. I'm saying he literally said he didn't have no girlfriend, no nothing until 30 something. He was about 6 years in the fresh and fit. So you've been advising men on what to do in relationships. You haven't had any. You've been telling all these dudes, get out here and fuck these hoes. You don't get no pussy. And even with you being rich, you still couldn't get it, which shows how wild of a lame nigga you is for people to not be listening to that shit. That's all I'm saying.
Go ahead, creator. This is wild that they don't realize what they're saying is insane.
Oh, brother.
And I agree with Standards. I think we do agree with Standards, but this can't go. It could have went in a different direction, because
was I right, creator? Was I right?
Boy, we talk about Standards all the time. See, E is slick, right? He's slick because he bring up a point, right? And he was really G'ing for you, not really kind of going against you, but to bring up the point that we all have standards. Because if we brought up our list, really for real, and we bring out our list all the time, and we tell y'all what we want and what we don't want. And we just started this conversation off that, you know what, bro? It don't matter. All that don't matter to us. The men say that. We was out for the most part. Everybody like, man, my man just said the fat women is getting it. So even the standard of, you know, the worst, I guess, you know, the bottom of the barrel or whatnot. If we really propose our list, if y'all was really to stand on the list that we would create, we wouldn't be freaking y'all at all, to be quite frank. It'd be a lot of y'all we wouldn't even be touching, just to be quite frank. If the men really knew their value, right? He ain't out here whoring himself. And I really tell these men, bro, save it. Don't touch her, right? Don't give her the best of you, right? Because what you have is the most valuable. It creates life. She has dirt. She has the soil for you to plant your seed in. And if that soil is not enriched in the way that it need to be, save yourself. And then competition is now different. Because if we tell you, hey, we want you to be a certain size, we want your head to be a certain way, we want your feet to be a certain way, we want you to smell a certain way, we want you to do a certain thing. And if you don't do that, we just not touching you at all. And that's what you see. That's what you see, right?
I think he made a really good point. I think you made a really good point, because when I see a lot of people complaining about fat women in the community, I ask myself, well, why would they even feel comfortable being fat? The reality is it's because it's culturally acceptable, right? These men do indeed still utilize these women for whatever you guys are utilizing them for, right? And so we're not the only we're not the only population dealing with a morbidly obese, an obesity.
But we're not talking about nobody else. We're going to correct our house.
I know. I'm just making a comparison.
But Andrea, when you see most men that look like us and they're with women outside of their race, are those the most fit women that they're with?
We talking about us.
I'm talking about us. I'm talking about the men that look like us. Y'all with the most fit women in other races too?
Right. Even beyond that,
I don't touch white women.
Even beyond that,
I don't do the pink meat. I need my chicken cooked.
Even beyond the
so we gotta start delineating from these things. Like, that's not us, bro. Like, you can't, man. That's
I'm just asking. Hold on, Keon. I'm just asking a general question.
I wasn't trying to make that point, though. That wasn't the point about other races. It was about us. It was about us. Okay. My point is that, yes, there are other cultures that are also obese, right? And the reason why it does continue in their communities is because the same way in our communities it keeps continuing is because it's socially acceptable for us. You get what I'm saying? Meaning that if being fat was such an atrocity where you would not attract a man and you would not get to spread your bloodline, then I'm telling you, women would not be. But the truth is that men are indeed, like you said, still you. So why get on the internet and pretend, why create a narrative and pretend that there's some sort of disgust? Because I've spoke to a lot of fat women and they say they have no problem getting a man. And obviously that's not why you should lose weight, but they're completely comfortable because of that. That's enough for them to say, forget my health, I can get a man. So I'm just saying, if you guys were really standing on it and not dealing, because they are literally complicit in that. Okay, well, I could still get a man, so nothing else matters. So can you imagine how much power you have? Like, if you guys really did, if y'all were really that disgusted with them and you don't like
power,
that,
power is
it's
a
not
good
adding
thing,
up.
but
It's just not adding up, in my opinion.
I just can't believe Sharon is not being fair. He didn't let the guy who changed his name go, and he been waiting for like 30 minutes.
My
You're
bad.
you
That was my fault.
you such a feminist, Sharon. He been trying to
That
talk.
was my fault.
Come on, you gotta do
Andrea,
better.
stop apologizing, girl.
I was talking. How you gonna blame him for me talking?
Stop apologizing, Andrea.
That's crazy.
KWJP. I know he changed his name. Can he respond to all these attacks?
Like keeping tabs on me, brother. First of all, I didn't change my name. They just been calling me Keon because that's my real name. It's been KWJP. But I love how you've been keeping tabs on me.
You definitely changed your name, sir.
Okay, brother. You've been a little older, so I do have to give you a little bit more leeway. I understand that. But
thank you, sir.
Right? I don't understand again why we're trying to make it seem like, because I feel like y'all making arguments more about how men want to go get whatever you want to call it, women or sex or whatever the case may be, versus men teaching to go get that, and that's all you get. I think that's y'all not making a good argument. Y'all not making a good argument at all.
Fair enough. If that's
okay, so what I'm simply just trying to show that,
because every man wants to have sex. Like, we're never gonna disagree with
man, I mean, we do, but that's where we call control, dick control. You know what I'm saying? You got to know when to take them down and why. That's just really what it comes down. That's what I teach mine. I don't know about nobody else. But
So
what I was trying to
creator,
make a comparison to is how we make concessions for whatever. If we want to build and we really feeling somebody, then we will. Yeah, we might have had a list, but all that's out the window once I meet you, right? And
Women do that too.
right.
Thank
Well,
you.
my woman was
Thank
going. I'm just going by. We didn't come up
Women
here
be
with no
with broke
list.
guys all
I'm
the
just coming
time.
by. Somebody came up here and said, "Do you meet this list?" And this man ain't that, and you don't qualify, and you ain't it. And some men like, well, it's like 8 billion people on the planet. Half of them is women. And if I don't get that list, yo, 1 or 2 or 3, 4 people, all
That
right,
was just
that
her
don't make no
personal
so
difference in
then
list.
my
what's
life.
That was her
hold on real
personal
quick.
list.
Hold on real quick, Andre.
There's
Hold on real quick.
knows in this
Let me
world.
creator. Let me ask you this. What's wrong with that?
I didn't say
Make
there was
your
anything
hold on.
wrong with
Let
it.
me ask. Let me finish. You said if men make the list, then a lot of women wouldn't qualify, right?
Race, gender.
Make your list. The women that qualify will make their list. And then we hold on. Why is someone talking over me?
Oh man.
Go ahead.
So again, if I make my list and then the guy I'm talking to makes his list and we actually look at each other's list and we match up, then we're a good mix, right?
Right.
What's wrong with that?
There's
If I
nothing wrong
qualify
with
him
it.
and for him and he qualifies for me, what's wrong with that? See, y'all have an issue, and I'm not saying anybody specifically on the panel. We have too many
I am.
people who
I
want
am.
to make eat a man.
Okay.
We have
Bro,
too
you
many
gotta,
people
bro.
that want to try to force other people into a puzzle that they do not fit in. And I have an issue with that. So y'all can say, oh, it's just the internet, it's the internet. No. It's real life. Because
I get
again, that is why divorce rates are what they are. You have too many people trying to say, this is my puzzle, and I'm trying to I'm trying to cram this puzzle piece to fit it, and it's not going to, baby. And you're wasting time, you're wasting effort, you're wasting your life. Move on and
Right.
find the
Hold
puzzle
on.
piece that
So
fits you.
Exactly.
Ray,
Even when
Ray, but
you
not
had
wrong. Hold
Obsidian
on a
on
minute. This is
here,
response to
when
her.
you
Let's
had
go,
Ray, but
Andrea.
not
Get
Obsidian
the
on
wrong.
here,
camera on,
Hold
Andrea.
on.
Get that camera on,
get the
Andrea.
I'm
It's
the only
time,
one.
Andrea.
Ray,
Dang. I'm the
Yeah,
Ray,
only
but
and
one.
not
Andre, it
wrong in
makes
the
a better
Come on,
picture.
conversation.
Hold on
Andrea.
one second,
Hold on.
KW.
Okay,
Oh
hold on.
You
man,
need
You
that.
can't go
I was
nowhere.
Cam
already
up.
talking. Come
Hey,
on,
Just
just
man.
wait
hold on,
one
KW.
second, bro. Cam up.
Hold on, KW.
Cam up. Come on. I got
Hold
a
on.
question for Creator whenever I get a chance. Whenever you let me
Wait a
get
minute.
back
Wait a
onto the
minute.
panel.
Wait a minute. Just to respond to Ray real quick, because I don't talk
Word. I
that much.
wish you
Ray,
would cam up,
Ray,
profile picture looking
in
pretty and all
respect,
that. What's up?
oh,
Come on with it,
in
Eda, man.
respect of this
Get
context
it
that
out.
we're talking about,
chill
we're
out.
talking about
That's it.
Get it out,
Jesus
Eda, man. Go ahead,
Christ,
get it
brother.
out.
So, Creator, I got $1 million question for you because it sounds like you be honest usually on Tuesday, and it's Tuesday. When we hear these men say they want women fit, feminine, and submissive, will we call that a list?
I could be wrong, brother. Again, you know, I try to be in the middle, but that's a freaking list.
Okay.
It
But they
ain't
ain't got
written
no
down,
list.
but those are qualifications, and we can get in depth with those qualifications. But you know what?
Nah.
We love y'all.
Listen, that's
You
a
get what I'm
list.
saying?
That,
I
And that
love you.
list,
I work.
that
We gonna
the
have
means
to work
list
with
that
it.
niggas got, they don't have no bitches. They don't have no women. They don't have no kids. These people are, so again, even when y'all point out they have a list of power, what's the problem with that would be, Rogue, is that when you choose your list and you're not willing to like be in and work with somebody on your list, will we depopulate? That's not just black, that's just the earth.
That
I
is
Like you
got
name
you.
the
nasty.
Hello, but
list.
hello,
I
let
said
me
that
prove the
earlier.
point. Let me prove the point that I'm saying is women are really following y'all lead. Y'all guys are the leaders. Y'all have set this list first. I ain't hear no women. I ain't hear no women talk about no list until y'all came out with y'all list. And now
Real
that they
quick.
got a list, y'all niggas like acting like the women on Kevin Samuels. Y'all big down and say, "Oh my God, you say I'm not fit. I'm not feminine." Like you're really spiraling out of control because you don't make the list. That is crazy. That y'all are literally acting like they act on that show.
No,
No, it's
Brother,
not
you
that,
ain't
brother.
never
man,
seen
It's
me
no.
say
this
shit
What
guy,
we
about.
all have to do is
this
come
guy.
to an understanding of how we all gonna move. And just because it's uncomfortable for somebody's truth is uncomfortable to some people, it just is what it is. I'm not really one to. I
Right.
want you to be truthful. I want you to be honest, right, and open. I'm not so engaged in trying to present myself ideologies as I am trying to have us have open dialogue. And we need to have, like you were saying, yeah, open it up to the big girls or the little girls or the tall girls or the whatever it is. It's like, hey, like she said, we have a list, and maybe in some percentages, in some cases, we do try to force things, right? These men got a list. All right, let them go over there and do that. She got a list. Let her go over there and do that. I got my own qualifications. I'm looking deeper than your list. I need to know what them toes is doing. I need to know how them legs is bending. I need to know, you know what I mean? It's just, you know what I mean? I need to know if your hair is yours. It's a whole lot of things that I got on my list. You get what I'm saying? Like every woman gonna have on her list the same. Do I meet her financial status? Do I meet her height qualifications? Do I meet her educational qualifications? And then lastly, probably most importantly, most women are looking for security, not protection. They are looking for security. Can I be secure in your world, in your space? How well do I feel in your space? How comfortable do I feel when I'm around you? Right? And if that is, to me, I think if we focus on teaching our men to move to create a space that's safe for not only us and your granny and your mama, but your woman, and then we hold each other accountable, right? This right here, this is the delegation. Everybody's face is in the place. So if I do something wrong, this is recorded. You get what I'm saying? They can say that guy did this. That's accountability now. And we don't need no government, right, to tell us what to do and how to run our households. We got genius ass women in this world. There's one on this stage right now. I heard another one talk. Genius concepts.
So hello, but creator, this good, bro.
Working together.
You cooking? Hold on, you cooking?
I love women.
Hold on 1 second. You cooking?
I like
you
being
cooking?
around them.
Hold on, you cooking? Because you said our PhD was said crazy hair, and you said real hair, right?
That's one of my qualifications.
Okay, hold on. Let's show you how these lists. These lists are lining up. That's the point.
Every man is like every. You see what I'm saying?
These lists are lining up, bro.
Nah, they lining up to being single.
Okay, hold on.
They lining up.
Hold on. We're gonna get Marvelous.
No, I got what I want. That's what I'm saying. I have what I want.
Hold on.
You got one because you had a list.
Let's get Marvelous.
My list is fulfilled. Let's just say that.
Hold on. Go ahead. We got Marvelous opinion. Then we got Uda on go. Go ahead, Marvelous opinion. Then Uda on go. And we're gonna get Andre to turn that damn camera. Turn it on.
Turn it on. Honestly,
don't look so mad. Smile, Marvelous. Don't come up here mad.
Not stressing Marvelous out, man.
Hey, man, he's so frustrated. Look at him. Like, man,
I'm not frustrated.
On my motherfucking nerves, man.
I'm just lost with the opinions going everywhere. I kind of don't know where to begin because it's all subjective. You guys can have your opinions. It's fine. I haven't heard anything that was atrocious or egregious that I can say, you know what, that's ridiculous. Let's just address that. I mean, for the most part, you guys are just saying how y'all feel about certain things y'all see. I can respect that. So let's just keep the conversation going.
Good job. That was a good point.
In here. A cast iron stomach. I understand you can't come in here with them soft stomachs. You know what I'm saying? When we get to playing and wrestling and somebody hits you in your mouth wrong, the conversation might be all over the place, but you're intelligent enough to pick up on the strategies. That's what we're discussing ultimately. Where those strategies come from, the deliverers of said strategies is going to be all over the place. I can't control how a motherfucker going to talk to me. You know what I'm saying? I would love it, but we grown folk. How you are is how you are.
So let me ask a question.
Uda,
go ahead, Rosie.
Hold on, I want Uda to get it started, and I want Rosie to go right after, and then Eda Man, you got it. Let's do that.
Hey, Uda.
Rosie, Eda Man. Damn.
I told you, gotta work.
Everybody
that ain't working.
Oh, you can get it. I enter the conversation. Yeah. I get it.
I want to ask because creator. Hi, Uda. I want to ask a question. Because creator, you brought up a point, and a lot of times when I bring up this question, men don't like it. So when you say about a woman's feet, a woman's hands, a woman's hair, as her man, because I understand this, a lot of men, you intrigue me with this. Y'all understand maintenance when it comes down to a car. Y'all understand maintenance when it comes down to a house, but not a woman. So with that being said, if you want a woman with her hands, her feet, her hair, all that a certain way, are you funding it?
Let's just say I can, but I'm not looking for a dependent. You know what I'm saying? I'm never going into nothing a dependent. You can take care of yourself. And if I'm looking for what I'm looking for, that's what I'm looking for. You know how to do it already. I don't know how to do it. You know what to do.
But what if she's doing her role?
I'm not going to turn you taking care of yourself into my bill. That's your now. I will.
But she your woman. She your woman.
Hold on, Eda, man, stop. Now, before I get into a relationship, if I get into a relationship with a woman, then I need to prepare myself, right, for said woman. And if the said woman has a certain type of lifestyle, right? I need to be prepared before I go in, because I already know I can't go in later and then expect this woman to be something different that she ain't. I accepted her when we went in, how she was. She was bougie when we went in. I don't expect that to change during, right? That's type one. Everybody's preferences is different. So then I'm going to prepare myself for having a relationship with a woman. You don't have to. It's not a detriment. You don't have to have a relationship with a woman. But if you do, yes, it's like a bill. It's like maintenance. It is what it is. Like anything else that you got. You need to be prepared, is what I'm saying. But I'm not deliberately going in looking for a dependent.
And I don't disagree with you on that. I think my question more so is for the men that think that they're deserving of certain caliber of women, for the men that want a certain caliber of woman, but they're not willing to put up with what she's needing. Nor I don't see myself finding a lot of men when we're having these discussions online where you guys do realize that there is an obligation, especially if that woman is doing her part. Because I'm not saying you should just take care of a woman just for the sake of taking care of her. But if she's doing the part, your standards, whatever your list is for her to be doing, why wouldn't she get compensated in that aspect?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't get no argument from me there, sweetheart. I agree totally. Don't get into a relationship if you can't afford it.
I think what you
financially, the whole nine. Don't freak her if you ain't ready to take care of them babies if they happen to happen. You're not prepared. So I preach preparation. All them P's they talking about, none of them gonna be preparation. Because if you're not properly prepared, all that shit's it's a retro or post-production. I'm talking about pre-production. Before we even get started, we have a proper plan. I don't mean it's perfect, but now my son can move in a way that if he do decide to go, all this shit we talking about, like KT the GOAT said, it would love for them to, you know what I'm saying? I'm not telling them to go do nothing. I'm actually telling them to stop. Don't touch nothing. But just in case, me knowing me, I'm not so rigid to think that he's going to be that. I have to prepare him for what's to come. And there are certain steps and certain things that he got to have in his life that he don't even realize that he got to have. So if something happens, he's prepared. If nothing happened, he's still prepared. And guess who else is prepared? Me. Because he doesn't become my dependent, right?
I got you. Hello, but creator, prepared for what?
Prepared to raise a family, to take care of a woman, to take care of that one, right? Because Brownsville said earlier that I established my son. This is what's going down, bro. Before anything go down, I'm telling you right now, right? You're not leaving her. That's not happening. And we're advocating to get my granddaughter over here. So it's going to be a deliberate effort, right? To really be deliberate about this thing.
All right, hold on, perfect.
Be deliberate, then we
I'm taking notes.
Plan.
Hold on, no, I'm taking notes like you asked me to. I got you correct. So you said take care of a woman. Is he taking where a woman he's married to, or a woman that he's talking to?
It don't matter. If he have a baby by her, again, if he properly plans, he's gonna freak her. Guess what? We got all these statistics that say niggas ain't trying to get married, but ain't nobody stop having no kids, even though
you cooking. No, you perfect. Hold on. You cooking. So you advocating that these men on these panels should be taking care of their baby mamas.
Absolutely, I do.
Okay.
You can't
so not their kids, their baby mamas, right?
Hold on. We can't talk about a single mama without talking about the niggas that made them single moms. What I tell her she's the dirt. She's the soil. He had to go over there and plant his seed in that soil. You can't let no weeds grow and not cut them.
Ooh, you cooking. All right, so when you say take away the baby mama, are we talking about paying her rent?
Well, so this is what I was saying. So you went to rent, boy. You crazy.
Hell no.
I go to
Wait. This is good. This is revelation. Hello.
Again, preparation is everything. If you already own land, right? Before me, I'm your daddy. I already know me. Before I know you, I know me. Forget you. You are part of me. So knowing you, me, let me prepare. Hell no.
Hello. So I want to go. No, because we say taken care of. We need to understand what that means, created. So
you can't run from nothing.
No. Because you so intelligent and you started the word salad. I don't know where this word salad coming from.
think I'm pretty
Hold on.
specific
I
about what
need
I'm
a
saying.
yes or no.
I say it every day.
When taking care of a woman, is that paying her rent or taking care of where she stay at?
That is taking care of your daughter or your son. As a result of taking care of your daughter or your son, guess what? Baby mama got a benefit because I don't want my daughter and kids out there in no street, bro.
I hold on.
I don't give a fuck what she doing. Nigga, my kids over there.
I got you. So yes, to paying rent. What
And
about
that mean I
food?
gotta
Hold
go over
on.
there and deal with him. Well, it's gonna get ugly around here, bro.
Hold on, wait. Listen, I promise you.
Because they know
Craig,
how
hello.
their daddy and their mama is. So
I got you.
Like,
That's good, Creator. Come on, I want to get the list. So should you be buying your baby mama food? Making sure that she eat?
Bro, you should be buying your child. You should be taking care of your children.
Okay, you see how you changed up in real time?
Man,
you
look,
said you.
I got
in
you.
a relationship
Take
with
care
a
of the
woman,
kids, cuz.
you take care of that woman. If
See, that's the
kids,
point
as a
is-
result, you take care of your kids. As a result of taking care
No,
of your kids,
taking care of your
woman will
kids and taking
benefit.
care of the woman are not the same thing. We need to be honest.
I
Hold
don't
on.
know what I said that you don't comprehend, and I get
Yeah,
it.
you
What
gotta
you're
stop
doing.
that.
Because hold on, let me help you understand. Hold on, I want to make sure we're communicating effectively. No, creative, you got the beating on your chest talking about you should take care of these women, especially when you put your seed into it.
Yes,
and
sir,
then I start. Hold on, no, child and the woman is two different things. When I start actually peeling back, hold on, wait.
Come on, man. I don't want to slap box with no nigga,
Sir,
man.
you just said
I don't
that
want
you
to slap
let.
box with no nigga, man.
Are we letting people feel? Are we
Everybody
gonna let
on here
people
heard what I
speak?
said, and you did it
Let
thoroughly.
him get it out, Creator. Let him get it out, Creator.
Go ahead, brother.
So what I'm saying is when we start peeling the onion back, and I'm like, what do he mean by taking care of this woman? Because Rose C asked the question. She talked about maintenance. She literally didn't bring up a child in this situation. She brought up sustaining these women. And so when you start talking, you said, let me take care of these women because you impregnated her and that's your woman. This is why, to me, it sounds crazy when you're not preaching marriage, because men should be taking care of the women that they're married to, not just any women just because you haven't sex with.
Because I think marriage, as soon as you touch down and say that this thing is mine, right? That's a contract. You agree that if you freak her, right, you can take home more than a baby, right? You're responsible for all of that. So I don't know why we just talking about kids. Hold on a bit. You know,
I'm letting you finish.
If somebody give you something that you can't get rid of other than a child, are you just gonna be like, man, well, I'll just chalk it off as, I'm gonna marry her now.
Okay, well, let me ask the question, because maybe I might have misunderstood you. How are you taking care of this woman outside of the kids?
What do we need to do that for?
None. Zero shit. The fuck you mean? Hey,
what
look.
we're talking about.
Wow.
We talking about preparation.
Goddamn, taking care of her.
Can I answer that? Can I answer that?
Preparation for yourself, brother.
You got some thought
So
processes.
if you go touch a woman, you have a child with that woman.
Hold on, Creator. You got some people with you created some thought
Yeah,
process.
Can I get in there real quick? Because I brought up the specific. Hold on.
Creator.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. So Craig, you got some people that have some real thoughts with what you're saying. So let them get a chance to address.
No.
What you're saying. Hold on. I got you. Hold on.
In a dependency.
Hold on. We're gonna start with
dependency. But you are, if you're in a relationship with a woman, there is a level of responsibility.
Hold on, I got you.
Get in a relationship.
Hold on.
It's not a necessity.
Panel etiquette, bruh. Panel etiquette.
Hold on. We're gonna go. Hold on. Roxy want to address some of the things you say. I think Uda want to address some of the things as well. Uda, you want to address some of the things?
No. I'm saying I can see where he's going, but he wasn't
Let me get in, Sharon.
He wasn't addressing Rogue's point exactly.
Okay, so we got.
So yes, Uda. So yes, Uda has. He wants to address it.
Open yet. The door was not open yet, Uda. Hold on. So
you got bad internet.
Hold on. So we got.
I think I gotta reconnect. Right?
Hold on.
I should reconnect.
Hold on, yes, you back.
Yeah,
hey, Sharon. Hey, you know the more. You gotta let me do my closing statement, Sharon. It's gonna be 2 seconds. Let me close it out.
Don't forget it.
I want to get Rose in there too.
I'm gonna get Rose in, but I want to bring her in, right, Sharon?
Hold on, I got you. Rogue C, Detroit, KT to go.
You didn't even list me. How you gonna say you got me then don't list me? Go ahead, Rosie. That's crazy.
Because the whole thing was the whole reason why I even brought this up. You specifically said with your list, you like a woman to have her hair, her nails, her feet a certain way, right? So that is why I asked you, are you going to be funding it? Because I have no issue with being the type of chick. If my man says, Rogue C, I like you with French tip nails. Well, if he's funding it, guess what Rogue C gonna get?
Right.
So again, the question is when it comes down to the maintenance, the maintaining of the relationship, having a woman, and I specifically said if that woman is doing everything that she's supposed to be doing, that you also require her to do, what are you recommended to do? What are your requirements
Yes,
in
absolutely.
maintaining
And I
her?
said yes.
I'm answering. You want to address everybody. You want
That's
to
if
everybody.
we in a relationship.
Hold
There's
on,
a certain
creator. Hold on.
level of
Hold on,
I ain't
creator. Hold
tripping.
on. Creator, hold on. Let everybody address you so this way you could address everybody. Go ahead, Detroit.
There ain't nail money though. Like,
So,
by the way, you ain't did no work.
Like,
Go ahead.
Baby, if
thanks,
you made
bro.
me 100 or 2 today, I give a shit less about your.
We
You know what I'm
cannot be that
saying?
much on a delay. Hold on. Go ahead. Detroit, KT, Eater Man, and Creator, you get to answer everybody.
Okay, so I just wanted to answer the question. Does maintain? Is paying rent, paying all this? Is that maintaining your lady? It depends on your lady. So once again, what you are vetting, and I hear all the superficial things that people want from the young ladies, right? You want nails done, hair done, all this and everything like that. It's all the superficial stuff that you can go to the store and buy. But when we're talking about the values that are drawing us away from, some good behavior or whatever we want to talk about, when we talk about that, that gets us all the way out of the way. Now, going back to the question the young lady Ro put up, yeah, if I don't even think it was Ro, I'm sorry, it was Creator that was saying this. Probably he wouldn't pay the rent. Yeah, if this is the woman who I have put a seed in, right? Then I have responsibilities now that I voided by putting my seed into her. You don't have too much to say now, except for how can I take care of this child? And by taking care of this child, you're going to have to take care of the mother.
No seed, Detroit. Ain't Detroit. This your woman. Ain't no seed. She got debt. She has a life. Are you going to take a portion? Are you going to cover a portion of her life? Right.
Creator,
and this is your woman.
Creator, I want you to address everybody. So this way we got to get everybody's thoughts in because it's a full panel. So it's hard to get everybody's thoughts in. So let Detroit finish up his thought, KT to jump in, Either Man, and then you be able to address everybody. And then we can keep going back around again so everybody get a chance to talk.
Yeah, and I'll keep it brief. Because I put myself in that situation, I didn't vet her. She's not who I thought she was going to be. I didn't put a baby in her already and everything like that. That's your responsibility. Point blank, period. You didn't take the responsible route beforehand, but that doesn't mean you're going to duck responsibility now. Even if that girl is the most ratchet of the ratchet, because guess who slept with the ratchet of the ratchet? Was the dude.
All right. Go ahead, KT. Go ahead, KT to go.
I'm gonna make it quick. I'm gonna make it quick for you, Creator, because I'm in agreement with you, but I'm gonna go a little bit further. No, I'm not paying for. Listen, maintenance is some shit. Like we're fucking okay, cool. We're married. Yes, I will provide your every need. If we're talking about just a child, like me and you had a baby, if you lose your house, I have one. Don't give a fuck about your rent, your bills, no, none of that. Now, in terms of what my children need, yes, I will provide every bit of that. Because listen, if I lose my house, you as my baby moms or whatever position we're in, you're not going to say, well, that is my son's dad. Let me pay his rent a couple times. You know what I'm saying? That's not my obligation, bro. So no, exactly. So I don't understand why
real
it's
good.
in reverse.
Hold on. That's so good. That's great.
Thinking. He like, boy, I don't want to pay all that. I got a crib for you. That's cheaper for me to give you my crib than I got one for you. Preparation. Go ahead.
Hold on, this is so good. Oh, this is so good. He clearly stated that he's willing to only take care of one group of women. The group of women that he's willing to take care of, his wife. He's not willing to take care of his baby mama. So when they start telling you, hey, quote unquote, if you sleep with me, you my woman, I'm gonna take care of you. They're lying to y'all women.
Right.
It's literally a
So
lie.
you just
And then
said
hold on,
something nobody said though.
hold
E.
on,
Hold
sir. I don't know
on.
why y'all
Hold
feel like
on.
a listen. On the vice versa, he said, if that's my wife, he didn't question it. He said, I am willing to take care of her. So I'm telling y'all women, don't fall for the okie doke when they tell me don't put the court in your business or the white man in your business, because he said he's willing to take care of one of them and the other one he's not willing to take care. Check
Right.
mate.
Bar. A
Right.
random independent with the $5 says, if your partner says they prefer something, generally you should want to do that on your own. On my own.
No.
Otherwise, get a
Right.
new partner that aligns better with you.
No. Because again, there's nothing wrong with my partner saying, hey, Roxy, I prefer you do this. If it's not anything that's putting me in danger, if it's not putting me in any type of situation outside of just being able to please my partner, what's the problem? Because again, at the end of the day, if I'm in a partnership with this man and he says, yo, Rogue, I don't think you need to be gaining all that weight. And I say, all right, cool. You gonna work out with me? And he say, yeah, guess what we
Wow.
doing? Again, it's a maintenance thing. Men can understand, oh, my car, my oil needs changing, the battery needs to be replaced. I need to go ahead and rotate them tires. But again, when it comes down to a woman that you chose, a woman that you're saying, I find you desirable, I find you worthy to either have my baby, to be my wife, or just somebody I want to lay down with. So
Yes.
y'all come to
So
us,
with
y'all
working
come
out,
to me, and you tell me, oh, Rogue C, I think you a bad bitch. I want to be with you, but I'm not gonna maintain you. Get the hell out my face, respectfully.
Hold on,
But
wait,
Rosie, hold on, that's
hold on,
perfect. Cause hold on,
one
let me.
second.
I
Let me
want to
fix
talk
that.
about the
Hold
maintenance
on,
I do.
I got you. Because now
Watch, he ain't got me. I bet you he ain't got me. Go
really in
ahead.
trouble now. Welcome to the show, the Iceman, aka Big Aaron. Good day, sir. How you doing today?
Sharon, you didn't do that
Oh,
for
Big
me.
A.
I
What
did.
up with it, brother?
Oh, okay. I'll make sure I do it
Salute.
next time.
All right, cool. So what's up? What's up, Eric? So what I'm saying is one thing that I love, Rosie, is my wife know that I love her to have her long, natural hair. So me, is since this is something I like about her, I need to make sure I get any expensive shampoo she want. I gotta be
oh,
willing to
period.
have hair. Listen, I gotta have hair in the bathroom sink. I'm gonna have to plunge it. I'm gonna have hair all
You
around
have
the
to.
house. Listen, I'm gonna have to do
Mhm.
all of these things because
Mhm.
my
Mhm.
it's certain things come with the maintenance of my standard.
That's for
It's
me.
a
Mhm.
It ain't
Hey,
even for
Edelman.
her.
hello.
It's
So
Mhm.
for
Mhm.
me.
Edelman, can you hear me?
hello. Let me land
Yeah.
it. I'm gonna land it,
Go ahead,
Aaron.
my
All right.
man.
No, I just want to get a mic check. The man just
Yes,
I hear you,
yes,
bro.
sir.
I hear you, bro.
Yes,
I hear
sir.
you.
I hear you
Go
now.
ahead, brother.
Jesus.
Hold on,
Hey,
y'all.
Yes,
Hold
sir.
on.
I'm
Hold on,
sorry.
y'all. Hold
I heard
on.
every other word. I didn't know you was
Yeah,
trying to get a mic check.
hold on. Let's double check. Go ahead, Big Aaron. Go ahead. Give us another mic check.
mic check 1, 2. You can hear me?
There we go. Good. Andrea, can you read this for me real quick?
Yes. Yeah.
Go ahead.
It
Yeah,
says
read it.
turn that mic on.
I'm about to send you something
Okay,
for
fine.
Andrea.
I can text
Hey, there we
Hey.
go. How you doing, beautiful?
Welcome,
Good.
welcome.
How are
You look
you?
Thank you so much.
pretty.
Little
Oh,
purdy
thank
You
show.
so
you.
pretty.
Thank
So yeah.
Appreciate
you.
you.
So that the only point that I'm saying is we should maintain any standards that we have. We should say, hey, if we want her hair done every week, we should pay for her hair to get done. If we want her to keep her nails done, and I'm talking about your wife, I ain't talking about no random chick. If she want her nails done, regardless if she got a job, she don't. If this is the standard of
Yes,
upkeep, I
sir,
want.
sir. I agree. Shit, you ain't getting no argument out of me.
But Eda
Yeah,
man,
no, hold up. You
hold on,
just
hold
sat
on,
here and
hold on,
told me I was wrong for that.
One
hold
That's
on, hold
literally
on,
what I
hold on,
said,
Casey, real
though.
quick.
All
Give
right,
me one
here's what we're
second.
gonna
Eda
do.
man,
I said, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go Rogue C, Iceman for coming into the show, and then we got Andrea for yes, we're gonna clap it up for us. So we're gonna go Rogue C, Iceman, Andrea, and
yes.
Casey. Yes, you can go after Andrea. Go
No,
ahead.
the only thing I wanted to say is because again, we realize that a lot of men aren't doing the traditional marriage. They're not walking down the aisle. They're not doing that. So when I just, Eda man, you and me always have this little conversation, right? Stop saying just your wife. If this is a long-term girlfriend, if this is a woman that you are taking on as a woman, because again, not every man is doing the wife thing. Not every woman and man are going to the marriage. They're not going to the courts. They're not doing the church. They're not doing all that. So again, long-term people and the long-term relationships, you need to go ahead and just say your woman. Because you're married, Sharon's married.
He's on the go.
Creator, are you married?
Yes.
Yep.
Creator's married.
Can you
Every
meet
man,
Uda? Please meet
every
Uda.
man on this panel is married except for Uda.
Okay. So I will give it to you all, but not every man is doing that either. A lot of people are still in the courting, dating, long-term relationship stage as well. So just
But
say
we
you're a
tell you
woman.
stop messing with them, Rosie. We giving you men are telling you in real time that these dudes in these long-term relationships don't want to take care of you. Leave them alone and start making the standard of marriage if you want to be taken care of, like me, Sharon, Aaron, and all of the men on this panel. We
What if a
giving you
woman?
game in real
But
time.
But hold on. What if a woman is getting taken care of without the marriage?
Exactly.
It's only a matter of time. Let me tell you.
Okay.
So that nigga deflate like you've been hearing on this panel.
Because so that's why remember y'all was talking crazy to me yesterday. You
line,
married,
though.
and why
They
you
were supposed
talking?
to be-
My
that's supposed
bad,
to be
go ahead.
Iceman, yeah. Go ahead, Iceman. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I would beware of a situation where you're being taken care of and under matrimonial conditions.
You good again.
There's no way to impose accountability in those circumstances. That's when things become truly transactional and when the relationship is propped up on transaction. And that in and of itself, right? There's nothing bigger or higher than the two people involved that can keep both y'all in check and keep y'all accountable, like with matrimony.
What about productivity? What about if we're producing
connectivity?
something?
You said connectivity? Nebulous.
Productivity.
Productivity is still nebulous and subjective. There's no hard line subjective that you can use to keep yourselves on the straight and narrow, like with marriage. With marriage, legally, there's a bonding contract. Spiritually, you're married under some sort of authority, spiritual authority. There are things to keep both of your asses on the train.
I hear too many men are afraid of
marriage.
marriage, though, Aaron, because a lot of men I hear they feel like they get the raw end of the deal. They feel like if the marriage doesn't work out, they lose more. It's a bad gamble.
They
on them.
lying
A lot
to
of men
you.
feel like it's a bad investment.
They lying.
Okay. We'll watch this. That's fine. Don't go those men down the path to peril. Either man is telling you right. If you want a relationship to last and to be built on a foundation of solid rock, then you should do so in a way that has previously been proven to give you exactly that. But when you start messing with these nebulous definitions and nebulous parameters of what a relationship is with no accountability to either side, then you're going to get nebulous flummadiddle results. You're going to be building your house on a foundation of sand and water.
So when we build when we build houses, we have a plan. And there's a plan of action, and a lot of people go into marriages with no plan. They just get married thinking that contract is getting ready to lock her down, and this thing that we got, well, we can't leave each other, we can't do nothing, because we up under this contract, so I don't want to leave. No, I want you to be a fan, 100% number one fan of me before we sign anything or do anything. And if I'm not a 100% fan of you, ain't no contract, if you ain't treating me right, I got human rights.
Yeah, you're right. Hold on,
human rights. I can leave.
I got you landed. Hold on 1 second, Sharon. I gotta say this, Sharon. Listen,
brother.
Hold on, that's good. Hold on, you got it out there, and it was so good. You said if I build a house, hold on 1 second. If I build a house, this is not a legal structure unless I get a permit from the state. Listen, like you literally have like it's just a house. I promise you.
That's where you're false, sir. Our minds, your mind ain't where my mind is. Your mind is you guys
it's
are
not.
Hold on.
Don't major minor things. Hold on. Let's not major minor things. Hold on.
I'm the type of guy that's going to build my own military.
Y'all got to be able to listen.
And hire you guys.
I know you hear me. I know you hear me. So let's bring back down. So what Iceman was saying, that it is a structure. It's a spiritual structure. It is a state structure. It is structure. So let's just we understand some people could stray away from structure, but what we are having a conversation right now is that there is a productivity structure that we should be following, not worrying about the ones that are just willy-nilly. And that's the issue that we have, that way too many people are willy-nilly, and now that we have the opportunity to to communicate structure, let's build on the structure so people can have that because they already understand what the non-structural relationship is. But before you answer, I want Andrea, especially since she cammed up, let her get some words out without bothering her. Go ahead, girl.
Okay, well, I don't really have too much of a problem with everyone's individual standards. Like, I think we're entitled to that. My issue more of the time is when people express these standards loudly, like they use it to like comment on other people's relationships, maybe put down other relationships, and then they don't hold themselves to that standard. I have an issue with that because we can all see it clearly, like with the hypocrisy, like acting like, oh, I don't like certain men, but we see you with these certain guys. And same thing with men. Like I hear a lot of things online, like, oh, I don't like these big women. I don't like these type of women. These women don't have any problems. These OnlyFans women that I be seeing them interviewing on the show, they don't really seem to have a hard time getting what they want in life. Like if you feel like these women aren't being held, like hyperfixating on them, trying to hold them accountable, to me, I feel like that just gives them way more power than necessary. Like I remember we were talking, there was like that Obsidian show, and I'm pretty sure you were there, Sharon, and somebody mentioned something about like basically the movement being like a reaction to feminism. Me, I'm at the place where I don't really see why something like that is necessary. Like essentially, like these women are taking themselves out the gene pool. Like what's really the issue here? Like life gives you accountability. You don't need a movement for that. They're already saying they don't like men. They don't want to date men. Why even waste your energy and stoop to that level when you're supposed to be leaders? You're supposed to be really, I don't want to say above it, but I feel like that's what you insinuate you are. You're above that. So yeah, I don't even see why there even has to, with the standards, if you are actually standing by your standards, you are getting what you want in life. I don't think you would be online, you know, crushing some other guy's, you know, dream. Like, okay, maybe he's with a single mom. Why do you have to? I mean, you know, I see that a lot. I see them like kind of crush each other with these standards. That's where I have a problem with it. Like, don't use your standards to crush someone else, and you don't even really live by those standards.
I like that.
Can I address that? Just 10 seconds. First of all, shout out to Miss Andrea. Oh, everything you said was factoids, right? I went you 100%. You spoke well. Only thing I'm just, and it's not a but, it's an and. There is a gray area where men's intentions are genuinely to coach other men who may not have been able to get the results that they want, and they're trying to give them suggestions on how they can change and maneuver their life to get those things. But I think that's few and far between compared to what you wish. I think great marriage. And those are I'm from. So shout out to you.
Hey, Diva.
Okay, I like it. I like how we build it. AR, a random independent with the 5 others. Be with someone that aligns with you. If you, your partner, are happy handling situations the way you handle them, that's it. Everything else is noise.
So, Aaron, based off what you just said, Aaron, do you believe that a married man should be telling single men not to get married?
I don't. Should married men tell single men not to get married? No, there's not enough information to be able to answer that question. I would need context.
Okay, so if a man said that he's happy, I got you.
Just spit that shit out, man. You know what I'm saying? Just spit that shit out, brother.
If a man is saying that he's happily married, should he be encouraging young men not to get married? I think I put it very clear out there.
It would also depend on these young men's, their ability to perform in marriage. There are reasons, yes, to say you should not get married. If I'm talking to a man not as fit to be married, whatever that looks like, yeah, I'm going to tell him not to get married. And I'm
no. I'm not saying individualized. If a married man have a successful marriage, should he be giving blanket advice to the group of young men not to get married, not individually?
If they have successful marriage, they're most likely not telling people not to get married.
Okay, need to go. If they got a successful marriage, hello, this is bars. They are not telling men not to get married. Okay, that's it. That was good.
All right, now,
you cooking.
But I feel you're oversimplifying. I think this is a trap question. I don't know that
Nah, Aaron. He
There's
wanted
no trap at all.
Insight. So he's talking about me, and I'm not saying for men, if you get married, you have capacity. That's why Aaron, I freaking love this guy. That word capacity. If you don't have, some men just don't have capacity, and we going into the world thinking all men are going to move. It's like when you get into the military. You start off with a bunch of brews who actually thought they was going to do it for whatever they thought they looked like. But for whatever you thought you looked like, I was the one that made it, and I ain't none of that thing, that list that was supposed to, the guys that was supposed to make it through that. But those guys are still out here anyway procreating. So what I'm saying, and they still in relationships with women. So I'm not advocating marriage. What I am advocating is you come into a relationship with deliberacy. You're already prepared. When you come in prepared, you already have acquired certain things. So now these certain things you are sharing. So you don't necessarily have to go to the government and say,
That's
hey,
crazy.
government, I'm ready to tie in with this one individual legally, right? In that aspect, in that capacity. You can still do the exact same thing. You're just doing, hold on. A contract in America, brother, I don't care what it is, it's legal and binding. If I give permission for somebody to be my beneficiary within my trust, they're part of my company, right? That's what it is. That's why I keep trying to tell you there's a certain way that we all, when we start talking about what the standard is, the standard is we all, black men, first off, all black men need an insurance policy. I don't give a fuck. Soon as you come
Why
out.
are we going down a rabbit hole? Hold on, let's stop it now.
That's just the rabbit hole we need to go down. This is the rabbit hole we need to go down. Because
so
we
Aaron,
with everything. They don't know what it actually look like when we talk about black patriarchy. Now we need to go down the rabbit hole and start telling you, because if you ain't doing what I'm saying and you a parent, that's crazy. All the
now we talk about parenthood.
All the
no,
parents
stop.
Properly set their kids up, right? Properly set their kids up, and you a military man, so I know you can't argue what I'm talking about.
No, stop. You making good points, but you said something that was so crazy that I have to stop you.
Contracts. Establish whoever you deal with, buddy. In the beginning, this is what it is, baby. We can establish that in writing. That's what a marriage is.
You talking against what Aaron said, because Aaron's. Hold on, I'm about to tell you. Aaron made a statement earlier about including having a spiritual and having a commitment through the state for holding people accountable. You're speaking the opposite. You said, "Hey, you don't have to."
Yep. Because I don't want nobody to force you to be with me. I don't want nothing you think is going to be nothing to, because marriages are ugly, especially in any marriage, whether on paper or not, is ugly. So I'm saying, well, if it's ugly off paper and ugly on paper, then that would tell me that why don't I prepare before I even get dealing with a woman at all? I need to be properly prepared in my life. I'm not worried about nobody else.
All right,
I need to be properly prepared.
I got you. Hold on, the theme creator. Hold on. The theme creator is, I understand everything you saying, creative. But then when we ask you the $1 million question, hey, did you leave the state out of your situation? He said, nah, I involved the state. Hold on, wait.
So that's like telling me that I know what I know now after I got out of college or after experiencing military or experiencing, bro, stop that. I'm telling you.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you, giving bad advice that you wouldn't follow yourself.
Listen, brother, I'm giving real world, because we are all up here. Everybody's experiences are not the same. Everybody's point of views are not.
But you not willing to do what you say.
You'll never match nobody else's point of view.
Now, I'm just saying, why would I do something that I don't talk about stuff I'm not willing to do? You're not willing to do the exact thing that you telling young people to do, and that's what we call a hypocrite.
I'm doing that. So actually, to be quite frank, again, a lot of people not even telling men what legacy building is. This is what I'm talking about. Legacy building. You don't even, so a lot of young men don't even know what that word means, or young women. So when we get out here dating, this is not the conversation of what do you have. Hold on. Listen, you know what I tell my daughter to ask all the men that she deal with, right? And I can ask, but I ain't gonna front nobody. So even these women that came up here, the first thing I ask them when they want to start debating you, ask them what $100 a day for 30 days is, and then be quiet.
No, perfect. You brought up your daughter. So are you telling your daughter to commit to a man without bringing the state into it?
I'm telling my daughter to commit to a man to build that has a legacy, who has a plan, right, for her. Now, if that's this state's idea of whatever. I don't want her to depend on nothing. She can take that man's name. If I go pull any woman right now and I give her permission, we do however I write up the contract, she can use my name and be the beneficiary of me based off of how I set that up.
Okay, but hold on. I'm asking a very direct question. Hold on. I'm asking a very direct. Hold on.
This government and you being able to have one
No,
woman under
I'm
this
asking.
government
I'm asking a very specific
listen
question.
to me, E-Man.
Okay, hold on.
You don't want her to have a traditional wedding.
The fact that most
Let's
men
bring it down.
manage more than one woman, brother.
Hold on, creator.
Most men manage more than one woman.
I want you to answer this question.
Not your
Hold
daughter.
on. Let me try to help y'all out.
Your daughter, man.
Creator, you got to be able to answer his questions so the audience can get the gist of it. Because if he's not understanding, it's also a possibility that somebody in the audience is not understanding as well. So slow down a little bit. Let either
We're
man.
not talking about my daughter. My daughter already got her legacy. That's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about those that are not protected, have no idea, and need to move a certain way.
Give me a second. All right. Let either man answer the full question. Don't jump the gun. Slow down. Let him answer the full question so the audience can get it, because it's not just y'all two talking. It's, you know.
Take my daughter out of it, and I'm already telling you what it is. I'm not doing all that. So in order for a nigga to win an argument, we keep it general. Then when you ain't winning, you want to now make it personal.
You brought your daughter into the conversation. I did not bring your daughter into it.
They want to believe, brother.
No, creator.
All right, so hold on. All right, pause. Okay, so we can bring the temperature down. Okay, Brownsville, New York, with the $4.99. What are the top 3 advisements that a father should teach his son, daughter about relationships? And for the queen, the same question from a mother's point of view. We're gonna start with Aaron first. We're gonna start with Big Aaron first, so we can calm it down.
I mean, establish your life standards. You know what I mean? Your from a spiritual sense. Establish whatever that is and do your best to live by those standards. Seek someone that aligns with those standards. Find out what it is that they want. Do your best to strive to give them what it is that they want from you and expect the same from them in return. Once you've established that agreement, hold one another accountable to it. Simple. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, we're gonna go with Marvelous next. And you right after E. Same question for you, Marvelous opinion.
First thing is learn how to love yourself. With that learning how to love yourself, I would say give yourself grace, and also be patient. And reflect those traits and find those in those who you so-called love, and you should be fine.
Okay, either man.
The first thing I'm gonna teach my daughter, or I have taught my daughter, is: do you see, as a man, as a husband, how I am treating your mother? This is how you're treated inside of marriage. I'm not gonna teach my daughter that you can get this outside of marriage, because it's a proven fact that if you want the lifestyle that me and your mother created, it comes inside of marriage. The second thing that I'm going to do is teach my daughter is that you need to know the fact that you are his helpmate. So this means that it should not be an ego thing about money. Y'all should believe in the one pot. Y'all bring y'all money together for this to be able to help y'all be prosperous in your marriage. And the last thing that I'm gonna teach my daughter is: don't get with a man that you're not willing to submit to, because we believe in the structure of the Bible, and you have to submit to this man. So you need to make sure that he's worthy of submission and that he have a personal development relationship with God. Those are the 3 things I would teach my daughter.
And what about your son?
I don't have any sons. I don't have a son, but I have 4 girls. That's why I spoke about that. But I don't want to speak on something I don't have. I don't have any sons.
That's fair. Okay. KT to go.
Will go fair for them too, though. A lot of that will go fair for them too, as well. But go ahead, my bad.
No, facts. I was gonna say too, I want to answer for my son and my daughter.
Top 3 advisements.
I wouldn't say I got a top 3. I think I just got one for both. Well, I do somewhat. First of all, for my son, listen, if you're doing something that's not a commitment, make it very clear that that's not the path that you're walking on. And before you make a commitment to any female, anything of that nature in life, make sure that you're able to hold up your obligations with that commitment. As for my daughter, I think I would just most likely tell her, well, the end part goes the same with the, be honest with what your intentions are. But for her, it will be more make sure before you make your commitment that the person you're choosing to do that with is worthy of commitment. And that would come with, making sure, not saying that they got to give you extravagant things, but if it's two things I could suggest for is that it's somebody with potential and a work ethic. So, just as long as they're getting in better position than where y'all began, it's nothing more I can ask for.
Okay. We got Creator, top 3 advisements.
First off, don't find he need to know how to count. That's number one. That's important to me because a man, if you find a man that usually can't count, y'all gonna have issues in life. Next is a plan. Find a man with a plan. They got a legacy. He's already got a plan. You can see it. It makes sense. You see what what you already have here, right? We're not going under that. And then lastly, your man or your woman that you choose, if you choose to be in a relationship, because a relationship is not a necessity at all. But if you choose a relationship, a man or the woman that you choose will be your biggest come up or your biggest downfall. But that ain't how we usually say it. We say the bitch you choose gonna be your biggest come up or your biggest downfall.
Okay. Uda, you there? You might not be there.
Yeah, I'm here, brother. You can hear me?
Yeah. Yep. Your top 3 advisements for your son/daughter. What would you give them?
To my son, I would say, as far as women, as far as dating and stuff like this, as far as what, anything in life?
Your top 3 advisements about relationships. Yeah?
About relationship stuff. For my son,
you breaking up. You must be on the go. You on the move?
I am on go, but I would tell him, one, be yourself though. Be yourself. I think that's important. If you really get a woman that really loves you, I think that you should really honor it and cherish it. You know what I mean? Because a lot of times I didn't. You know what I mean? I was cheating and doing a lot of things when I had great women. That was that. So I would tell him to do the opposites of things that I did. I would tell him to make sure that he protects her too as well. You know what I'm saying? Make sure that if he's gonna be, make sure that
you're breaking up again.
Most definitely value her body. I would tell her to make sure that she has the things that she needs so that she don't have to depend on anyone, be it a man or a woman. And I would tell her to read like Proverbs and Bible scriptures and see what it is to be virtuous and then make your decision on who you want to be from there, you know?
Okay. I like it. All right. The beautiful.
The girls go.
Yes.
Me first? Okay. I would want to tell, this goes for like girls or boys. I would want to say, you're made in God's image, so you're born with your self-worth. Nobody can give it to you and nobody can take it away from you. I would want to say, relationships, nothing in this life is owed to you. So neither is love, neither is relationships. It's a blessing from God. So it requires nurturing, give and take. It's going to require sacrifice. Whatever you are willing to sacrifice. Don't make any big stakes, but it's not owed to you. So I would want them to understand that too. Like a loving partner, that's a blessing. So it will require nurturing from both parties. And then I would want him or her to know that actions speak louder than words. So if you see something and you feel something, like, don't ignore that. The actions, they speak loud. So yeah, that's all.
I like it. I like it when we can have dope discussions.
Especially dope feminine energy, man. Goodness.
And when I say protection, I mean even protection from ourselves, you know what I'm saying? Because that was a major thing that I learned too as well, you know what I mean? Because having a woman, I'm doing things and certain things, you know what I'm saying? I know I'm gonna go out the window. She know I probably clip somebody for and all of that. But then how could I protect her from everything? But then she needs protection from me. So
that's why I'm making sure you learned is muy importante. The type of men we sending out here. A lot of this ain't for us. A lot of this is for the men that's coming up, and they didn't get this learning. So it's good that we can, like, you asked everybody that question, everybody had a different answer. So now they are now armed, right, with, and I am too, right? I have more in my ammunition, you know what I'm saying, to go out here into the world. And that's why it kind of go back to everything needs to be contractual. But I think it go back to what your girl said earlier, man. Don't shove nothing. I don't want to shove nothing in no puzzle that ain't supposed to be there. And men need to know what to properly choose. And before you even do that, you just need to be prepared yourself as a man of a certain stature before you even get to sharing even your schlong with anybody.
I got you. So, Creator, would you go into a business relationship without a contract?
Never. I didn't say not without a contract. I didn't say without I said, you said state in your business or these people in your business. You said the state said you can only have one woman. Well, some men can manage more than one woman.
All right, hello. That's good. So are you saying that you would not get an LLC or incorporate with the state for your business?
Already. Yep. And have all my women up under that. What we talking about?
Wow. So I'm just trying to understand. So some things we need to include the white man. Only thing we don't need to include the white man on is when we get married.
So
we need to include the white man in that.
Include the white man. I'm not saying don't include him, but now legacy building means it's like using the water fountain or you go get bottled water. There's a water fountain, there's a municipal thing for everything. And then there's a way that other people do things. There's a way that people with capacity are going to move deliberately. Some people move deliberately. They don't move with what's right there in front of them. When they put you don't have to go with what's there. You can there's a tradition, right? Other people have traditions where they do things differently. And
perfect. That's perfect.
So not protect the family.
So how describe this structure that you're talking about outside of marriage?
You said what?
Describe this structure outside of marriage that women should be agreeing to outside of getting married.
You said describe?
Describe.
What the fuck is that, bro?
Come on, you know what he's
y'all know either make
I know what he meant. I know what he meant.
That's all that matters. Describe.
You know how to spell it?
Describe, goddamn. Describe. Somebody spell out in the chat. Spell describe. There we go.
That's his shit here too. God damn it. So you know what I mean? But at any rate, black patriarchy is let's just say all the men are already married, right? We're already married. We already in this thing. And I'm just going by what's around me, right? These young men do not want to get married, bro. It's not happening, right? But they're not arguing about no women and how they not get, like, I don't hear these debates at all. Only on here is where I hear these debates. So now I'm thinking, well, damn, they still having babies. Little niggas still out here freaking, they doing things, and they still having kids, right? And they not taking care of their kids or the women that had the kids. So where they demonize a dude like Nick Cannon, right? Oh, he had all them damn babies and he did all this. He's taking care of every last one of them women, and he knows how. That's why he wrapped his head like a sheep, because this is deliberate. I know what I'm doing. Forget what you talking about.
Do you feel like you answered my question? Do you really believe you answered my question?
There is
you are?
Yes, there's a way that some of us move. I'm not answering it the way you want it answered, but we're gonna move in a way that establishes it, that shows our women that, listen, I can take care of you, right? I've created a world, a place that is gonna make you secure, and I don't want you to submit. I want you to surrender. Right? Give it to me. Yeah. I want you to surrender. Yep. Because that's what you niggas' problem. You so busy trying to get somebody to submit, right, to something that you don't have. And what you don't have is legacy building, right? That's what we don't. I ain't saying you personally. I ain't saying you personally or nobody here. But I'm saying we don't. Men are going in, messing with relationships, messing with women, right? And this is traditionally what it is. And we don't have no plan after the fact. After he had that baby, I'm a papa. So if a man gets my daughter's pregnant, it's going to be a whole lot going on. And what I'm establishing right now is
That's crazy. It's crazy that I can describe in detail the structure of marriage. I'm asking you to describe in detail this system.
Okay, so in detail, it's going to start off with me, right? Me and the business of me. That's what it starts off with. And the business of me, hold on, I'm telling you, asked me, can I?
I'm sorry, I'm taking notes. I'm sorry, I apologize.
Right? Yeah, it's gonna start up just like it does with our marriage. It did when I first got married, I was young. I just knew that, hey, this is the woman I want to be with. I'm gonna get with her. We're gonna have some children, you understand? We're gonna do this thing the right way, and we did it, and it worked out. Now I have data, right? For me, I can't talk for nobody else. I have data, and I see that young men are not moving like as thorough as I would like them to. So I'm saying, okay, they're still taking care of women, and we trying to demonize these men for building legacy, right? They didn't go to the courthouse, right? They actually are doing better than a lot of men, right? To be honest. That
you are crazy. You are lying.
No, I'm not.
Baby daddies are not doing better than married men.
I got a brother.
You're literally making this up.
Now,
oh my God. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm supposed to be muted.
I got a brother, 22 kids, bro. He ain't on no paperwork. Take care of all his kids.
He ain't doing better than married men. Stop it.
He's doing way better than married men.
With 22 kids, this is what I'm saying, a lie. He's not.
Listen, a lot of the married men go work 40 hours to go make what he make, right? A lot of married men went to college to make what he made. A lot of men went to the military to get the benefits. This man didn't do that. He had 22 kids. He wasn't scared. He had 22 kids. He had a plan. He had 22 kids. I'm taking care of all of them and they mamas. You hear me? And I ain't none of them had no plan. Hold on, it ain't just him. So now go to another guy. I'm like, well, dang, how many kids you got?
Hello, you step one, me. You only got one out of. Hold on, creators. Hold on 1 second, brother. I'm gonna get the mic right back to you. I just want you to understand. Hold on. I asked you to describe something. I got 1 point out of the last 30 minute of talking. Me.
Well,
that's the only point you got was me.
I gotta go in the defense mode.
I want to hear the rest of it.
I'm sorry. I don't want you to defend yourself. Let me mute this.
The fact is, a lot of women out here there's a portion of women out here and men who have children and don't know how to take care of them. So what it looked like for a man who's gonna get with a woman, they end up freaking, whatever the case is, and they have a child, right?
They end up
there's more. Hold on, listen to me. There's more of that happening than people actually planning to get married and have children. That's not happening right now. I'm just being real. Ain't no niggas deliberately wanting to go get married because of the atmosphere. Yeah. So now, because of that atmosphere, that's not stopping them from doing it. They still gonna do it regardless, right? That's all I'm saying. Once they do it, there are ramifications, me as a big parent, to doing it. They're gonna have kids. A lot of these, so I said, well, damn, I don't want to be taking care of these little niggas' kids, right? I'm not.
All right, hold on. Before you go to another tangent,
About to be a situation.
Let me read a couple of super chats. A random independent with the $5. Maybe he's doing better than some married men, but his 22 kids ain't doing better than 2 kids with the same parents. How many sports games has he missed?
That's what I'm saying. So I'm not talking about this.
Brownsville,
is an anomaly.
New York with
this
the
is
49.
Everybody gets
Why
married.
are you talking while? Let me talk.
My bad, bro. My bad, bro.
Thank you. Brownsville, New York with the 499. What are the top 3 flags that you would advise your son to avoid in a woman and your daughter to avoid in a man when it comes to a relationship? We're going to start with Big Aaron so we can calm it down. We start with Big Aaron.
Yeah, like I said, my advice is universal. The first thing they must possess, and if they don't, it's a red flag, is honor. That's where integrity, accountability, all those, honesty, all those things reside. You must have honor. Second thing, the ability to communicate. That's where emotional intelligence, calculative intelligence, cognitive intelligence, the ability to, speak and emote and express yourself, that's where they reside. And the third thing is empathy. That's where emotional intelligence carries over. The ability to see someone else's plight, the ability to advocate for someone else. This is your ability to love someone outside of yourself. Without those 3 things, stay away.
All right. So the 3 red flags, Sharon, a man talking about he don't want to marry you to my daughter. That's the biggest red flag. If a man run around here talking about he don't want to marry you and he want you to commit and do all the things that a wife does without the commitment, that's a red flag. If a man is all talk, he always talk about what he gonna do and he ain't did none of that stuff, stay away from that. And a man that's not leading by example. if a man, and I tell my daughter, if a man is not leading by the example that he say that he want, if he's not willing to, quote unquote, he asks you for submission, but he ain't willing to submit to God, I'm telling you, he's a walking red flag. So those are 3 things I tell my daughters. Anybody talking?
Nah.
Okay, Mo, what's your 3 red flags?
I can't hear you.
Red flag number 1, take yourself off mute.
All right, let's go to creator. I think Mo having some problems.
Sorry about that.
Oh, go ahead, Mo.
Yeah. Any person who's trying to stir up confusion is 1. Someone who lacks faith in you is 2. And obviously the biggest one is someone who lies to you. So if people are willing to lie to you, set you up for confusion, set you up for doubts, stay away from people. Just that simple. That's all.
Who next? I'll go last.
I guess I'll be next then. I'll say this probably apply to both my sons and daughters, but I'd say, first of all, stay away from people who aren't humble, like who don't understand humility and stuff, because I think it's what Aaron was saying. It probably proved that they're going to lack empathy and understanding in terms of like, y'all may be at a disagreement. Never go for people who are too, I'm trying to figure out the word. I'm trying to think out, material oriented, I guess you could say, like materialistic people. Be very aware of them. And also make sure that, or I guess the last red flag would be family background. And I'm not saying that you can't come from a bunch of killers and not be that, but the way that they react to whatever that family background, it will show you a lot about them. So watch out for that.
All right, let's keep going down the line. Who next? Andrea? You want to give it?
Yeah, I'll go. I'll make it just gender neutral. I would say any sign of like low impulse control, so like drinking, eating, whatever, like that's a red flag. I know this is kind of weird. I don't like when people have bad posture. Like I just feel like that's a sign. Like if you're not even learning how to like stand up straight, like that's just a sign of something else. I don't know. And then like hypersexuality. So like either way, like if you think she's moving fast, I feel like if a girl is just moving fast, throwing it at you, there's something wrong, and vice versa. Like so, yeah.
Yeah, you
like
know what's
Andrea.
crazy? I really actually like the bad posture.
I swear, I don't like that.
That is a very good one that people fail to acknowledge verbally. It's something that
Never heard that, but we all, you know what I'm saying?
Recognize it like if you know, we all recognize that as a sign of something is wrong, some kind of laziness, possibly depression, and all these other things. But it's something that we don't actually vocalize that much. It's just something that intuitively we just pick up on. So I thought that was a very great. That was very good. I thought. We're gonna go with creative. Keep it short. 3.
I got you. This was real cool.
Not 30 minutes, man. And then we're gonna let the pill whisperer do her things. I know she came here to start trouble.
Well, I mean, it's like he said, it's her saying. Make sure that he can count. Make sure that he or she got a plan, and make sure he or she is not a dependent. This is real simple.
So how do your son make sure a woman's not a dependent?
He don't take care of her, bro. He don't take care of her every waking whim. Again, he in a relationship. He understands there's a certain level of responsibility that comes with being with a woman, but she's not a dependent.
So I'm saying, so your wife shouldn't depend on you or be independent of you?
She's not a dependent. He's not going in buying or she should depend on me, but that's not what we're going to get. We're not going to get a dependent, brother. We're not going to get somebody that has zero value to bring to the table. You have to bring some people want that, and that's okay. Some men like, hey, I want you to do nothing. I don't want you to do nothing other than what I tell you to do, right? And that's okay. That's an and an also. That's like us going to buy a house and we gotta get the lights cut on. She needs to not be a dependent. She needs to have capacity. She knows the certain levels of life of just taking care of her damn self. Anything I do again is extra and I also. That's why we choose these women. They show us the evidence of how they take care of themselves. That's usually what it is. She's not a dependent. She's thorough.
No. That's what I'm saying. Because I don't understand when we have these conversations. We choose a woman and we take her off the market. She should be totally dependent. Matter of fact, if we start talking about like a stay-at-home mom, she's completely dependent on you. I'm not saying that she don't have no responsibilities. Like, let me give you an example. My kids are 100% dependent on me. That doesn't mean that they don't have any responsibility to do their chores, take out the trash, wash the dishes. You still have an obligation as a dependent. So I don't understand why I keep hearing men say a woman that's supposed to be under my covering, supposed to be submitted or surrendered to me, should not be able to depend on me.
If I can, I would like to say really quickly, the difference is what you just said. Those are children. You know, those are things that you are raising. Those are not things, but those are people you are raising and teaching them how to.
We got somebody special. Hold on.
Go ahead.
We got somebody special in the
back. These shits be good. We'll fuck around, be all night.
Welcome to the show. Somebody that agrees with me 100% of the time, but I never will admit it. Welcome to the show, the Gale.
What up? I ain't special, man. I ain't special. I'm a little special. I ain't special though.
What's good with you? You probably came up because you got some thoughts, and I don't know if the Pill Whisperer ready to start her stuff yet. But the Gale, what's your thoughts so far?
No, I just came.
You ain't shit.
I ain't got nothing specific to say right now. I just wanted to hop on because I've been a spectator for the whole day, so I figured I'd just hop on and see if I can add something to the conversation when the time comes.
That's good because, like, when I was in the military, they said, "How many dependents do you have?" When Mo filled out his paperwork, it said, "How many dependents you have?" And guess what? They listed, Marvin says, "I'm wrong. Your wife as a dependent." So, like, we gotta just stop saying that women should not.
Wife, not your girlfriend, not somebody you dating, somebody you even ain't got to dating status. She ready to fill out the app. You ready to go head over heels, all in? She ain't even filled out the app yet.
All right, I think the Pill Whisperer is ready. Go ahead.
How come I didn't get to give my top red flags? Huh? Why didn't you let me give my red flags? Because I got more than 3. I got a whole bag of red flags.
Dump that bag, girl. Dump the whole bag out. Go ahead, let it go.
First off, if he think having kids with multiple women is all right, that's a red flag. Go ahead and throw him away. Second, if he thinks having a criminal record, and I'm talking about felonies, and I'm talking about bad felonies. I'm not talking about felonies with, weed. Weed's okay. Okay? You smoke weed. However, felonies, no.
Max, what is
red
a bad
flag.
Felony? Because you brought it up.
Pretty much 99.9% of all felonies is bad to me.
Let her go,
other
bro.
than weed.
Just let her go.
Other than weed. All right. Weed, people are just discriminatory with weed. What'd you say?
What you sell pills?
I said weed only.
Pills.
I said every other felony other than weed, Aaron. Get with the program. Get with the program. I said every other felony other than weed. Throw them away. Any man that agrees with Nick Cannon, throw his ass away too. Any man that has had to go to get money by selling his plasma, throw his ass away. Throw that nigga away. He ain't financially responsible whatsoever.
Selling dope, baby. Yo, chill. Yo, let that man live.
Any man that complain about working at least 2 jobs, throw that nigga away. I don't know what he gonna do for you when times get hard. If he gotta complain about working, throw his ass away. All right. Any man who asks you to go half instead of letting you offer yourself, throw his ass away. Throw his ass in the trash. I don't know why you need to ask her for her money. Throw her ass. Throw him away. Okay. Hypersexuality. I agree with Andrea. Throw him away too. He gonna just try to knock you up. I could keep going, but I don't wanna trigger nobody because I feel like I triggered somebody with that plasma.
Already.
What are red flags for your
Nah,
son?
I just wanted to defend him because he could have been getting a bad felony. Yo, chill, bro.
Hey, I got a question. So Gail, because you still married, right? Correct, Gail? All right, we gonna give Gail a second when you come back because I want to know.
Yeah, he talking to his wife right now, probably.
Okay. So Gail, what is your 3 red flags for your son or your daughter in a relationship wise?
You muted, brother. You muted. We can't hear you. You gotta press the unmute button. There's a button to the left with a mic.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Muted. Can you hear me now? I went to get my Bluetooth. I got confused. But you said 3 red flags for what?
Sons and daughters. Your
No,
sons
Sharon
and
muted.
daughters.
Oh, I said I don't have any children at the moment, but 3 red flags. I guess one would be looking to that they have before moving with them or committing to them. I guess check their accountability if they can't own up to anything, if they're always passing the buck or trying to put it on somebody else. If they can't do that, then pay attention to that. And I don't know, just see how they treat other people. I guess I haven't really thought about it, but yeah, see how they treat other people.
All right, so that means none of the men on the manosphere is dateable because they always passing the blame to somebody else. So
I can't speak to that.
Boy, Sharon got it in for them guys. Boy, I swear to God.
Hey, Aaron, I know you wanted to address some of the red flags that the pill whisperer said. You got it. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to know if she had any for her son. They seem like all aimed at advice to give to the daughter. What advice would you give your son? What red flags would you say he should avoid in a woman?
And it better be a big bag as well.
Of course, it's a big bag. However, I don't know. Y'all don't listen to y'all mamas anyway.
Don't do that, sister. Sister, we not letting you do this, sister. Sister, we not letting you do this.
Are you serious?
You didn't feel like
No. I'm still going.
Young people educate them, sister.
I'm still gonna answer the question. However, I just think I'm pretty sure y'all mama told y'all to stay away from them big booty women, and y'all still went to them big booty women anyway. I mean, come on, stop it.
Nah.
Now,
come on,
stop
Judy.
Stop fucking lying. Stop it. Stop
Ain't nobody
fucking
trying to
lying.
stay
Y'all
away
was
from
not
that.
no good sons. Listening to y'all mama 100%.
Oh no, I'm a womanizer, or I was a womanizer. I'll keep it a beam, slapping them things. You hear me? But my mama also told. She never told me no. My mama was more or less like, "Boy, you better quit putting your dick everywhere. That's what you better quit doing." But she wasn't like, "Don't hit the hoe."
I didn't listen.
You said earlier that nobody taught you that. But you said earlier that they taught you to.
No, I that's not teaching you. I said they not telling me don't do it.
You said that nobody.
Why did she have to tell you to stop putting it everywhere? Did you get this information to put your thing everywhere from somebody?
Oh nah, man, I'm not gonna lie. Biologically, my mama has 8 kids. I'm gonna just say that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no. You missed what I'm asking.
I get down with the get down.
Are you missing it? So your mama told you don't put your thing in everywhere. Were you getting opposite advice?
No, like that. I told you already. I've been like somebody was saying earlier. I literally
give you that advice for no reason.
No, I literally touched by a female like when I was younger. That's my first experience ever with the whole relationship period. So it's like at that point, yeah, I was kind of hypersexual. I'll be honest. It wasn't like nobody gave me that advice. If anybody gave me the advice, it was the women like, you a handsome little nigga. Like,
Boy, if you
yeah,
don't get this, though, ain't nobody ever told you that in your life.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I got red
Nobody ever
flags.
told your ass
I
that.
got
Stop
red
lying,
flags.
boy.
The first one, big booty women are red flags, but y'all gonna go to them anyway. Women who be crying every time they do something wrong, but you get with them anyway. Hypersexual women, you get with them anyway. Women who just want you for your money, you get with them anyway. You make more money just to prove to them how much money you make, so you get with them anyway.
You trying to beat them down? Don't beat us down while you're telling us. You trying to give them some
I
game.
have to. I
Give
have
some
to.
game.
I have to. I have to beat them down while I do it, because they do it anyway. Because I be confused why Big Aaron in that top right, he thought he had me, but what the real gag is, y'all don't listen to us anyway, so I don't even know why I gotta give red flags where y'all just be doing whatever y'all want. This man literally defended a man who got 22 kids. Are those 22 kids with one woman, creator?
They not.
There you go. Why the
They
fuck
not.
do I need to get my red flags? Y'all
So why
walking
would
red
you?
flags
Can I now? Can I
anyway.
talk? Because you floundering, and it's okay. You right? You had everything to say and was
I'm
confident
not
when it
floundering. I
came
just
to
named multiple red flags in
giving
women, right?
advice.
I just
for the
named multiple
female,
red. I just
but
named multiple red flags in women.
nah, but you did it, disingenuously, and it's okay.
I
It
know,
is what it is.
You know what's
disingenuously.
funny? You know what's funny? She knows me to be a man who listens, and just said that she.
I don't know
thinks,
that. I'm the pill. I don't know that. I'm the pill whisperer. I don't know you.
okay, all right, that's the game. Okay.
Yeah, like you like,
Hey, man,
you
military
saluted after you
information is
asked that
everything,
question.
right?
You saluted after you asked
Information
that
is
question. You
everything,
thought you
man.
did a chess move. Now I gotta acknowledge the chess move and also say y'all don't listen to us anyway. So why do I gotta give red flags? But I gave them, didn't I? I gave y'all red flags.
You made an attempt.
She did.
I think that was kind of the point. Like
You
we
gave
raised
some
them.
red pill answers, but you did answer.
A woman who's okay with having your baby before y'all get married, that's a red flag, but y'all do that shit anyway. I mean, come on. I could keep motherfucking
No, I'm
going.
saying
Y'all
this
ain't
what
gonna
the look.
listen.
This what the red pill dudes be saying. That's all I'm pointing. Y'all not. I'm not saying you ain't valid, but I'm saying this.
I said I'm the pill whisperer. I'm the
Yeah.
pill whisperer. I whisper to all pills. Black, blue, rainbow, pink, all the pills. Because apparently there's so many goddamn pills you could take, even though they all placebos anyway. But go ahead.
Right.
I feel that. I feel that. I respect that.
Definitely placebos.
Fucking made me forget what the hell I was about to say.
Oh, we have
but
the
it's
6
all right.
hour mark. What y'all want to do? We got 6 hours. Sheesh.
It's on y'all, man. Shit, I can bounce. I ain't tripping.
The audience gonna have to figure out what they want to do.
I'm gonna go somewhere else. So, what you talking about? I'm just being real.
Red flags. Nah, but I think I would think 3 and 3. I would say because y'all gave a lot of good answers though. You know what I mean? Some of them I was thinking of myself, so I try to think out the box of something that y'all probably didn't think. I don't know, but I would think for a son though, I would tell him if she doesn't buy you something, if she never buys you something, or she never like offers nothing to you monetarily, I think
forever.
Swim.
All right, y'all breaking up. So this is what we're gonna do.
Fall back.
We're gonna let the audience decide. We gave them 6 hours of great content. Y'all figure it out. Y'all need to financially support, or we in the show. It's okay. We have another show tomorrow. It was up to y'all. We got 120 people in the building. Shout out to all of y'all. I appreciate y'all. We're gonna give y'all until the song is over to figure out how y'all gonna support. Y'all figure it out. I shouldn't have to tell y'all. Y'all know what y'all gotta do.
Wireless wake up show.
Hey, barely even hit the damn like button.
Cracking, no acting.
Crazy.
I hit a Twitter, man.
We need to get to at least 150 likes. We need to get to 100
Damn,
likes.
boy, that was. Hey, I tell you, boy, he's so concise.
All love.
It just be real simple to the point.
But we saw the case be.
I don't know.
Hey, this the Wireless wake up show. Lights on, case closed.
Boy, I love it.
Sips on deck,
Hey,
no
we give
capping.
everybody they
Proof
say
exposed,
what they gotta
facts.
say.
Challenge me,
This ain't
let's
no
see
echo
what's happening.
chamber,
We
man.
don't
I appreciate
pretend.
Sharon.
Sharon Brace.
And now I'm
Face it.
discovering,
Truth
you
gon'
know, the
win,
back
and
channels,
turns to evidence.
what I
Like
call the
receipts in the
assassins, man. You know what I
file.
mean? They got
Talk that street gospel. Broadcast live. While
the
it's
snipers.
show the truth.
You know what I mean? In the back. You
Ain't no
understand?
games, we chasing
So,
facts, we taking hold. Lights low in the studio, the tension thick. Chat scrolling, comments heavy, they expecting this. Look, I drop a jewel, it explodes, scatter in the crowd. You talk tough in the ends, but vanish when it's loud. I've been smelling smoke, fakeries and fraud. Boss fronting in the streets, but the paperwork flawed. Receipts stacked tall, timelines crossing the line. This is ghetto court with a beat and a rhyme. Bring your courage, bring your proof, or get exposed tonight. I ain't afraid of the truth, I live for the fight. I'm sure I call your name, come stand right here. It's all love, but the case gotta end this year. It's the Wilder Wake Up Show. Lights on, case closed. Receipts on deck, no capping, just proof exposed. Challenge me, let's see what's happening. We don't pretend. I'm sure I'm bracing, come famous. Truth gon' win. Witnesses calling, testimony heavy. Facts, city on my back. Foundation steady. This ain't petty beef, this a purge of the lies. We strip masks off, truth televised. Every edit erased, no escape from the lens. Your moves documented, beginning and end. I'm the host with the hustle, the streets on my chest. No capping, the truth manifests. A lot of them scared when the light hit true. Scared, hide in the shadows, ducking the proof. But it's the arena, respectfully loud, where the righteous get heard and the fakes disavowed. Stream overflow, donation, captive vibes. We dissect illusions, stitch timelines tight. March through the smoke, no fear at night. If you came for smoke, you best wear a mask. We spray facts heavy, can you handle the blast? This the wake up show, this the code we know. Facts over fiction, that's the life we show. Sharon Brace it, last call, last chance. All love in the circle, but the truth gon' dance. Case closed, curtains drawn, verdict tall. Wildest wake up show, we stand over all. Look, this the wildest wake up show, we stand over all. This the wildest wake up show. Lights on, case closed. Receipts on deck, no capping, just proof exposed. Challenge me, let's see what's happening. We don't pretend. Sharon Brace, come face me. Truth gon' win. Night turns to evidence. Mics, receipts in the file. Talk that street gospel. Broadcast live. Wildest wake up show, the truth unfold. Ain't no games, we chasing facts, we taking hold. Yeah. Wildest wake up. Lights on.
Shout out to Corinne Mackey with the 199. Thank you so much, beautiful. I appreciate you. Thank you. Also, we got the cash app. Thank you so much. It says great show. Thank you so much, beautiful. I really appreciate that. Awesome. Thank you. Some people showing me some love. I really appreciate that. Thank y'all so much. We could go around the table. That's right. God damn it. We're gonna start with Big Aaron. What's your thoughts? We can try to have some final thoughts unless they want to keep it going. Y'all let me know.
Yeah, shout out to everybody. As always, appreciate the hospitality, Mr. Sharon. Great thing you got going on over here. KT the GOAT, good to see you again, brother. Same thing with Creator. Miguel, first time I think I'm interacting with you, so let me get your hairstylist number, man. I need some help up here. You know what I mean? Andrea, baby girl, you got some hellified talking points. You think outside the box. I like your style. Keep it up. The Pill Whisperer, hit me up when you sober up. I think you're a little crazy today. It's all right. I get it. It's a rainy day out here on the East Coast. Shout out to the VQ King right there. VQ 37s all day. Long live the 9/11. You guys take care of yourselves. It's all about love out here. You know what I mean?
Nice. Go ahead, Marvelous.
Today was good. Only thing I would give advice wise is those who try to lie on you, be wary of those people because secretly they want to destroy you. And lastly, there's a difference between lying and keeping secrets. They're not the same. Although you may think that, it's not. A secret is to protect, a lie is to destroy. That's all I got to say.
I like that. Pill Whisperer.
Go out and touch grass. Stop being scared of people. Minus the people that you should, be deterred from. but it seems like people get turned on and not deterred from these fucked up people. But yeah, go touch grass. Go to a new place. Travel. Get a passport. Jump in a new career. Do something different with your life because you only get one life. So we know because none of us died yet. Right? You get one life. You get one family. You know, you get one chance with your kids because we all die at some point. So go live your fucking life. Stop being scary. Oh, and Nick Cannon is fucked. There you go.
Also, let me
11 or
say
12 times at least.
I got you, Kinfolk. So unblock me from your chat. It's me, Kinfolk. I got you right now. We're gonna do that right now. I don't know how that happened. We just did it. We got you, Kinfolk. Say something, Kinfolk. Make sure you unblock. Go ahead, Andrea. What's your thoughts?
It was nice talking.
Coming up, I appreciate it. You got to do it more often. You look lovely, even when you're not dolled up. So I can only imagine when you're ready to go out.
Thank you.
Really
I appreciate that. It was nice talking to y'all. I feel like today's convo was like really respectful, so I appreciate that. And yeah, it was nice talking to y'all, getting different ideas, hearing positive things that everyone's doing at home. I think it was a productive conversation, and it was nice talking to y'all.
I like it. Go ahead, DeGale. You said a lot in the chat. Now is your time to say it in person. Go ahead, talk your talk.
I'm a different person in the chat. I'm a troll, but I would just say, don't put people in a box. Don't generalize people. You know, every man don't subscribe to the manosphere. Every woman ain't a feminist. You know, everybody's an individual, and you got to look at everybody on an individual basis, and you know, just respect each other. And guess that's all I got for now. And let people finish the thought. You can't argue a person halfway through their thought. You got to let them finish the thought, so because they might come around full circle, and you might end up agreeing with them. So just let people finish the thought, but also, you know, finish your thought within a timely manner as well. Because people get tired of hearing you. That's all I got.
I like it. I think that was towards creator, so I'm gonna go creator first. Keep your thought in it. Go ahead, creator. What's your thoughts?
Your woman gonna be your biggest come up or your biggest downfall.
Okay, I like it. He's showing y'all he could be short and concise as well. Shout out to creator. I appreciate you, my brother. Go ahead, KT to go. You know, this is one of my brothers that I always have an argument with because I think mainly because he be using his rapper brain. And so like he gotta go this way to come back around back this way, and then to bring the whole story together. Like, and for me, I'd be like, let's talk about blue, and then he want to start for red and say how we could eventually get back to blue. I'm like, what the hell? He said, and then the sun, the way how it hits the blue on a 30-degree angle at 12 p.m. Y'all don't understand. My bad. Go ahead, KT. I'm sorry.
Look, man, y'all ain't see the angle of the Pacificus, you know what I'm saying? But nah, salute, man. Thank you for having me on the thank you for having me on the platform for sure though, because you ain't lying. I know we may not always agree, but you on there. Hey, you may mute me up, but you gonna let me talk. I'll give you that. And look, salute to everybody on the platform. Great show today, man. Hey, this is probably the best one I ever partaken in. And if it's any last piece of wisdom I could leave everybody, it's man. Maybe me, you, us singularly cannot make a big impact, but us together, we can change a lot of things. And I think if we just keep having these types of talks and this type of ending too, where even if we didn't agree, we agree that, all right, you make a little sense there somewhere and we can agree to disagree and try to build from that. We'll make progress. So let's keep doing this, y'all, for sure.
I like it. I enjoy that. Thank y'all. Appreciate y'all. We see y'all later.
Nothing wrong with being. Let me.